Well, hello, everyone. It is day 73. Sorry, I was a little bit late starting up. As usual, I have some things behind the scenes that don't work in terms of like tech stuff. So I was just kind of seeing if I could fix it real quick. Some things fixed, some things not. You'll notice the light is on behind me because I also had to feed my cats right before the stream. So you guys might be witness to the issue that I've been having, the thing that I've been talking about, where you'll see my freaking cat, the fat ass one. He's just been fed. I gave him so much food, and there's still probably food up on the countertop from Nala because she is picky. Oh, hey, look who's decided to hop over here. Good boy. Okay, well maybe he's gonna defy all expectations and not try to steal the food on the countertop. Yo, what's up? Kavai said, I need help. The Korean hot sauce I bought is full of soy and other trash ingredients, but I want it so bad. I'm not sure what I can do to help you out there besides encouraging you to eat that. Korean food, absolutely. Number one. Korean food number one, okay? As a fellow Korean, but I swear I'm not biased. I used to think Japanese food was number one, and after going to Korea a few years ago, I will absolutely, what did they say? Stand on business or something like that? 10 toes down. I will say Korean food is the best. What's up, Kimbap? Wow, look at him. He's not going to steal the food. I don't believe it. The food is all right there, okay? Yo, Mac Choudry. Sorry, I probably said your last name wrong. Thank you very much. You have become a member on the YouTube side. Hells yeah, yo, thank you. I appreciate that, Mac. That is so crazy. I don't think I will ever get over the fact that people enjoy me enough or find me entertaining me enough or want to support me enough to put your hard-earned dollars towards that goal. So thank you very much, Mac. I appreciate it. Hells yeah. Wow, what a great way to start the stream. Damn. Okay. Well, now I feel the pressure's on, and I'm just kind of stumbling around here. Everything just went to shit because I swear my cat was gonna hop up there at some point. I wanted to show you guys the proof of the madness that I have to deal with, but instead, Kimbap's just chilling next to me, so that's a little bit awkward. Here I was trying to show how naughty you are, Kimbap. Instead, you're saying I'm a good boy. There's Nala. Welcome, guys, to my apartment. I decided I'll turn the light on for a bit because my kitchen, it's not like that much cleaner, but at the very least I had thrown away a bunch of the trash, so it's slightly better. And right to the right of the guitar, below the water jug, that big gallon jug thing, is where the food is kept for Nala. So I have to feed them separately because Nala will be a bit picky with her food, take her time, whereas Kimbap will chow down and then he'll just steal everyone else's food. So yeah, I thought this boy was gonna go do a little bit of stealing today, so that's awkward. He's not. So anyways, welcome guys to the stream. Today's gonna be a fun stream. Yesterday we actually did a pretty long stream. I think we went until 2 a.m. my time, if I'm not mistaken. I lost track of time. Firstly, again, the other thing I'll say is welcome, Kavai, thank you for being the first one to message in the chat. So before I forget, let me go ahead and provide you some points. The prize pixels, the very coveted proprietary prize pixels, which stands for Yobel prize pixels. And for short, we like to call it here, very fondly, we'll call them our PPs. So let me give you some of my coveted PPs to you, okay? Kavaitsu, let me go find your name. And what do I have a whole fun thing I want to do. It's just I need some time. Give me some time, okay? But I want to create a whole like a little bit of a gaming system of like points, gamified system, right? Where first one in the chat to type something, I give you some PPs. Obviously you can gamble it through some commands in the chat and some other things. But yeah, at some point we'll find a way to like have fun with those PPs. And I was thinking even I could do like fun giveaways too, assuming I get to a point where I'm a big enough streamer, a big enough YouTuber that I can afford to do this kind of thing. But like for instance, I have extra gear. We have our beacon mic that we've upgraded, I've upgraded to this mic. And so it's like as I have all this gear, I have an extra speed light that I don't use anymore. Then I can like, hey, as a fun giveaway, I would provide it to you guys. But yes, hello Mac. Yo Mac, hello. Thank you again. I'm very over the moon that you've decided to become a member. I appreciate that so much. There's no refunds, so keep that in mind. There might be, actually. I have no idea. Oh, look, the magic is happening. Okay. Before we get serious with our stream, which is technically never, there is that piece. Oh, what a piece of work! And he always gives himself away because he starts meowing. I don't think you guys can hear him meowing, but yep, there he is. See, he's meowing like an idiot. Look, what a buffoon! He probably gets that from me too. You're giving away the game there, buddy. So I'm going to catch him right as he jumps, and then I apologize, guys, if you find it abusive. I'm going to yell at him right away, because my thinking is the moment he immediately receives that negative stimulus of like, hey, you're not supposed to do that, I'm hoping over time he'll finally pay attention and not do it. Until someone tells me, because I don't know if this is considered, not good for the cat. Because I feel like if I wait too long, their brains are already kind of moving on to the next thing, so they don't care, right? They don't know why you're yelling at them or why you're upset at them. But if I do it right as they're doing it, it's kind of like touching a hot stove type thing, you know? You do it once and you know immediately. That's the hope. Hey, what's up, Dator? Guten, I always forget. Guten Albin. Is that Guten Albin? Guten Albin, Dator. Thank you for being here. Sorry, before I really start working on our videos and editing and continuing with making our very first LUT. Oh, here it comes. I need to catch him in the act and punish him. Hey! Kimpa, no. Sorry, guys, I yelled right into the mic. I didn't mean to do that. No, Kimpa. How dare you? Look at him. He's acting like nothing just happened. I was like, why are you yelling at me, bro? I was just observing the cardboard box over here and just securing the perimeter. You're welcome. All right, little cheeky bastard. So we'll keep the light on a little bit longer, and then, we'll see what happens. Because usually I do like the orange light that comes from there, right? When we don't have the whatever you call it, the ceiling lights on. So, Mac, you said, so since I'm new here, is there a live routine? What is on the docket today? There is really no routine. In the past, okay, let me quickly introduce myself to you, Mac. It's the least I can do. Besides, profusely thank you, of course. I am a wildlife and travel photographer. I've been 2 years out of corporate, and I've essentially dedicated all of my time to trying to make what I do a reality for me long term, right? So being a sustainable kind of a line of business. And so as part of what I do, I started shifting more towards video in the past 2 years. And so in the past 2 years, I ended up traveling about the entire 1.5 years of the 2 years. And so we ended up traveling to 12 plus countries. I've done a number of organized group tours. So I take clients and photographers with me to different parts of the world. And then I've ended up recording over 100 terabytes worth of footages from my travels around the world. So once I came back home from my last trip at the beginning of this summer, I needed to just be at home and just edit all those footages. And I started my YouTube channel about a year ago. So thanks again for subscribing to my YouTube channel and becoming a tier 1 member there. Hells yeah. So then, I just stay at home every day, just working through my videos. And so I figured I'll start live streaming. So this is our 73rd day of being a live streamer. And so about 3 months ago, I started my first stream, and it's been really fun for me as a journey. And I try my best to stream every day, anywhere from 5 to 7 hours per day, something like that. So, okay, sorry, that was hopefully a quick-ish intro to what I do. And so as of the past month, I have been shifting more towards trying to be like a filmmaker. And thankfully, we had that really cool opportunity with Nikon where they invited me to test out their new camera before the announcement. And so I ended up taking it with me for a 3-day trip to Uganda, where I filmed my very first documentary short. I made a short so far. I'll make a longer documentary later. But yeah, I filmed a documentary there, and that's one of the videos that I'd published on YouTube, and that's what you'll see attached, or it's pinned to all the chats. But yeah, anyways, sorry, I'm trying to speak faster and faster to catch you up to speed. But so yeah, I've been trying my best to be more serious about learning how to make proper cinema, right? Proper cinematic footages and films and stuff like that. And I'm using my travels as the way to tell stories. So on my stream, that's usually what I do. And as part of that stream today and yesterday, so yesterday I started working. Oh wait, I have to reopen DaVinci. Give me a moment. Let's open up DaVinci. I've been trying to create my very first LUTs. So yeah, you said, Mac, you said, wow, this is kind of close to where I am, except not wildlife, but product and corporate photographer, even with being in corporate. Oh, nice. You know, I I do a little bit of a corporate event photo shoots on the side. I don't actually advertise myself as such, but I've had some, you know, just from my previous connections in the corporate world, occasionally someone will reach out to me, including I have one coming up in a few days, where I'll do some event photo, you know, like photographs, because they pay the bills, right? You get paid a lot more per event as opposed to like personal, you know, whatever, like portrait photography, model shoots, stuff like that. Well, yeah, that's good to hear. And you said you do product. I've never done product, but maybe I can listen, Mac. Now that you have put your money into me, I hope that means you're also putting your time into watching some of these streams or just supporting the channel. One of the things I do want to do to the stream quality eventually is I have one of those rigs, or like the poles that sticks up. It's like mounted to the desk, and so I have the ability to mount a camera and have it just like an overhead view. So I want to start doing like product overviews, maybe even during the live streams, and just be able to switch cameras and then show you guys what I got, stuff like that. But I don't know the first thing about actual proper lighting for product stuff or doing all the key things. Sorry, I'm getting PTSD because I keep thinking my cat's about to steal the food on the kitchen countertop. What's up, King Kruk? Keep up the good work going, Yo Bell. Thank you very much, King, and good to see you again here. You know, it's so cool that you guys are consistently here, just saying hi and hopefully enjoying the stream. We're gonna hopefully have a productive stream. So Mac, I'll start the stream and I put a little agenda at the very beginning. So before I go live with the camera, you'll see a little bit of like, I spend a bit of time where I just put a rough agenda together. So today's agenda is I'm going to continue trying to make my very first LUT. Yesterday we did finalize, to a certain extent, a new node tree. So this is kind of like the workflow of it's my template for every time I edit one of my videos. If I upload this or if I load this in, it'll create this kind of nice little template, so then it makes it easier for me to do edits without, you know, doing like destructive edits, or it makes it easy for me to organize. So we spent a lot of time trying to figure this out, because I am still a very new videographer, or like you know, understanding the world of cinema, filmmaking, editing videos as well. So I guess there's a concept called colorist, or I don't know if that's a job description. I don't know. Anyways, there are people who are like master colorists, right? They're the ones who work at Hollywood and they color grade those Hollywood films and everything else in between. So I'm trying to learn what are the actual fundamental techniques when it comes to, if you're editing a video shot, how do you do the proper color corrections in the beginning? Not so dissimilar from photography, but very dissimilar at the same time. So colorist is a job. Yep. See, that's how little I know here, Mac. I just know that there's a term colorist, but I didn't know if that's just something people call themselves, or if that's like a proper, like, you know, you went to school for this, or that's your literal title. Like, I'm a senior colorist. Yep, there's King Pop. Yo, what's up, Sora? Welcome back to the stream. We've got the light on behind me in the kitchen today, because I've been trying to catch my cat in the act when he's hopping up on the countertop to steal the food. And I want you guys to see that I'm not just making it up, because usually it's too dark for you guys to see what's going on over here. And you can see him just longingly staring up. And I just fed his ass too. So it's not like, I swear I'm not abusing them, okay? They do not have a collar on or anything that shocks them, let's just say. Mac, you said, okay, cool, nice LUT creation is pretty cool. I use Cullen Kelly. Yo, Cullen Kelly's Genesis to create in camera and model. Okay, I'm glad you said that, because there's someone completely different yesterday who also suggested I watch Cullen Kelly, and he might hop into the stream today, because Cullen Kelly is like apparently a big name, right? And the person in the stream yesterday, he recently joined our community, and he's also like a really good colorist, and he understands everything, so he's been helping me out as we've been stumbling through this. And so funny that you mentioned that, because what I have lined up here is a bunch of YouTube videos that I want to watch, including I just finished watching one of Cullen Kelly's videos about using some 2499 DCTL as a way to color transform out, or essentially when I convert my edits back into like a standard format. So Yeah, wow, well, the worlds are colliding. Apparently this guy is the real deal. So I have subscribed to him. We're going to check out some videos. There's also a guy named Kazi, that I found very entertaining and enjoyable to watch and easy to understand. Although it sounds like some people in the chat were saying, oh, he's like, he's a scrub. He's a joke of a colorist or something. I'm like, whoa, chill, man. Compared to me, so I'm learning, so I don't mind. I like this guy, okay? Until someone tells me he does something he shouldn't. But yes, thank you again, Mac. Hopefully that gives you a bit more of context of who I am. And I hope you do enjoy the kind of streams that I do. It's just, listen, it's just, I don't know if you'll ever learn anything from my streams. It just depends where you're coming from, I guess. But I do like to just share the learning process. The behind the scenes, I like to share how do I travel, what do I shoot with, how do I edit photos, videos, and then if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see one of the videos that I made recently. It's my episode 1 of my trip to Mongolia. And so that entire video, I had made it live. So you can see the entire behind the scenes of how I made the video start to finish if you had hopped into my live streams, or you can check out the VODs from like the first 26 days of the live stream, I believe. So I like doing that. So as much as possible, you guys will actually see how do I make the videos that end up on my YouTube channel or on my social media like Instagram or TikTok. So yeah, excuse me, I need to take my medication, my freaking I have like chronic allergies, I think. Okay, sorry, let me just quickly catch up on something, because I saw Sora's name pop up. I said hi, but I don't know if I saw actually what you wrote. What did you say, Sora? And hello again, Kavaitsu. Mac, you said, yep, I have a whole desk set up. I'll share it with you. Oh, please. Oh, yeah, and then also, Mac, if you would like to, if you have Discord, I do have a Discord channel and a community that I'm slowly trying to build up. I still don't really know how to use Discord, but we're getting there, right? I can't keep using that excuse, though. But if you join the Discord, 2 things. 1, you'll be notified every time I go live. And then 2, we're trying to, there's a few, what do you call it, channels there. So you can share your photos, videos, you can share your work, and we can go over it on stream if you like, or just in general, it's a way to hopefully support each other. Yo, what's up, Troy? And welcome, Mac. Yes, welcome, Mac. Yes, Mac has now subscribed to my channel and is paying the hard-earned bucks. His hard-earned bucks are going into mine. So thank you for being a tier 1 on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. You said, yep, I know Kazi. He just has fun with his way. It's just a different way of teaching. I like it, man. I didn't know he was so controversial. Or hey, listen, small sample size, but the way someone else had said in the chat was like, oh, I didn't know his name was known in like that sphere of colorist world, but not as not in a positive way, maybe. Whereas I'm like, yo, I like this guy. Shows how little I know. But Cullen is a great colorist. I mean, I was watching his video and it just he knows what he's doing, right? So there's clearly levels to this, and yeah, I barely know even any of the shortcuts. So we're gonna slowly get there. Colorist, yeah, sorry, Sora, you had said, remember, if there's Adam's apple to detect, there's Tarzan's banana you can expect. Hold on. I need to read that again, because I'm trying to even think of what the context for that was. Remember, if there's Adam's apple to detect, there's Tarzan's banana you can expect. I mean, I get the innuendo. It's a nice poem. I wonder if you were trying to get the TTS voice to say it. The shade to Hassan. Yes, everyone and their mothers have heard about that recent controversy. Anyone who's got a pet has heard about that controversy. So anyways, not that I want to get mired in that as a small itty bitty streamer. Teamwork makes the dream work, brother. Thank you. Yeah, again, I appreciate it, man. Very much. Mackie said, nice, man. I'm glad you put yourself out there. Yeah, I won't drop my Instagram here out of respect for you. No, you don't. Listen, I don't care at all. Feel free to. Listen, yeah. Why should I care? If anything, it's like I want you guys to feel free to like share your stuff. I just don't think you can actually share URLs in the chat. I think that might be blocked. I think someone helped me set up my stream in the early days, and I think the URL stuff is blocked. And there is some shortcut to allow it. I just don't know how to. But if you want to send it through the Discord, and then that way it's always there, feel free to just say hi, pop in your Instagram. And then if you have something you want me to see, I can always show it on the stream if you'd like. But yeah, when we get so big as a channel, at that point, I'll be like, pay me and I'll show your stuff on my stream. But I don't think we're there yet, just yet. But yes, hello, Troy. Welcome back to the stream. Okay, so what are we doing today? Firstly, I just wanted to see if my cats would calm down, so then I can turn off that light in the kitchen, and then put the food away. So as of now, it looks like my cat. Let's see, is the cat chilling? Kimbap, you chilling? Okay, I think he's chilling. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna BRB for like 30 seconds so I can put the cat food away from the kitchen countertop to prevent his greedy ass from just staring at it forever and trying to steal it. I'm gonna also get my Claritin medication, so then I hopefully will not have such a runny nose. King Crucky says, sweet, we can now share our of. Yes, feel free to share your ofs, your ats, your ors, whatever else you want. All right, be right back for like 30 seconds. In what was the highlight of this morning, we stumbled upon a lion pride with 4 incredibly young and playful cubs. It led to some magical moments, including one climbing a tree, or at least attempting to. I will share those moments with you now as I experienced it through my lens. Please enjoy. Oh, another really cool thing has happened today. Guess what's dropped? If you've been watching any of my streams in the past, or actually, we'll even broaden it out because there's not many of us. If you've watched any of my YouTube videos, especially the past, like 3 to maybe 3 to 5. If you watch the past 3 videos that I've posted on YouTube, at least, you will know that I'm a big fan of a sound streaming service called Lens Distortions. I am not paid by them. I'm not sponsored by them. I would love to be sponsored by them. However, they're quite picky, and I don't think I'm gonna have to keep trying. They're like Nat Geo to me in terms of like, you just shout at them and you hope that they'll pay attention to you. But Lens Distortions, I really like their music. Now, there's a bunch of really good sound platforms out there, and I actually am subscribed to quite a number of them. Although I do think I need to shrink my subscriptions because there's at least 1 or 2 that I don't really seem to use as much. So we'll see. But Lens Distortions here. Let me go ahead and share my screen. This guy is so good, and it's a bit expensive. I think I'm paying like $400 per year for the service. But it has already paid for itself. Not really, but it's like paid for itself in terms of the work that I've been able to produce that I really, really enjoy. So they have very, very good cinematic music, sound effects, and then also they have really nice LUTs that I've been using. So I've used everything from them: music, sound effects, and their LUTs. Now I've been waiting every day. I open it up on stream to see if their new album has dropped, because they've been teasing this. They've been showing that they have this new album, but it wasn't actually available to listen to. All of it has dropped. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pause. We're going to pause our playlist. And as we start our work today, we're going to start playing this and, hopefully enjoying all the music. They never miss, though. All their songs, it's like every time I listen to one of their songs, I absolutely can start imagining like, oh, I can see this portion of the song being used for my next YouTube video, or for a video where I'm doing this thing, or like a dramatic thing here and there. And that's actually when we created which one? Well, both of them. Let's see. So even this, all of the soundtrack for my documentary was made with Lens Distortion, sound effects, music.
We share the plan. Captive care for those that cannot survive.
And the good thing about Lens Distortions is that they allow you to download the stems and like break apart the music. So if, let's say, you really like the soundtrack, but then they randomly threw in some electric guitar, which doesn't really fit your mood, or the percussions are a little bit too energetic, you can literally just download the pad or the underscore or just the violins or whatever else that makes up the full score, and then just use that. in your music. So that's been such a cool feature, and that's what I ended up using for this one. I even for the product review that I just released, there's a 30-second trailer, 34-second trailer I made, and it's also on my YouTube channel, and that one also was made with lens distortions, and it came from their most recent album besides this one. So, all right, anyways, I'm glazing them enough. Let's go ahead and just play this. And I gotta make sure to turn down the volume because every one of these sound platforms, I don't know why, but the audio levels are way too high. Okay, so we'll put this on in the side as we start our work. Yo, what's up, Low Bass? Welcome back to the stream. Yo, what a fun day today. We're seeing some familiar faces, or, you know, new ones as well. So again, thank you, Mac. Damn it, this is actually still too loud. Jesus. Okay, actually, before we move on from this, let's see. This album is called Eyes of the Nation, cinematic music for the most ambitious endeavors. Imagine millions of people in awe of a single event like a rocket launch or the breaking of a world record. They're waiting with anticipation, absorbed in the shared experience, totally captivated by the gravitas of the moment. Eyes of the Nation is an album of music that evokes those feelings. Ooh, wow, spooky. Okay. But yes, welcome back, Low Bass, to our beautiful stream. Day 73, 73rd day. Mac King is telling Mac we are on the same filmmaking journey. Hells yeah. Well, listen, I appreciate... It sounds like I have a number of people now in our community who are either like fully on the end of the spectrum, like director of photography, they work in film, like Hollywood style kind of stuff, big sets and everything. And then we got people like me who, while a bit above amateur in terms of, you know, my experience and how much time I put into it, but still trying to be an aspiring like professional. And then we also have people who maybe haven't even touched film, but you know, they want to get into it. So hopefully I can add some value there. It's really cool. And you know what? The chat is super, super supportive. And so you'll see there are people in here. If you ask questions, someone has an answer, it seems like, usually around camera stuff and whatever else. Okay. I like the music so far. All right. So this is what we have done so far. And this is my first attempt at kind of taking one of my footages and just trying to figure out what do I like in the color grading, right? And actually, I want to kind of start this here and let's let the music play for it. Still need to add a little bit of a stabilization to this one, I think. I mean, it's pretty decent, but there was a few moments there. And so far, I think we stepped away from this, you know, last night and coming back today. I still quite like the colors on this. I mentioned for my style of shooting, I tend to enjoy very, very like dark shots. I don't know, not that I'm emo by nature, but I do like the moody shots more often. So you'll notice it with my photos that I've taken more recently in the past couple years, like wildlife photos and stuff. I tend to prefer like a very dark, moody vibe. So that's no different here. I mean, obviously this shot kind of does evoke those types of emotions anyways. It's a pretty dramatic, it's a dramatic look and feel. You got these weird caged tunnel feel. Big ass wild animal is, you know, slowly lumbering towards you, and you got the interesting shadows crossing the face, and half the body's, you know, shrouded in darkness. So yeah, there's something about this that obviously I think fits a mood that is more dramatic. So that's where we are so far. Nice. So Mackie said, I love the way you told the story, bro. Thank you very much. Man, that was it was like 5 days. I worked on this for 5 days, like almost nonstop, right? And because these files I had so many of these files, it's just, there's so much to do. And so I'm really happy it worked out. This was also the first time I filmed something where I did try to have a concept before I shot. So that did help with telling the story a bit faster, because at the very least, I was trying to figure out what kind of stories are possible. And then as we were getting shots, it was either trying to flesh in my mind that that story is more possible, or where do I need to pivot. So yeah. You're saying to Mac, I hope you don't wait long for our C50. Oh yeah, Mac, what camera do you shoot with? I want to at some point, Mac, because obviously it sounds like you are into film and photography, stuff like that. At some point, I do want to collect from everyone what team they're on. So are you like a team Canon, Nikon, Sony, Leica, blah blah blah, and then we'll try to figure out a way to code that in, and so then we can almost tally up within the community, you know, who's winning, right? We're all winning, okay? But yeah, who's actually winning? Mac, damn it, this music is so loud. I love it though, but I feel like I could not go any lower. Jesus. Mac, he said, I'm talking to Canon about getting a test unit to review. They said they don't mind, but it's making its way around the circuit, so by the time it comes up, I may have mine already. Oh, by the way, Mac, are you a YouTuber? Should we follow you on YouTube, or is Instagram your main area? It sounds like you are, you know what you're talking about. King, you said, what are your top 5 DSLRs? I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. I basically started with the Sony a6000, and then from that, I went into DSLR with the D810, Nikon D810. And then from the D810, I went up to a D850, and that's it. That's my entire... And then I shot with the D5 for like one trip. And outside of that, I've never shot with any other camera before moving to the Nikon Z9, the Z6, the Z6 III, and hopefully soon the ZR. So yeah. Mac, you shoot with everything. You've owned 8 cameras in 5 months, including a Pixis 6K and C400. So again, I don't really know much about anything, but then there's someone in our chat, Fedorevsky. Oh man, I don't even know how to say his username anymore, because I just call him Fed now. But there's someone who joined recently in the chat through anyways recently, and so he might hop in today. I don't know, but he was one of the ones that was helping me out quite a bit, and like helping me understand a bit more on like the color grading side of things. He was telling me about, he owns like a Pixis 12K and some other camera. And I was like, yo, I didn't even know that there was such thing as a 12K camera. I was like, holy shit. If I had a 12K for wildlife, like when I was in India for the snow leopards, that would have been incredible. Oh my god. So Max says, I don't discriminate camera wise, it's all about the best tool to tell the story. Absolutely, yeah, I 1000% agree. Having said that, Nikon is the best. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, obviously I'm very loyal to the brands that I use, and Nikon is one that I've used throughout the years. Big shout out to the community, their organization here in the Middle East Africa. So I'm based in Dubai. I grew up in the States, and yeah, moved out here several years ago. But the community out here and the organization, they let you they will let you borrow big ass lenses, cameras, you know, things that are $10,000 plus, and go on trips for fairly cheap, like these kind of group trips. And so that was how I got into wildlife photography, because they let me go on a trip to Kenya. I mean, I paid for that trip, but as part of that trip, they let me use a Nikon D5 and the 400 2.8 f mounts lens, which clearly I never would have been able to purchase on my own, or that would have been foolish of me. So to be able to get my beak wet enjoying wildlife photography without investing that money was such a crazy opportunity. So yeah. Yeah, 12K is nuts. What's your Insta, Mac? Yeah, Mac Kudri. Okay. We're gonna have to, feel free to put that in the Discord. Anyone can, right? And then, because later on after the stream, it's a bit easier for me to come back and open it up. Your loyalty are glass. Nice. I've been contemplating the 12K, but I also want the Hasselblad. I have heard of Hasselblad. They're like are they like considered top tier? The Hasselblad X2D. Again with the names. X2D, C400, C50, Z6 III. Oh, yeah. All of it just is like, what the hell, man? How do people memorize all that? Welcome to the stream, the other cat. of the stream community here. Hello, Nala. What's going on? Anything to say? So this is Nala, and then Kimbap is now chilling in his little bed next to me. And yeah, we're all here. Let's get ready to make some LUTs. Make LUTs, not war, as they say. Mac, he said, oh, nice. I have some time lapses I shot in Dubai last year. Love visiting Dubai. Oh, nice, man. Well, it's starting to get to be a good time to visit because the weather is finally turning a bit. Not that I go outside often, but yeah, once the winter kicks in, you got the best weather. It's like 21 degrees or like around 70 degrees Fahrenheit. It's pronounced Chowdhury. Mac Chowdhury. Chowdhury. Okay, got it. I'm going to forget right away, but thanks for telling me. Fellow Californian, I see. I'm down in San Diego. Nice. Yeah, I was in the northern part of California for a number of years before moving out here. Yeah, I was in the Bay Area is what I meant to say. Oh, shout out to the Bay Area. I grew up, or not grew up, I went there for a number of years after graduation and lived in like Hayes Valley, Russian Hill, had a rent-controlled place in Russian Hill. Oh, man. Can you believe that? I think I was paying like $1,100 a month for this beautiful, renovated, rent-controlled place at the top of the hill. Basically, from the top of the hill, when you step outside, from the intersection of this hill, you would see an unobstructed view of Alcatraz, the little, mini island, right? Beautiful and everything. $1,100. But my bedroom was literally the size of like basically where I'm sitting right now. There wasn't even space for a closet in my room, so... DA50 is the GOAT, but I will always have a D700. Nice. Kavai said, no, that sounds awesome. Do you think they would let me borrow expensive camera gear for trips like that? Being in my 20s and no website career to show in photography, but having a great personal collection, if I say so myself. Yeah. I mean, if you're in this region, right? I think the only stipulation is that you have to shoot with their gear, or you might have had to like purchase some of their gear and be part of like this membership program that they're, basically, if you buy any of their gear, you can become a Nikon premium member. And then, yeah, as part of that, you can do these kinds of things. Yo, the music so far has been very, very dramatic and epic. I like it. $1,100. Yeah, 50 years ago, maybe? No, it was only, well, like 10 years ago, maybe? I don't know. 8 years ago. SF is wild now, yeah. Listen, one of the things that I tell people about Dubai that shocks them, well, one, it's like the comfort of living for sure. It's not as like lavish as everyone makes it out to be. I mean, there are parts of it for sure. But the craziest part for me is the cost of living is so much cheaper and better than San Francisco, New York City, where all my friends are, Miami. You're basically paying half the rent for twice the space as like those major cities. And everything is modernized. You can order food, Amazon same day, pharmacy, groceries, electronics. Yeah, it's a very service-oriented place for sure. Okay, anyways, what was I supposed to do? Oh, yeah. So I watched that video from Cullen Kelly, and in his video, he was talking about this thing called the 2499, which sounds like it's one of those DRTs, which, what does that stand for? Display something transformation? Jesus Christ. We're trying to learn here, so I don't want to like not think about this. Hold on, let's open it up from here. DRT video editing. What is DRT? Single timeline. No, I just want the freaking acronym. What does DRT stand for? DaVinci Resolve. Really? DaVinci Resolve timeline? No. Display rendering transform. Display rendering transform. Okay. Display rendering transform. King says, let's all move to Dubai and grow our production business. Yo, let's create I'm trying to keep pitching to some of my very creative friends who live in Dubai. I'm like, yo, what about we all live together and create our own little streamer house? And then we all chip in where we have the same, we pay for the best internet service, so we're all chipping in, so it's cheaper overall. you know, we get our monitors, computer set up and everything, a little creator space. What do you think? And nobody's bitten yet because they all, you know, some of them are married or has, you know, whatever. The circumstances don't allow. But I'm still holding out hope. I would love to do that. I can't get a cardboard box for $1,100 now. No shade intended. Yeah, man. Yeah, sorry, you said cardboard box, and so my cat's been sleeping on a cardboard box right there, so that might be the same cost. You need to move to Palo Alto, fam. I worked in Palo Alto on Page Mill Road. East Palo Alto used to be in the ghetto, damn. But the rest of Palo Alto is nice. Let's all move, yeah, let's move to Dubai. Habibi, come to Dubai, they say. Display rendering transform, got it. All right, I'm going to try to put that in the noggin. That house would be on the list so fast. Yeah. Like, honestly, I wonder if some of my former, it was 6 of us. So it was one of those like 2 stories. It was part of this big complex where there's probably like 15 to 20 units inside of this big complex. Maybe less than that, like maybe 10 to 12 units. And each unit, they stuffed in like 6 people or like crazy amount of people into them. And so whoever like renovated all of this, they basically took rooms and then chopped them in half or into thirds to create tinier rooms. So that way they can, you know, justify making like a 6-bedroom apartment. And so, yeah, I lived in a 6-bedroom, 2 floors, but everything was like posh or brand new. You had like a washer and dryer, you know, small bedroom, but I only shared a bathroom with one person and he's super clean. Beautiful views and everything. It was a good time. You know, I lived a blessed life. I've enjoyed my, everything. But yeah, $1,100. I imagine one of my former roommates might still live there. Cause like, how do you give up 1,100? Well, he's gotta have to keep finding 5 other people to, you know, live with him or split the cost and everything. But still, it's rent controlled. Okay, it's insane. Kavai said, would you also do IRL streams? Personally make an IRL camera rig to live stream with? Yeah, I would love to. I want to do that on my travels too. So we have someone in the chat, Cyronius. So Cyronius is also a Twitch streamer. And he showed me, and we looked at it on stream once, but he's done like IRL streams where like he went to some cosplay event thing, or I'm not sure what you call those things, like an anime thing. And so anyways, he was like taking photos of, you know, cosplayers as they walked by. And so you can see he had a little like, and he showed the behind the scenes. It's like a backpack with a little camera mounted onto the shoulder strap to stream with. And then as he took the photos, it was them being wirelessly transferred and like to his computer back home or something. And then on the stream, you would see the photo show up on stream for like a few seconds before disappearing. It was the coolest thing ever. So I want to have a sit down with him at some point and figure out how he set that up. But that is one of the dreams. For me, I'm hoping that while I'm at home, we do these kind of productive streams. I edit my videos. We have some fun. And then I want to be able to, you know, travel throughout the year. And on those travels, I would like to be able to stream as much as possible, especially with now the advent of things like Starlink and stuff like that. I am hopeful. I have some thoughts with some of the lodges that I've worked with where if I can get a Starlink hooked up to one of the Jeeps, like the Jeep safaris, and if I could live stream while on a freaking safari, you know, imagine from sunrise till whenever we head back. And so then imagine if there's a cheetah hunt, if there's an elephant that charges the Jeep, you know, you'd be able to capture all of that as a fellow, you know, just watching the stream. So that is in my vision of like having fun with this, right? So yeah, anyways. We'll call that like, we're only on month 3 of the stream, so we got a long ways to go before we get there. Mac, you asked, you know The Running Man, that new trailer drop for the new movie? There's a part in the trailer where he says, stop filming me. We joke that my son says that to me. The Running Man. Oh, wait, The Running Man. Is that the one where you're not allowed to... Is that movie where you have to... There's like a competition and you can't stop moving? Otherwise they kill you or something like that? I don't know. You can start them with the 5D Mark II, then you can upgrade to C200 or C70. Nice. Can you own a cheetah pet there? I'm sure you can. There's like there's so many things in Dubai that there's like levels, right, to living, and there's levels to luxury here. And you realize right away that whatever you think is luxury is not, that's like, you know, that's the bottom of the totem pole to some of the people that live out here. So pet cheetah is that's like the least of what some of the richest people here do, or like the lifestyle that's out here. So I've only heard rumors of crazy stories. Okay. But yeah, I do not participate in it. I've never been invited to it. The closest thing I got in terms of an invite to something cool is I got put in touch with someone who owns a bunch of falcons. And then I ended up being able to go out with him and like photograph him with his falcons in the desert. And then he invited me to like this big event, or like I say big event, but it was like him and a bunch of people and going out into the desert for like a falcon hunt where they were hunting some birds or whatever that they imported in just for the hunt. I think they were hubaris or something like that. And so they asked if I can photograph, and like I think he was like the chairman or like the chief CEO or equivalent, like the head of this big ass conglomerate that's out here, was going to be there. So then they asked if I can take photos, and like just take photos of the entire time. And then we spent the night in the desert. Like they set up in the desert, they set up all these tents, and they fed a feast, and everything was so much fun. Yeah, that was the closest in terms of like seeing what royalty is like. And man, it is insane. Okay, even to own these falcons, I think each falcon costs like at least $100,000, something crazy like that. And then all those royal families, they own falcons, and then they do competitions with the falcons, and whatever is like the winning beauty contest falcon gets sold for like $1 million or something crazy. It's a weird, crazy world. Weird in a cool way, but yeah, that's the closest I ever got to like a very, very Dubai experience, let's say. And so I'm hoping now that the weather is getting better, I do actually hope that I can go back out to the desert with that falcon dude. Because one of the thoughts that I have in terms of like future projects is I would like to, now that we got our feet wet with short film documentary styles, I do want to make a documentary style video documenting this guy, right? The life of a falconer. That'd be a fun video, I think, just to be able to show like, here's a little bit of like a day in the life of someone who is an Emirati, right? A little bit of the expose, if you will, of different lifestyles that exist in Dubai, mainly for a Western audience, right? So it's like, to someone like me, you hear these stories, you never see it, or you don't know about it. So if I can like put a human face to it and not necessarily showcase it in like the most like lavish way, but just like, humanize a bit of the craziest, coolest, like whatever out there. Yeah, anyways. Okay, I've been rambling quite a bit. So anyways, this 2499 DCTL, I have downloaded it. So I need to update my node, or I'm going to create a secondary node tree, which will include the different, instead of a Rec 709, we're going to use the other thing now. Okay, so let me hop out of this video because I want to make actually, we'll use this one. So let's just grab one quick, nice little thumbnail shot. Maybe this is nice. Okay. So let's say this is our thumbnail for our new power grade. But I need to replace the Rec 709 color space transform. And what do we need to do? I need to add DCTL. And then here it is, 2499 DRT. See, the thing is, like, I was watching Cullen Kelly's video, and then we were watching the Wakaz one. They know all these shortcuts. And I think even Fed in the chat yesterday was telling me like, oh, you just grab a still. And if you grab a still, somehow you're able to like show a before and after, or you just drag it into your node. And then I don't know if it replaces, I have no idea. There's some techniques here where you like grab some stills, and then that way you can quickly hop between different versions. And then I know we were seeing something where you can actually, where was it? You can like create new versions of your edits and then swap between them. I don't know. There's like all these things that I need to actually understand a bit more. But anyways, so this is the JP_2499 DRT. So this was a free DCTL that I downloaded thanks to that one video from Colin Kelly. And apparently it allows for a bit cleaner color space transformation to occur as you convert back into a Rec 709 or like standard color space. So I'm taking their word for it, and so this is my first time looking at it, so I guess I need to make sure. So it's in the same, yeah, so it's in the DWG-DI, output to Rec 709 2.4, and then it says either gain SDR or keep SDR intent or not have it. I don't see any difference, so whatever. Yeah, and then otherwise maybe I'll just leave it as is. We'll see how it is, but I'll wait for maybe Fed to hop into the chat to see if I did this correctly. You said, hold on one second. Sorry, I got so into a tangent story that I didn't read the chats. I was just kind of staring through the chat. You said, I gave him a 6700. You know how many times you used it? 0. Ooh. Is this like your son you're saying, or something about a camera? Sounds great. I would like 100% join in on a live stream sometime. And if you come to Norway, we could do it something. Yes, hells yeah. The other thing I briefly looked into, I forgot to follow through on it. I mentioned one of these days, I also want to test out doing voice calls. And so I think that would be a really fun feature, depending on like, you know, who is part of our community who likes to chat. But if someone wants to hop into the chat at times, whether it's to give me advice if I'm stuck on something or whatever the reason is, that would be cool. Or if like fellow streamers and we want to like collab. So I need to figure out how to do like the little voice calls from Discord. So that'd be fun. Kavai said, hold on. Pretty much original had Arnold in it. Oh, that's the Running Man video you're talking about. Okay. That the trailer for that looks super cool. Hold on one second. There's always a 50-50 chance when she hops up on the bed while he's there that there's about to be a fight. Right now she's grooming him, which is nice. She's the older sister. But always at some point turns nasty. I don't know why. There's just a moment where she goes from being loving to just then deciding to go schizo. So I just need to monitor briefly. All right, I'm going to cut it short before it gets to that terrible moment. All right, good girl, Nala. Good girl. I'm going to kick you out. Good girl. All right, crisis potentially averted. Kavai, you said, I saw that Falcon video. That was so cool. Wait, are you sure you saw... I don't know if I posted a... Oh, wait, no, I posted like a Falcon thing, but that was a long time ago. Maybe you're mixing it up with the eagle shots that I took, like the Mongolia stuff, because that one I posted more recently. I had posted some like golden eagle stuff. The Falcon stuff, I'm forgetting if I had posted anything about that. King Crook, I don't want to flex. I just want a pet cheetah. A snow leopard would be cool, but they are probably harder to control. Man, you got your eyes set too ambitious. You got to go with something like a red panda, a mongoose, raccoon. Yeah, those would be the things that you can get away with, maybe. A fox. He sounded like Genghis. He sounds like Genghis. You can use Wilder to go between still and current selected shot. What is Wilder? Wilder? I can use Wilder. Wait, I don't know what that is. Amber, what is Wilder on DaVinci Resolve if I need to go between still and current selected shot in DaVinci?
So in DaVinci Resolve, if you want to quickly toggle between a still and the current shot that you're working on to compare them, you can use the keyboard shortcut called wipe. Basically, by default, it's usually the command or control key plus the W key, is that lets you kind of wipe between your still and your current frame. So you can see exactly how your grading or your corrections are lining up with your reference. So that's a shortcut you'd use.
Okay. Careful driving in the rain, Mac. Oh, are you driving? Oh, okay. Well, listen, yeah, be careful. And I appreciate the fact that you're still listening. Hells yeah, I'll do my best to be entertaining. Voice audio mode only. Kava, you said it was maybe an eagle. Yeah, okay, most likely the eagle. Golden eagles are badass, okay? If there's there's one cool fact that I learned about eagles and falcons. Apparently females are much larger than their counterparts. So when it comes to, for both, I guess, traditions, like in the Arabic tradition when it comes to falconry, as well as like in, you know, Kazakhstan and these places, Central Asia with the eagles, they usually will capture the females from a young age, or they'll breed the females, or like I think beauty contests as well, but for like all the speed stuff, the hunting stuff, all that. Nala and Kimbap were close to go Royal Rumble. They do it all the time. It's so sad to me. I just want them to love each other, you know? King Karak Yoba, how was the food in Mongolia? Yo, the food was primo. Fantastic. Delicious. I think I had some shots in my recent... Here, let me see if I can find it. Where did I put it? Key footages, YouTube. Travel vlogs? No. No, it's on my... Let's go to the videos, exports. Where is Mongolia? There it is. Okay. Let's just open this one up. There are moments you never forget when you witness something primal, ancient, unstoppable. Through blinding snow, I watched them emerge, eagle hunters with the spirit of warriors. Okay. Where was it? Mongolian food. Let's just see here. Just brief shots, just to remind myself too. Man, Mongolian food is mostly protein and carbs, which I'm always a fan of. Just like a bunch of meat, every kind of meat possible. So you're eating like lamb, beef, horse meat, camels, whatever. It's just like you're having it all, but they're all tasty. And then the carbs, they just throw in so much carbs. A lot of like noodles and yeah. What were the other moments? Yeah, stuff like this. They call it like the 5-finger feast. So after a delicious... Yep. And then they have all that sticky... I don't know what this was, but it's like kind of like a sticky pasta thing, or like, yeah, I don't know my terms, but maybe like a sticky rice noodle type thing. Very, very thick, and it goes really well with all the meat. Oh, so good. Everything I ate there was just like... Okay, I think that's all I had on this one. And we're hopefully gonna soon get to Mongolia episode 2, and we do have a bunch more food stuff to get through there. So, okay. Anyways, let me put that back on. Where are we? Energy of the crowd. Yo, Cyronius, I was just mentioning you. Good evening, good morning. 7 p.m. So good evening to you. Top of the evening. Autopilot, nice. You actually use autopilot, nice. You need to visit Mongolia. Well, listen, King Kruk. There's so much on my backlog of things to do, but I do plan to organize a trip to Mongolia again. Most likely it would be for the Eagle Festival, which is, I think, in like September, October every year. So it probably just passed, I think. So feel free to join me on my trip next year or the year after. Cyronius asks, how much have I affected your life on Twitch already? 69%. Let's see how my luck works today. Yo, what's up, BC? Yeah, we're having like a full house today. Everyone's popping in. Saying hi. Good to see everyone. Some familiar names and faces. Cyronius, the reason we brought you up earlier... Sorry, I'm still congested, so it's so annoying. Someone in the chat was mentioning about IRL streaming, and I was mentioning how like I do want to do IRL, and then I brought up I believe it was you, right? Where you did like some IRL stream for some like a Comic-Con type thing. And then just the setup where you had the camera rigged to your shoulder strap on the backpack. And then when you take a photo, somehow it's like sending that photo to your live stream or your PC back home or somewhere. And then it just posts it for a few seconds and then it disappears. It was a cool concept, man. So I was like, yeah, that at some point I'll sit you down and pick your brain about how to get something like that set up for my travels. Okay. In the meantime, though, so I have now switched over to this new color space transform DCTL. Shout out to Cullen Kelly for his video breaking down why this DCTL is much better to use. And based on his video, it seemed like his logic was sound. It seemed like technically he was showing how much more depth, I guess, or just like the much more like how much it saves across your range or your exposure levels of the colors. But that's me trying to bullshit my way to like trying to act like I know what that means. So, but as far as the footage looks, you know, I'm pretty happy with it. Let's just have fun with this though. Like, what happens if we... Oh, I don't want to do that. Hold on a second. Let me just keep it neutral first. And then let's go ahead and save this as a power grade. Oh, no. I can't save this as a power grade because I have all these adjustments. What do I need to do? Okay, then we'll do the saving the power grade later. For now, I'm wondering, are we at the finish line of creating our first LUT or our first attempt at the LUT? The thing is, like, I don't know, right? One of the issues I ran into is there's this concept of the 18% gray standard. However, when I applied it, it didn't actually work the way I thought it was supposed to. What the thing was telling me was that if I want to match that 18% gray standard, I need to lift the shadows in my shot significantly higher, like almost 2 stops, and then it makes the image look so ugly, in my opinion. So now I need to like or I have to make sure I'm doing this thing the right way. So let me see. King, you said like japchae noodles? Yo, japchae is so good. I need to go to Jeju Island. Yeah, I've been to Jeju Island a long time ago when I was like in high school or something. I think the ZR video puts you on E-People's radar. E-People. E-People. Who's E-People? Oh, like just like internet people in general? You know what, dude? That ZR video. And the thing is, I don't know if I can recreate the magic, okay? I will say, this could be, what's that word? Like, it's like a little bit like imposter syndrome. I say that, but I'm also acknowledging that I'm getting rid of that over time. But every time I make a video, and this used to be the case for like even my Instagram reels, for my Instagram posts, every time I would make something like that, I would be like, yo, I don't know if I can do it again. That's a problem. And the reason I always felt that way is because I was just kind of like stumbling my way to my finished product without necessarily knowing the reasons why I'm going in that direction. And so this is why I think this exercise is so important for me, because I need to actually start to understand the fundamentals, realize why. Let's say it's like, oh, I really like how this color looks. But then if I can understand the science behind why this color looks well with this color, then I don't have to accidentally or get lucky with getting to this approach. It will be intentional. But yeah, so even after some of my last videos, I was like, yo, I don't think I can make another video like this. And then we get lucky. The right music, you know, we find the right soundtrack, and then boom, we have the right footage or something. So this ZR video, I don't know if I can make another review like that, because obviously this is very unique to a new product that only a few people have had access to. So I absolutely know that there is a small pool of people who can create content from it. Whereas if you open it up to a larger pool, of course, at that point, the quality of my content will get washed out in the sea of others. But because it's a small sample size of people that were able to get access to this and then make videos about it, that did absolutely help my cause. And that video did wonders for me. As a small channel, a number of you guys who have hopped into the stream as of like this past week or so have come from that video, or one of those videos, which has been super cool to see. Like, and then let me just check my thing here. Okay, so from that one video, we have essentially gained almost 650 subscribers from that one video, for the most part, from like a single video. So yeah, listen, I'm so new to YouTube that I am also understanding, like, I see the impact of these things. I'm more aware of it. So there's a bunch of these cool wow factors I'm still learning, right, about like how do you, how do you game the analytics? Because the problem for me is like sometimes my video does above my expectations. Other videos, it just like completely misses the radar, right? It's like almost like a hit and miss, and I never know the reason. Like the Mongolia episode 1, when I published that video, that's still, now that we have our documentary, that's probably my most proud work. But prior to this 5-minute documentary film, the Mongolia episode 1, which is about 17, 18 minutes, that was my proudest work, right? I was so proud of the time that was put into it, the structure, the story, the cinema throughout. But then, like, yeah, it just didn't get traction on YouTube. Nothing I could do about it. It's just some things see the light of day, others don't. So, yeah. Yo, what's up, Nico? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Oh, wait, Mac, you said something about wait till you see Genesis. Oh, wait till you use Genesis. What is Genesis? Hold on. Sorry, I like getting distracted, so... I was saying about how, like, hey, I use these streams to be productive, and then I like going on tangents. What is Genesis? What is Genesis in the video editing world?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a handy shortcut once you get used to it. It just makes comparing everything a lot easier. So give it a go and see how it works for you.
I don't know what you mean by give it a go. I asked you what it is because I have no idea what it is. Are you saying it's like some feature within DaVinci?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so basically it's a feature in DaVinci Resolve that lets you compare your current shot with a safe still or reference frame. And the shortcut I mentioned is just a quick way to do that. So it's definitely a built-in feature, and if you haven't tried it yet, it's worth giving it a shot just to see how it works.
Wait, but how... I might have missed it. How do I... what is that shortcut? I don't understand. I don't even see Genesis anywhere.
Oh, no worries. Let me clarify that. So the actual shortcut to toggle between a still and your current shot is just pressing the Command key and the W key if you're on a Mac, or Control and W on Windows. It's not called Genesis or anything like that, just a simple shortcut built into DaVinci Resolve. So that's all you need to do.
Okay, that didn't work for me, but I'm assuming I have to do some action before that. Hello, Nico. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well with your studies. Max says expose higher and noise ND down. Wait, how come I don't know what ND is? Neutral density. Wait, what? Why can't I think of what you're referring to? Expose higher? Yeah, like I definitely know that this is technically supposed to be exposed higher. It's clearly very, very dark. But I kind of like the dark look. But maybe for a LUT, that wouldn't make sense. So yeah, I think I agree that this needs to be lifted higher. It's just like if I were to go with my personal preference, this is kind of close to what I want. Assuming, because I can see that there's nothing here that's like pitch black. So there is details throughout here. I just like this kind of look. So I wanted to keep this as much as possible. But then again, according to that whole 18% thing, it's telling me, yeah, lift it like two exposures, 2 stops, I think. People meant everyone. Don't type while autopilot if the car yells at you. LOL. Gotcha. Troy, you said you're very modest. Hard work makes luck. I definitely am modest. And you know what? Growing up, we used to, there's always a joke that's one of the stereotypes of being Asian. It's like you're just very, very like quiet and just just in the background, just doing your thing. I'm definitely not super modest or anything. Okay, anyways. Point is, I'm growing more in my confidence, even that whole imposter syndrome. Even now I'm saying like I'm aware of it, and I recognize that the things that I do can't just be done by anyone. So the whole reason I've gone in this direction is because I believe in myself, and I believe that I have some level of creativity to create something a unique way that people might enjoy. So in that sense, no. But yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Nico asks, how are you? Yes, doing very, very well. Sorry, I'm slow on the chat as usual. By the way, Yubel, what tripod were you using in this clip, and did you rent it? Oh, for this clip here, I think I actually have the behind the scenes. Hold on, let me show you. let me show you the what I used as a tripod. Where would this be? Under the product review. Yeah, maybe here. Where are you? I'm liking the music, by the way. So far, they're all hits. They're all like so cinematic. You just feel like they could be used for... Oh, here we go. So who asked? Kavai? Wait, Kavai, you said, was I banned for linking one of Yobel's videos? Wait, was there a ban or something? Hold on. 41 messages were deleted by a moderator. Yobel timed out Kavai for 1 second. Oh, well, my bad. Or I think, so I'm using some chatbots. Shout out to Low Base Guy and like the TWCC community. And one of the features of the chatbot, I guess, is that links are not permitted. And that might have been a feature that I had turned on. So I think if you send links, it just automatically blocks the links. So... yeah. Sorry, Kavai. I don't know how to turn that off. Next time Low Base is here, I'll ask if it's worth... if that's possible to turn it off or not. But yeah, Kavai, you'd asked what tripod we're using in this clip. So here's my tripod. Let's see if I can play it here. Oh no, it's going to be slow rendering. Tripod was me, I think... was I on my toes here? Sometimes I do like a little Asian squat. Hold on. Do I have more shots to show? Okay, I have other shots, but it might take me too much time to pull it up. Essentially, I had two backpacks. I had one backpack, and then I put my sling bag on top of it, and then I just rested my elbow on top of that. And it worked pretty well, you know? This is why, again, I think, to me, that was the whole thing I was trying to point out with the ZR, was like the type of shooter that I am and who I think it's for is people like me where you know, you're on the go, you're traveling, you don't necessarily have all of the right accessories because you can't bring it with you, right? It's not like your own home studio or like whatever. So in these circumstances, like, or a shot might go by quickly so you don't have time to set it up on a tripod. You just need to use whatever you've got. And I feel like for people like that, this camera is really nice because you technically just need the camera. It's got a 4-inch screen, you got your shotgun mic, and that's about it. You get your ND filter. It's got the 7.5 stops of the in-body image stabilization, and boom, you have everything you need without necessarily having to rig up a bunch of stuff. So Cullen Kelly's Genesis. Oh, okay, there's a video on Cullen. Okay, I'll look this up. Cullen Kelly's Genesis. Amber failing yet again. Yeah, she's still referring to the wipe. Oh, is that what it was? Neutral density filter. Gotcha. I wish I wasn't driving. I could explain it better in the chat. No worries. Listen. That's on me to figure this out. Okay. Auto mod got him. Yeah. Listen, we're not big enough to have our own mod yet. We'll get there someday. A crew. Oh yeah. Sorry, we're doing some heists. It's a Streamlabs thing, not a TWC thing. Oh. Okay. See, that shows how much I don't know. The music is great. Yeah, the music's fantastic. Listen, Lens Distortion, shout out to these guys. I mean, listen, you have to pay a lot of money for them, but the music is very, very good. Okay, so what I need to figure out still is this concept of the 18% gray. So what I was trying to say is like, okay, I've turned on this node, which includes DCTL, which shows you the gray at 18%. And then it's got this decimal 0.336. Actually, I'm going to say this with ChatGPT on, and let's see if she can help me out. 1 second. Let's refresh ChatGPT. Kavai, you lost all your PPs last stream? Sag. Nice. Hey, listen, you're not the only one. We've had 2 people who one of them went as high as like 60,000 pp's and lost it all on one shot. And then BC in the chat, he's had his ups and his downs. BC, have you finally crossed the 100,000? Or no, you haven't gotten to 100 yet. I think the closest you got was like maybe 70 or 80,000, right? Did I get my first comment PPs? I think so. It should just be generating over time. So, yeah. And then you can always get more PPs by, of course, donating big bucks to me. Lots of money. Yeah, I need to be more shameless with asking for money. That's one thing. Oh, wait, are we done with the music? We're done with the music. Damn, I wasn't like fully paying attention though. Okay. Let's kind of play a bit more. And then let me open up Artlist, because sometimes I like Artlist for trying to put together our stream playlist. They've been pretty decent for that. So let's see here. Is there like a new playlist? Music? New releases? Same thing, we gotta turn that volume all the way down. Yo, Passe Moel Cell. Passe Moel Cell. Yo, thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. Yo, nice. We're finally crossing past the 100 mark. Thank you, Passe. I will check out your Twitch real quick just to see if you're a streamer. Okay. On the Streamlabs, for Twitch users, I can actually click on your username when I see it pop up, so I can go right to your channel. So that way, if you are like a fellow streamer, I would like to follow you back. But yeah. You were at 83K, and then you had some gambling fails lately. Gotcha. Okay, I kind of like this song. Sometimes these like foreign music songs. Yo, Mac. Thank you very much, Mac, for the... Damn, dude, I appreciate it. You've subscribed to me, and you're giving just money straight to me. Dude, wow, $20, man. That is crazy. Thank you very much. Oh, you know what? And I did put like a little goal on my YouTube to get a super chat. And I think I said I'll give 2 fist bumps. So thank you very much for... Here, we'll do a... 2. I can't actually fist pump the camera because I have a teleprompter in the way. But thank you very much for donating. That is too kind of you, man. And you did this while driving? I'm pretty sure they say don't tip and drive, but listen, we'll overlook that one this time. I appreciate it, man. Damn. All right. Well, let's keep going. Let's have a good stream here. Oh yeah, so I was gonna talk to ChatGPT as we do this. Yo, I can buy my dinner tonight. Thank you. I can get some Chipotle. Oh man, I discovered Chipotle is out in Dubai now about a month ago, and I think I might have ordered from them like 20 times at this point. Not good for the stomach probably, but good for the heart. These are bangers. Hey Amber, can you hear me?
You're welcome. Glad I could clear that up. If you need any more tips or anything else, just let me know.
Kavai asks, what do you use the teleprompter for? I mean, do you use it other times in recording video scripts? I haven't yet used it for any of my videos because I didn't have the right setup to actually hook it up to my camera. So it's just been sitting here collecting dust. So even for the product review that I just made on the ZR, that was me having like take after take after take of trying to memorize all the script and then just recording it as many times as I could. But now I do have the adapter and everything, so I have it set up here for future videos. And the cool thing about this Elgato teleprompter is that it functions as a screen. So it's got a massive screen to it. Here, let me actually just see. Also, this is straight up banger. Elgato teleprompter screen. Man, Mac, I can't get over the fact that you donated that much. That was very kind of you. Damn. Is this the thrill that streamers get when like people just give money like that. Thank you, man. Okay, the Elgato teleprompter. I bought this like maybe over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago actually, and it's now finally coming to fruition in terms of value. Not even yet. So yeah, sometimes you buy things and just you're playing the long game. But yeah, so if you look here, come on, how do I do this? It gives you a big ass screen. I was hoping it would actually tell you how big the screen is. But yeah, so it actually effectively acts as a third monitor screen, or like a display screen. So then now I just have it set up where I can have OBS with like a little small screen with the chat, and then I can see myself. So then it's a little bit easier for me to recognize when I'm not on the right scene, or if someone's messaging that I should respond to. So built-in display. Let me see. Will it show it here? Appearance? Nope. Just tell me the size. Give me the size. You know what? I don't even care anymore. You get the point. But yeah, it's super cool. It does kind of darken the visual. So I think I did notice that everything got a little bit darker. So I think I might need to wipe the lens as well, or the glass, but I'm not sure. I've seen the Elgato one. It's sick. I did want one, but maybe one day. Dude, Elgato, so Peak Design, I always think is like one of the best when it comes to quality and innovative design. It's almost like they're like UX UI designers that went into like making, like software. I don't know. Anyways, they're very, very on top of their game with like that kind of like physical gears and stuff like that. Elgato, I think, is probably the same, right? Like when it comes to the quality of their products in their industry or their vertical, I feel like they're always sleek design. They really think through some of the details and the features that they got. So, but they're also very expensive. So, all right, I don't like that song as much. Oh yeah, let me talk to ChatGPT real quick. Here we go. Hi, Amber.
Hey there. What can I help you with today?
I need you to put on your master colorist thinking cap on for this one. Can you do that for me?
Absolutely. I'll channel my inner color grading guru mode. Hit me with your question, and I'll do my best to give you a pro level answer.
Okay. There is this concept of the 18% gray tone. Do you know about this?
Yeah, absolutely. So the 18% gray is basically a standard reference in photography and cinematography. It's used because it reflects about 18% of the light that hits it, which is kind of like a mid-tone. So it's a super common reference point for getting exposure and white balance right. So definitely a known concept.
Wait, hold on. When you say it represents 18% of the light that hits it, treat me like a child when you explain these things. So let's say I take a shot, and let's say I take a shot in the dark. So the entire shot is pitch black. What would be the 18% mark then? Wouldn't it all just be the same value of like just pitch black?
Got it. All right, let me break it down like this. So the idea of 18% gray is basically about a middle tone, like something that's not too bright, not too dark, sort of right in the middle. If you imagine a world that isn't pitch black, it's like a nice even gray shade that cameras use to figure out how to expose a shot properly. Now, if you take a shot in complete darkness, yeah, everything's just black, so there's no middle tone. But the concept of 18% gray just means when there's a normal range of light, that gray is like the middle reference point. Hope that makes sense.
Okay, so you're saying that the 18% figure is like a consistent gray tone, as opposed to 18% of a specific shot.
Exactly, you've got it. So it's not about 18% of a particular shot being gray. It's more like this standard gray tone that represents a middle of the road exposure. So in other words, it's just a universal reference point that photographers and colorists use to help get exposure and color right.
Kavai said, we'll have to get fruits and a package from grocery store, then make dinner, but we'll be back in stream. Good luck on this advanced color theory. Is it advanced? I'm not sure, but yes, thank you for the well wishes. Enjoy your productive produce day. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll see you later. Okay, so let's say this 18% figure really does represent a specific gray tone that people use to say that your gray tone needs to match that gray tone. Or hold on, let me try to think of it a different way. So I have this node in my node tree on DaVinci, and in this node tree it creates a gray rectangle, and that rectangle is, I believe, considered the middle gray, or that 18% gray. And I am switching the transfer function so that it's in DaVinci Intermediate. And as part of DaVinci Intermediate, this gray rectangle has the value of 0.336. Are you following me so far, and can you clarify where needed?
Absolutely, I'm following you. So you're talking about using a node that basically displays a reference gray patch that's set to that middle gray value. And you're right. In DaVinci Intermediate, that middle gray is going to have a specific numeric value like that 0.336. And the idea is that it's a target reference so that you can match your footage to that neutral gray tone. Basically, it's just a way of making sure that your exposure and your colors are balanced to a known standard. So yeah, you're on the right track, and that's exactly what it's there for.
Yo, what's up, Turiel? And Saronisi said, when you think in black and white, black is completely no light and white is completely exposed. 18% gives a balanced brightness in terms of exposure. Turiel said the value, it's your pivot. But yeah, so sorry guys, because this is, again, this is how mentally blocked I am, okay? Because one, I don't even know what pivot really means. Like, I see the term pivot, I see it next to the contrast, but I haven't actually gotten an explanation for what that actually means. And then Cyronis, in terms of what you mentioned about the 18% gives a balanced brightness, I still don't actually know what that means though. Like, we're saying like 18% of the... It's like saying to get this gray tone, the proper gray tone like this is when 18% of... Jesus, yeah. See, I'm already kind of lost. Mackie said, I set my zebras on my camera to 18% gray, which for the FX3 is 41 IRE. All cameras are different. Hang on, let me find you the video. True said, look at your primary wheels. You'll find the contrast and pivot value. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I've seen these values before, but I don't know what pivot means. Maybe okay. Let me start with that. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, Amber. I'm still quite lost. Like I'm getting and seeing what you're putting down, but I don't see it as food yet. So help me consume this knowledge. Let's start with the concept of pivot. So for example, with the DaVinci Intermediate and that gray tone, that node tree the node that I have, which has no other effects, it's then just applying this gray color or this gray tone, and it says the figure 0.336. And then I believe that 0.336 is related to the pivot value, but I don't know what pivot is. So for example, in my shot right now, on that node, it is showing a pivot value of 0.435 in my primaries color bars in the node that I've also applied that middle gray to, the 18%. So does that mean does that mean I need to adjust this pivot to equal 0.336, or does it not matter at all? And again, what is pivot?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's break it down a bit more. So the idea of pivot is basically that it's a control in DaVinci Resolve that sets the balance point around which your contrast adjustments happen. So when you adjust contrast, the pivot is sort of that midpoint that determines what's considered your middle gray or your midtone. Now that 0.336 that you're seeing is kind of like the standard middle gray value in DaVinci Intermediate. It doesn't mean you have to set your pivot exactly to 0.336, but it's just a reference that that's the midpoint gray. So if your pivot is slightly different, it's not a big deal. It's just about how your image is balanced. So hopefully that helps make it a little easier to digest.
Let me just see. Cyronius, I don't know if your link went through or not, because I know some people got blocked. Okay, no, it worked. Huh, that's weird. Max said, find what your 18% gray is for your camera in IRE values. By the way, with the Nikon ZR, what is the 18% gray in IRE values?
So for the Nikon ZR, or really any camera that
This is
uses
a banger
standard
song,
IRE
by the way.
values, that 18% gray usually sits around 40 to 50 IRE. It's basically that mid-tone level on your waveform monitor that helps you know where your exposure should be. So if you're looking at a waveform and you want to know where that middle gray is, it's going to be roughly in that 40 to 50 IRE range.
Yo, that's a banger song. Bad Boys. What a name. But yeah, thanks guys. I do appreciate this. So Cyroni sent the link to a YouTube video. So I do hope that my mental block that I'm having makes sense in some ways. Because like, I guess where I'm getting a bit confused is, okay, so this gray tone is a consistent color or tone or whatever. It feels weird, I know, but point is, what I see here is supposed to be the accurate gray tone when you have accurately exposed your shot or properly exposed your shot, where when you properly expose, this gray tone usually will appear at some 18% figure or something to that effect. And so then the thing is, we use this as a way to then, when I take my other shots or as I color grade, I want to be able to match up this gray exact color, this exact brightness, or whatever you want to call it, this exact tone. I want this gray tone, if it exists originally as this, and then as I make my edits, it should match up perfectly. And then that is considered like we've balanced our exposures properly. Is like kind of the understanding I have. And at least from the videos, I can understand the instructions, but I don't understand the reasons behind it. So like, again, even this value of 336, I don't really know. I guess I kind of understand now with the pivot. So is that really just saying like, you know, when you're playing with the contrast where you're trying to, you know, play with how bright or dark some of the parts of your images, there's a pivot point from which it's almost like when you play with your curves, it will pivot from this point as opposed to another point when it decides to split off or like make that adjustment in one direction or the other. So I kind of think I can understand that. And so then it's saying, hey, for a DaVinci Intermediate color space, the pivot point for where this middle gray exists is at 0.336. And maybe that's at the 18% mark. I have no idea. So these numbers are all kind of jumbled up to me still, and I don't actually know what they serve. But okay, so then it's like, okay, at this 18% something something, and then you get this gray tone. It's like, okay, but I kind of want to intuitively understand it, and I'm clearly not. So that's where I think I need to watch a few more videos. But then I also will show you guys where I've been struggling and where we ended up yesterday. So Mac, you said look at the waveform and adjust it to IRE values. Use the waveform. It'll be much easier. Okay, for instance, I have the waveform on the bottom right. Let me put on my banger music again. Oh, Jesus. Let me turn that down. We'll watch that in a second. So I have the waveform open, and I do see values on the left side, and it goes from 0 to 4095. And what did they say? Something about an IRE value of 40 to 50 is for my camera, but I don't know what that is, or I don't know what that means in regards to these numbers here. adjust it to IRE values. Now, I do have dehancer, and in dehancer, they do have that one function to see IRE, the false color IRE. So now here's what it looks like when I turn it on, but there's no values associated with it as far as I can tell. Okay, this song. I mean, it's kind of catchy. I'm not gonna lie. Let's move to the next one though. It's Cyrones who said, so when you're using a reference, it's just a guide to help you get closer to the consistent marker, right? It's purely for exposure, not for color balance. Yeah, that's why I keep catching myself when I'm like saying color, because I know it's not like a color thing as opposed to a like a tone or a lighting thing. Yeah, so here's the thing, Cyrones. I understand the instructions, and I can follow the instructions, but then I'm not getting the results from the instructions, or the results made me question why it looked the way it did. So then I was like, oh, did I not follow the instructions correctly? And then 2, do I really actually understand? If someone were to ask me to explain 18% gray, could I explain it? If someone asked me to explain this 0.336, could I explain it? And like, I'm not there yet, obviously, and I kind of want to be there. And yeah. Check out the video, damn it. Okay, sorry, my bad. You want to understand the why of what you're doing. Gotcha. Yeah, exactly. Check out the video. And then Mackie said the waveform should be in values of 0 to 100. It's not set to IRE. Yeah, but I don't know how to... We'll ask ChatGPT that in a second. Let me... I don't want Cyrones to yell at me. Hold on. Where is this video?
Hi, John Hess here from FilmmakerIQ.com. This IQ Bits video is an addendum to our Science of Exposure and Metering video, because we kind of need to talk. I mean, what the Facebook is middle gray? Middle gray.
Yes,
middle gray,
exactly.
Middle gray to middle gray to middle gray. Well, middle gray is simply halfway between white and black. See? Here's black.
Halfway between white and black. Okay, fine. Fair enough. And then that's where it gets confusing, because it's like 18%. But I guess it's saying 18% of middle gray, maybe? Okay, anyways.
Here's white, and that's halfway. That's what we call middle gray. I hope this has been helpful for your cinematic journey. So
wait a second. Yo, I would have totally subscribed to this guy right away if this is where he ends the video. Like, it's like, you know, thank you very much for watching, and that's it.
And make something... Oh, you want me to go into more detail on what exactly...
I'm going to subscribe to
is
this guy
middle
anyways.
gray?
This guy, I like his humor.
I guess we can do an experiment. So I've got this exposure reference pop-up. Let's take a spot meter reading of the black and white portions. With the black, I'm getting 90 candels per square meter. With the white, I'm getting 1,400 candels per meter squared. So
what is
middle gray
candels?
ought to be the average between the white reading and the black reading. Say 745 candels per square meter.
Candels.
Let's try spot metering the middle gray. And not even close. The middle gray is 360 candels per square meter. That's because our perception of color and lightness don't respond in a linear fashion. That's why in photography, we always talk in stops of powers of 2. So that means if we want to...
Yo, I kind of want to be friends with this guy. I don't know. He gives off that super chill, cool dude vibes. Or a massive creeper. It's like one of those, like flip of a coin. You don't know which one you'll get. But I'm willing to take that bet.
Find the halfway point between white and black. We don't take an arithmetic average. We take a
Arithmetic
mean.
Wow.
We multiply the figures together and take the square root, which ends up being 354.9 candels per meter squared. Really, really close to what I measured with the spot meter. This geometric mean approach was how middle gray was determined as early as 1903. They basically took a geometric mean between a white and black that had a ratio of 60 to 1. The middle gray was equivalent of 12.9% of the white intensity. But you've probably heard of Kodak 18% gray card. Where does 18% fall into all of this? Well, 18% actually comes from the halftone screen printing process dating all the way back to the 1880s. Printers used these 18% gray cards to calibrate the ink flow. The 18% meant it reflected 18% of the light that hits it.
I might need to write this down. What did it say? It means 18% of the light that reflects.
The 18% meant
it reflected 18% of the light.
reflected 18% of the light that hits it. If you think about printing in terms of stops, 18% is the geometric mean between white paper, which is
Okay. Don't know what this
95%
means.
reflectance, and black ink, which is 3.5% reflectance.
Okay.
When Ansel Adams and Fred Archer published the zone system in 1941, they used this 18% gray card that printers use as a reference for middle gray, or zone 5. Later in the 20th century, we get even more precise printing color spaces like lab color space. In lab, color is described in terms of L for luminance and A and B for color opposites red, green, and yellow, blue. Middle gray is literally 50% L value, which once you do the math, comes to precisely 18.42% CIE/XYZ luminance. However, that is from the print side. We're dealing with capturing light. When Adams clarified how to use the 18% gray card, he recommended the card be held so that it was tilted halfway in the direction of the light, effectively darkening the card. Kodak's instructions when they manufactured and sold gray cards recommended that readings using these cards ought to be raised a half a stop, which effectively put middle gray at 12% reflectance. And 12.8% is what the NCPH 3.49 1971 sets as a standard for what middle gray is when it comes to light meters. Now, 18% or 12%, I really doubt most of you watching would find that big a difference between the two.
Agreed.
The nice thing about digital is we have a whole host of tools to help further make our decisions. Tools like histograms and waveforms. Using a gray card is almost like using an incidence meter with a waveform. Put the card...
Yo, Mikey P, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Hells yeah, thank you very much. It's a measure of brightness. So yeah, but then now I'm getting confused because I don't think, that was the first time I heard that line where it said that it's 18% of the light gets reflected. At that, yeah.
...the shot and get the gray card to hit the middle of the waveform. Now keep in mind that 90 IRE is pretty much white and 7...
Okay, so here's that IRE that was being mentioned earlier from Mac, right? Dictation sucks, Mac? Yeah, don't worry about it. But I think, Mac, I'm getting the thing you're talking about, or at least in this video, it's showing an IRE of 0 to 100. And then so let's say if the camera was supposed to be between 40 and 50, but I'm not getting that value in DaVinci. So we'll ask ChatGPT about that as well. Hold on.
Now keep in mind that 90 IRE is pretty much white and 7.5 IRE is pretty much the bottom of black. So your middle gray card should sit between 38 and 55 IRE. Well, that's a big range. But it comes down to your camera, your recording format, and your own personal taste. In the end, middle gray is a pretty elusive thing. I mean, look at this image and tell me which tile is darker, A or B. The truth is, perception is a powerful, powerful thing. Well, there you have it. Expect to see a bunch of photo nerds arguing over this until the internet ceases to exist. Of course, that would be nothing new. I'm John Hess. Give this video a like, subscribe, hit the bell, and consider popping.
See, it's always a like, subscribe, and hit the bell. Oh, wait, hold on. He might say the fourth one then. Considering popping over
to Patreon and
oh, no. Oh, it's a new one.
A patron. Until next time, I will see you at filmmakeriq.com.
Thank you, John Hess. I like this. Okay, well, thank you, Cyronius, as well, for sending that over. I guess I hope that shit was helpful, you dumb bastard. I'll say it was slightly helpful. Mainly because what have I learned from that video? I learned that some people have better personalities suitable for YouTube than others. And now I'm wondering, do I have the personality type that can match a John Hess? So I do thank you for sending that. That was very helpful for that. When it comes to understanding middle gray, it got me 18% closer to understanding it. How about that? You can probably right click on the Y values on the left to change their value type. Okay, let me try that. And we'll talk to ChatGPT, Amber. Mac, you said 18% reflectivity of light only and not color. But, okay, hold on. Let me think about this. Hope that shit. Oh, sorry, I'm rereading that line that you said to me. Yeah, so your DaVinci Resolve waveform is not set to IRE values. Yeah, that much I understand. The question becomes, how do I actually change it? Let me put on my banger music again while we're figuring this out. I'm clipping that, says Cyronius. All right, we'll make some clips. You need to switch it in DaVinci Resolve to the show. Yeah, to show this. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT the verse. Amber, how do I switch my waveform in DaVinci to IRE values? Hello? I think I pissed her off. Let's try again. This is always what I have to ask in the beginning. Amber, can you hear me? Miss Amber, please let us know if you're there. Oh, let's try refreshing. Are you alive, Amber?
I am indeed here and alert. So feel free to keep the questions coming.
Okay, how do I set my waveform into IRE value?
Sure. In DaVinci Resolve, you can set your waveform to display IRE values pretty easily. Just open up your scopes panel, and then in the settings for the waveform scope, you can change the scale to IRE. Usually there's a little settings icon or 3 dots you can click on. Once you do that, you'll see your waveform and IRE values, and that'll help you line up that middle gray or any other.
Okay, let me stop you there. So I'm in the waveform scopes in the color panel or in the color tab. And I see here, after I clicked on the 3 dots, I go to waveform scale style. And inside of it, there are only a few options here. There's 10-bit, there's 12-bit, there's percentage, there's MV, and there's HDR. And then below that, I can choose between video level scopes and data level scopes.
Got it. So in DaVinci Resolve, they don't actually use the word IRE directly in that menu, which can be a little confusing. Basically, the percentage scale is the one that corresponds to IRE. So if you set your waveform to percentage, that is essentially the same as looking at it in IRE terms, where 100% is like 100 IRE and 0% is like 0 IRE. So just switch it to percentage and you'll be all set to read it as if it were IRE values.
Okay, thank you very much for getting me there. Now, would you recommend using video level scopes or data level scopes?
Yeah, definitely. So in most cases, you'd probably want to stick with video level scopes, especially if you're working with standard video footage. Video levels typically scale from 0 to 100 IRE or 0 to 100% for Rec 709 footage, and it's going to match what you're doing if you're delivering for something like YouTube or general broadcast standards. Data level can be a bit more for things like full range files, and it's a little less common unless you have a specific reason. So I'd say go in video levels and you should be good to go.
Yo, thank you, Cyronius. Set the percentage. Yes, we got there eventually. Yeah, so now we're at the 0 to 100 scale. So then back to what Mac had said. Right now, based on what I could see here, it looks like I can't zoom in, but it looks like the gray, middle gray right now, it looks like there's like 2 lines. Oh, is that just because of this bars? Okay, hold on. Okay, so I see 2 line bars at hovering around like 15 and 20% roughly. Or actually, it looks like it's at 18%. Is that just coincidence? Okay, see, this is where I get... Oh, yeah, hold on. Let's take a quick pause here. Cyronius sent me a link. Mackie said, you need to switch it in DaVinci Resolve to show IRE values. Oh, is this a clip? I guess I... Okay, well, thank you, Cyronius, as well, for sending that over. I guess I... Hope that shit was helpful, you dumb bastard. Okay. Yeah, thank you for such a kind-hearted message to me, and for clipping that. Thank you, Cyronius. Can always rely on you for that. What is this music? What the hell just happened? Okay, I definitely need to download this song. It's called Too Much Burrito, and that's been my life for the past, like, 3 weeks. Thank you, Chipotle. Okay. So here's where basically I'm running into the issues. And thank you guys for your assistance as I try to figure this out. Okay, so let's say if I deactivate... What do I need to deactivate? This is where it gets confusing for me because, like, I have so many things in the color grading that I've been doing. So what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to... So let's say if I deactivate dehancer. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to figure out here is, let's say if I turn off all of my color grading stuff and just keep the color correction stuff, right? Then does that mean I have it correctly done? Hold on. Let me now hop back over. Let's watch that will cause video again.
My shot, but I'm not going to bake that in. So let's just call this balance. I'm gonna go under my global and I'm gonna drop it a little bit, something like that. This doesn't look bad. I'm just gonna keep it somewhere around here. So this looks good. I'm gonna go right here and now we're gonna do a similar thing. So we're gonna just like jump in here and we're going to create a pretty...
I think I discovered one thing I did that's different from how he's doing it. Let me just confirm.
Pushed on low, right? So let's just keep it somewhere around here. Do we want to lift it up more? Right, so this is giving it a lot of pop. So what's the next step? The next step is to make sure our 18% gray is intact. So I'm going to drop on...
Okay. So this, I don't know if this actually is a big deal or not, but the way I had it set up in my node structure is I set up that 18% gray node before the color correction nodes. Or in his case, for this example, he just had one node called balance. And so my assumption is this balance node is the equivalent of like his, quick attempt at like color correcting the image before he does all the LUT related color grading stuff. So he did the color correction, aka balance. Then from there, he connects to a node, which is where he does the middle gray. And then after that middle gray, the nodes afterwards are what he's using to kind of create his LUT. So ordering is color correction, middle gray, color grade. Whereas I think the way I set up my node tree is I have middle gray leading into color correction, leading into color grade. So I don't know if that makes a big difference or not, but yesterday when we were creating this whole node structure, I did realize that we did run into the issue with the middle gray. When it was put in a different order, it did actually cause some issues, right? So maybe that's why I was having such drastically different results. So let's correct for that. And you know what? I'm going to use a different footage to do this because I don't want to touch the color grading stuff we've done. So let's go ahead and rework. Where would that footage be? We're going to rework our power grade node structure. So where is it? This one. Let's reuse that one shot we have of our beautiful alpha male badass shot. And let's make the changes. And this way, there's another change I did, right? What did I do that I was like, oh, I need to change this later? Shoot, I forgot. God dang it. Oh yeah, it's the Rec 709. Okay. So then in this power grade, we'll make two changes. One, let's add in that DCTL of the 20 something 99, 2499. DW. Okay, so everything else is correct. So that's our new modus operandi. Is that the right terminology for this? And then we need to shift this middle gray structure to after the color grading. So let's just move this aside. We're going to have to disconnect all of these. And we'll put some music back on.
QT charts.
No, not you. Cyronis, you said your nodes are massive. That's what she said. Yeah, yesterday we spent the whole stream just trying to figure out the concept of creating LUTs. And then I also did a revamp of my node structure. So hopefully this is a new and improved structure that I can use going forward. It is a bit overkill, but I figured this way, the more can be better in case for certain like outlier circumstances. But it should cover, generally speaking, what I think are the key things, yeah, for my workflow. And shout out to Fed in the chat who gave some suggestions for a bunch of DCTLs, and then also that Cullen Kelly video, which I absolutely enjoyed watching. You want to get the balance as clean as possible prior to making your stylistic stuff. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, that's basically what I tried doing with the example I was showing just now, where we had our color correction stuff, where I tried to just basically focus on the exposure, the waveform, make sure it looks somewhat proper. I didn't really change the white balance. I think the shot looked okay already. So yeah, I just kind of focused more on like the color correcting curves and exposures and contrast. And then from there, I was doing all the color grading stuff. But let me just rework it, because at the very least, I need to put this 18% gray, middle gray afterwards. So let's say it's something like this. And then basically all we're gonna do is sandwich this guy in between. So we gotta disconnect these, put this in the middle, okay, this song is way too depressing. Let me zoom in. Okay, so now we're just gonna connect these guys up properly. Okay, so then I think I did it correctly. So it goes from this to the D. So we go from noise reduction to the color space transform into DWG. Then it connects to our color correction nodes for balance, exposure, curves, contrasts, and white and black points. Then these all converge into the parallel mixer. And then from here, now I should connect it to our 18% gray. And then this 18% gray should now connect to all of our color grading nodes, starting with our exposure, curves, contrast, white balance point, white and black point, and our contrast. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I think I fixed it. Okay. Mackie said, I know it's confusing, but 18% gray is not 18% IRE. So 18% gray on the... Thank you for at least starting by saying I know it's confusing. You prepped my brain for that. 18% gray is not 18% IRE, so 18% gray on the FX3. Man, this is sounding like a rap song. Maybe it's because this rap song is going on. I'm like reading it like that. 80% gray is not 18% IRE, so 18% gray on the FX3 camera is 41 IRE. You need to know what 80% gray is on the ZR in IRE value. Yeah. Churio said, to understand how I use the middle gray as a colorist, I use the middle gray to modify the contrast or create a split tone without modifying the mid-tone of my shot. This is how I do it. So on a node, I go to the HDR wheel, global saturation to 0, and the contrast to 0 too. I use my qualifier to create a point on the custom curve that I modify under and higher. So you, hold on, let me just read that again. So you take a node, in the HDR wheel, you're desaturating everything, and the contrast is 0. And I use my qualifier to create a point on the custom curve that I modify under and higher. What does that mean? Hold on. So I just take a random one, go to HDR, global sat, where are you? If I bring the saturation all the way down to 0, and if I drop the contrast, where are you? Contrast is 0. Oh, you're saying just to create the middle gray. So like this is how you manually create the middle gray. And then use like a qualifier to click. So then you click on this essentially with the eyedropper. Or the qualifier. I see. So then once you do this, you click anywhere, and does it like actually create a line for you or something, or? So then in our current scope here, this middle gray is showing at like, or I guess this everything here is somewhere in that 30 to 40 mark. You see, I can share you my screen to show you if you want. Going through. No need, man. Listen, I appreciate it, but no, it's fun for me to just like kind of explore this. I'm such a practical visual learner in the sense that I just need to use my own examples here, I think. But I think I understand. So you're basically you're saying you do this as a step to figure out where the middle gray point is. And you like mark it so then you know where it is on your waveform or on your curves, on the custom curve. Okay. So you do something like this. I see. So then if you click anywhere, it'll create these little dots. And then once you have these dots, you're saying when you now adjust the curve, you know that's your kind of pivot point, if you will. Is that the same thing as a pivot? And so then once you undo the global sat and put this back to 1 contrast, then are you just making adjustments from this curve with that dot there? You said that is what? That is something. I feel like I'm understanding what you're saying, kind of. Or at least I'm following your instructions and some things are happening that sound similar or look similar to what we've been working on. So at the very least, when I did what you said, where I reduced the saturation and the contrast to 0, it at least looked like the same kind of middle gray. So then, yeah, my assumption is that's how you get to the middle gray manually without needing a DCTL or anything else. And then once you have that middle gray, you're then using the qualifier tool, and then you're also going to your curves. And so that way, when you click anywhere on this middle gray color, it shows you where in your curves that middle gray point is. So in my case, it created this little dot on my curve here. So then that becomes like the pivot essentially, or is that where it's saying like, oh, and let me read your comment again. You said, I use the middle gray to modify the contrast or create a split tone without modifying the mid-tone of my shot. So, okay, I think I'm following you so far, where it's like, okay, you've now identified the middle gray, and then when you click on it with the qualifier, it shows you on the graph or on the curve where that middle gray value is. But then I guess where I lose you is, what does that help you do? So like, does that mean that when you play with the curves, it just lets you have a point there so it won't adjust that value? So if you like lift the curves, you know, like when you're making an S curve or something, it just keeps that value stuck there that you play from. But then I don't think what I'm saying makes sense anymore. So I think I'm kind of understanding. But let me reset this. We'll do this with the proper shot. First, let me save this node tree. Let me just see, is there anything else I need to change with our node tree before I save it again? Oh wait, the DCTL. I think there's something where I didn't actually apply the DCTL in there. Yeah. So we'll put that to the filmic contrast. And we'll turn that off. Okay, now let me save this. And we'll use a nice little thumbnail for our power grade. Boom! Look at that. Look at that eye. Someone's calling me. Oh, sorry guys, I have something. 1 second. 1 second. I think I have a delivery person outside. Give me like 2 minutes. I have to sign for something, I think. In what was the highlight of this morning, we stumbled upon a lion pride with 4 incredibly young and playful cubs. It led to some magical moments, including one climbing a tree, or at least attempting to. I will share those moments with you now as I experienced it through my lens. Please enjoy. Okay. Turio said, oh wait, hold on. Mac, you said, I'm also a visual person, so I get where you're coming from. Okay, gotta go. Guys, it's been fun. Have a great day. Thank you again, Mac. You were overly generous. I do appreciate the addition to being a tier 1 member on YouTube and for the super chat. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good day, and hopefully I'll see you very soon. Turio said, that is how I use the middle gray. Yeah, because if you want to manage your exposure with the middle gray, you need to get a color checker rec on your shot. So Turio, the thing that we downloaded yesterday was some DCTL that essentially is like, it shows you a middle gray bar and then the value. So that was like the way I did it. I wish you were here yesterday, because then it's like, oh, I mean, it's a free DCTL, so it's not like it's not the worst thing. But thank you very much, Turio. So Let me save this as a power grade, updated one. Let's change the label. Okay. So anyways, I think this was necessary. I'll just do it manually for the shot that we've been working on. But I'm just hoping that by switching it over to have the 18% gray thing happen afterwards, maybe that'll at least be a bit more accurate for what I'm supposed to do. So we'll see. So we'll drag these ones closer. Okay. Oh my god, I really hate this one little freaking node thing that is always in the way. Okay, anyways, getting distracted. So these ones plug in. Okay. So we just need to drag this to each of these guys. And then these ones all link up to the parallel mixer. And then here we gotta disconnect these. And now we connect it to our new ordering, the 18% gray, which then goes to all the curves, or the color grading stuff. And there we go. Okay, so I think this is in the proper order, at least following the YouTube video stuff. So here's what I was trying to do. Wait, what do I do here? Okay, so when I have this, let me just zoom out. So basically, when I was doing my color correction setup, this is where we ended up with our color correction nodes, right? Where according to the waveform, this seemed like fairly close to what it needs to be. Maybe I can drop it down a bit. So let's go into our color correction exposure. And if I just drop that exposure slightly. Turio said, because the 336 is the middle gray pivot into the DaVinci wide gamut color space. Right, so that's where I think I'm making a little bit more sense, or I'm understanding a bit more, so that 336 figure is where it's like that same point on the curve line when you clicked on it. Or I think, actually I don't know, it's kind of a guess. But okay, so let me just show you guys the steps that I was taking, right? So here, looking at the footage, oh sorry, I'm not showing my screen. So then looking at my visual with every color grading node turned off, it was more saying like, okay, first step, we do our color correction, let's get our balance correct. And, you know, generally speaking, I think this is fairly fine as like our balanced shot. According to maybe the waveform, it looks like everything is within that, you know, somewhat uniformly in the 0 to 100 or like the 10 to 90, I guess, range-ish. Although maybe I might have to lift it. I'm not sure. Because now that I'm reading, was it like it needs to be above 9 or 7.5 or something? So then maybe what we do is we raise the white and black point. Okay, so let's just say this is considered like somewhat color corrected. The exposure levels, I'm focusing more on the exposures than anything else, but let's say looking at this, there's nothing overexposed, underexposed. According to the waveform, we're in good hands. So if that is true, then we move on to the next step. Where I'm going to activate this 18% gray. Okay, so now I've activated this DCTL, which is showing us that middle gray 18% figure. Yo, what's up, Fed? Now start working on an S-curve for contrast. Yo, by the way, Fed, you just missed a new person in the chat. Mac. Oh shit, he said how to say his last name and I forgot. Matt Chaudhry. Mac Chaudhry. Mac Chaudhry, it sounds like he's also someone who is, you know, deep into the colorist filmmaking side of the world. So, yeah, thank you again, Mac. If you're still listening, I don't think you are, but I appreciate you becoming a tier 1 subber and for your super chat. I appreciate it. Fed, welcome back to the stream. Now start working on an S-curve for contrast. Okay, Fed, let me catch you up because we're struggling here. Turio says to resume middle gray is useful to manage your exposure. If you had record a color checker with a middle gray. Yo, what's up, Jai Kumar? Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. All right. With the middle gray, otherwise, the middle gray is useful to modify your contrast. Okay, so maybe that's also an area where I'm not like really following yet. So it sounds like this is good for contrast or creating a split tone without modifying your midtone. You read some of his comments just now. Gotcha. Okay, so Fed and Turio, of course, and anyone else, but really, this is a problem-solving session. I think I solved one of the issues I was dealing with yesterday when I had my node tree built. I had the 18% node set up before the color correction nodes. I don't actually know if it makes a big deal or not, but then after revisiting and watching that Wakaz video and some other ones, I think the 18% comes after the color correction. So once we've balanced the shot, let's say, in terms of the exposures or whatever, then there was a node where you apply the temporary 18% gray. And then from that, we're able to see where is that line in the waveform. So I see the line in the waveform, and that line is hovering just under the 40 mark of the IRE waveform meter value. So then if I were to follow the Wakaz strategy, at this point is when I'm supposed to technically turn on my exposure thing or whatever. Actually, hold on. Let's see what he does. Does he like turn on and off everything?
And I'm just gonna look at what's going on. So we dropped by quite a lot.
Okay, so then this is where I get a little bit confused. Or maybe it's because did he do anything with the other nodes? Because I thought maybe he made adjustments to the other nodes, but he's only deactivating one node. So the assumption that he has got one node that does everything to do with exposure levels. Hold on. What did you work on?
And see what's going to happen. So this time I'm going to start by balancing my shot, but I'm not going to bake that in. So let's just call this balance. I'm gonna go under my global and I'm gonna drop it a little bit, something like that. This doesn't look bad. I'm just gonna keep it somewhere around here. So this looks good. I'm gonna go right here, and now we're gonna do a similar thing. So we're gonna just like jump.
It's
in
just
here,
for
and
his
we're gonna
curve.
create a pretty, like, let's just do a little bit of a, pushed fun look, right? So let's just keep it somewhere around here. Do we want to lift it up more? Right, so this is giving it a lot of pop. So what's the next step? The next step is.
So this is Turio, what you mentioned about it's good for like contrast stuff.
So we dropped by quite a lot. So I'm gonna go ahead and start.
Okay, so let's think about that real quick. Okay. Low base, you said, I'm not saying I'm a lazy piece of crap, but I just used ChatGPT's agent mode to fill out my timesheet at work. Nice. As long as you don't tell them, right? Would your work care? Fed, you said since you didn't shoot with the color checker, you shouldn't get so obsessed with middle gray. Just put the contrast to 0.336. Looking at your video when you just did it by eye, it looks great, middle gray or not. I mean, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. And actually, let me follow up on that contrast thing you mentioned. Is it that I set the contrast to 0.336, or is it the pivot value? That's another area where I get a bit confused. Hold on. Okay, should we just turn everything back on then? Because let's say if I go to the, HDR... Okay, so for instance here, in my color bars, contrast is set to 1, and pivot is set to 0.435. So is it that we change the pivot to 0.336? Low Base, you said, maybe I am. My work hates AI. Well, if you're the head of security, I imagine AI could be viewed as a threat in many ways, as well as a blessing, maybe. Fed, you said the pivot. Okay, gotcha. So let's say I set the pivot to 0.336. I'm not sure, so I don't visibly see any changes. But now, okay, so I'm on my color grading curves. And here I've already kind of created a bit of an S curve, let's say. Now, looking at this, even though I have done, didn't I do adjustments? Okay, so let's say I don't do any adjustments to this node here. So the curve is the one that's mainly for the contrast. Okay, so then let's say if I look at the comparison here, this is what the 18% gray is saying it should be, roughly around the 40 mark, it looks like. And then my color grading curve node drops it down to like 15, let's say. So then if I were to follow the rules of this whole middle gray thing, it sounds like what I need to do then is I need to lift the exposure until it matches. So if I were to follow that rule, let's say I just need to start lifting this global exposure. And it sounds like I need to bring it up almost 2 stops, right? So yeah, it's like the same thing as last time, roughly speaking. There. So according to this middle gray thing, this is what is supposed to be like a properly balanced image. Low base, I pushed to buy AI-based security camera software. There's software now that will not only read license plates, but also clock the make, model. Damn. I feel like that's technology that exists in Dubai. Well, in Dubai, I mean, they have like everyone's fingerprints, biometrics, your blood type, everything. So it was shot down immediately, not because of the cost, which is surprisingly low, but because it's using AI. Yeah, yeah. I used to work in like in that world as well, or like for a company that focuses a lot on security, payment security, things like that. It's like the moment you whisper AI, they shut you down. Okay. Fed, I think you're correct regardless that maybe it's just best to move on. And like either way, this is me trying to explore and see if I edit something in a certain style. And if I like it, can I generate this as a LUT? And then where will it work? Where will it break? And then sometimes by seeing where it breaks will definitely also help me realize why I do need to adhere to certain rules or not. So I definitely understand, at the very least, I understand that if I don't follow this rule and if I stick to like the kind of editing that I've been doing, I will have to then deal with the fact that I am very much underexposing my shot, and potentially if I apply this LUT to other photos, the same thing might occur where I end up causing shots to look very, very underexposed. So fair enough, right? Fair enough. And like clearly here, now that I'm looking at it again, it's like, you know, this one looks pretty dark. Maybe way darker than it should be. So we can lift it a bit, just not so much. Oh, you know where also it starts getting confusing? I guess you need to make a LUT based on a single frame. Is that how it works? Because like if I use some keyframes to adjust the exposures, then it's really like when I export, I have to export for a specific frame, whatever the colors and everything is, I assume. So yeah, I probably should just stick to like one frame, like this one, and then let's just edit from that. And then the thing I still, I guess, don't really understand is, okay, I set my pivot to 0.336. However, I don't actually know what the effects of doing that are. Or I don't like visually see it. I don't see like, it didn't like create something for me to see the impact. Visually, yeah, it just is the exact same thing. So once I set the pivot, it's saying like, hey, if you now adjust the contrast level, it will adjust it slightly differently based on whatever the pivot value is like maybe the way I'm understanding it, but I don't see it visually for me to like help me understand the idea. Okay, we're going to stick with this one. Fed, you said it makes sense since you're making a LUT. But remember, it's just the dehancer part that will be in the LUT if you make it in there. The rest is a power grade, and people will use the nodes to grade themselves. So it doesn't matter much all that much. Wait, hold on. I'm not following you on the last part. Because I'm trying to create a LUT that combines dehancer with everything else that I'm doing, right? So like I'm trying to create a LUT that's got everything, every bit of the color grading side of things, right? And then I also want to create a LUT within dehancer, just to test out that feature anyways. I don't know to what extent. Because like, okay, so what I'm saying is like the power grade is separate from the LUT, which is separate from the dehancer LUT. So I have like three things that I'm working on right now. So the first thing we somewhat created already, which is the node, the power grade structure. So we've got our power grade structure completed. So this would be something that I provide as like a free download, let's say, for anyone to use. Then we're going to hopefully over time build out a bunch of LUTs based off of my color style and my footages that I use to create those color styles. And then that's the thing that we will be providing. Well, this is what I want to market and sell like on my website. And then the third thing I'm working on is specifically for dehancer, is to see, can I generate, using the dehancer node, can I then generate a LUT and then provide that also for free as part of like my dehancer review, let's say. It's like, hey, if you want to see which features I like the most, here you go. This is a LUT created to make this specific image, let's say. You said, okay, how are you going to make this LUT? I have no idea. so that's the other thing. Well, according to that video, the Waka's video, let's say when I'm ready to go, if we say, hey, this is what I want to test. Can all of these color grading nodes lead to a cool LUT experience here. So then based on what I've got here, it would mean I need to copy all of these nodes, essentially, that come after the color correction. These are the ones that I need to somehow say, package this into one single LUT and test. Fed, you said, yeah, I tipped you about making the LUT in dehancer just for dehancer. Yeah, and I appreciate that. Exactly. That's, I want to see, like, let's just test out that feature, see if people can download it and use it. And that's why I was asking that question the other day about, like, oh, so if I create a LUT and I use dehancer, does that mean it won't actually be a usable LUT for other people who don't have dehancer? And so my understanding, I think you said it and maybe some other people, was like, no, you can generate the LUT using all of those features. It's just you can't carry over like the halation and the bloom effects, those kind of stuff. But in terms of like the color stuff, like the look and feel for the colors, that should be fine. You do every day. So, okay, let's say this is my final look and feel that I like, just to kind of speed this along in terms of figuring out if we're doing things correctly. Let's then move on. So we're breaking the rule. We're not going to end up matching the 18% gray mark.
Take my how easy it is. Give the color. The color comes in. So now we're it's like, because if anything, I want to clean it up. I want to there. And then at that point, let's just go right here and lift gamma gain. Let's have some fun. So with gamma, let's just do a little bit of Hollywood warmth. With gain, let's do a little bit of cleanup, right? So
I'm also curious, like he's using a shortcut here to adjust the lift, gamma, and gain, but then specifically to like adjust the decimal points of the white and the RGB. So I'm curious what the shortcut is for that. Amber, what is the shortcut if I'm inside the color panel and I want to adjust the lift, gamma, and gain on the color wheels? What is the shortcut for me to actually adjust the individual values within each one? So let's say if I'm on lift and I want to change the white or the red, green, blue values, how do I do that with shortcuts?
Sure. So if you're in the color panel in DaVinci and
you're
you're
saying it's
adjusting your
a
lift, gamma,
trackball on
and
the
gain,
panel.
you can actually use keyboard shortcuts to nudge those values. Usually if you hold down the Command key on Mac or the Control key on Windows and then use your arrow keys, you can make fine adjustments to the individual RGB values for whatever wheel you have selected. It's a handy way to get really precise without having to click and drag everything with your mouse.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Of course. So when you're in the color panel in DaVinci Resolve and you want to tweak the individual red, green, or blue values for your lift, gamma, or gain, you can do it with a shortcut. Just select the wheel you want to adjust, hold down Command on a Mac or Control on Windows, and then use your arrow keys. That lets you fine-tune those values incrementally without having to click and drag, making it a bit easier to get those precise adjustments.
Okay, Amber, I profusely apologize. I'm not going to lie. I didn't listen to a single word you said, and that's on me, okay? Could you say it again one more time briefly?
No worries at all. I've got you. So in short, if you want to fine tune the lift, gamma, or gain values using a shortcut, you just select the color wheel, hold Command on a Mac or Control on Windows, and use your arrow keys to nudge those values. That's it.
I don't think that's what just happened though, right? Because like when I was looking at what he was doing, it seemed like he... Where is it? Low bass, you said... Oh, hold on. Fed, you said it's just a LUT like any other. It's just like a preset for photos. Anyone can use it as long as they remember to use it in the right color space. Yeah, that's one thing I need to then make clear, that this is like a LUT within the DaVinci wide gamut intermediate space as opposed to in the Rec 709. And then I think what we decided yesterday was then I would make a Rec 709 version as well, but I would essentially need to recreate the magic, if you will. So maybe I should create a second power grade. Yeah, maybe just to speed things up in the future. Maybe I need to create a second power grade where I have all of those color grading things after the Rec 709 conversion. Fed, you said I was about to say he's using his panel. Yeah, I might have missed that. I thought maybe he was just using his keyboard.
Something like this, and then with gamma or with lift can.
Or like he's not using his mouse.
And then with gamma or with
this is the trackball on the panel. But what trackball on the panel? What do we mean by that? I thought maybe you meant like you have to click on one of these little things on the top, or like actually clicking on the dot and then moving it around. But his mouse is here, right? So his mouse hasn't moved, but somehow he's like doing these very fine-tuned adjustments to like one value at a time. He has a control panel. Oh, that bastard. He thinks he's better than us. Damn.
Lift can just go in that sort of direction, and if I do before and after, it just cleans it up a little bit. You know, do we want to bring the gamma down again, lift the gain up, and just like really make this just have it pop out of the screen?
Do we need to make any changes? I mean, maybe I'll just keep it as is. Let's just test. Okay.
Right, like let's just say we want to gain state, and look at this, right in here. I want to just.
So basically, for his test, he just has three nodes.
We can do creative primaries happen here, and we had all the HSL curves and good. Now we go here to this shot, and all we have to do first is
hold on. What? Oh, okay. I skipped the steps.
All the
Oh, guys. Sorry. Question for anyone, but really, when you're creating the LUTs, because I noticed that what caused in his video, he was exporting them out into 33 cube, but then I think online, or at least on Google, or sorry, like with ChatGPT, it was like suggesting that you should export it into a 65 cube LUT. Whereas like the 33 is better for, let's say, if you're putting this inside your camera for like, you know, real-time assist kind of thing, like a view assist. But for like editing purposes or like on a, you know, desktop, it's usually like a 65 cube. But I don't know, because I saw he was doing a 33 cube export.
Happen here. We got our S curves happen here. And now let's save that as a LUT. So this is going to be 33.
Oh my god. I got scared for a second, or shocked, because on the top right it said it was 1:15 a.m. So I was like, what the hell? It's only 9 p.m. almost.
And we'll call it Pro. Save that as a LUT. We got our S curves happen at all. So this is what we got. Okay, so now we can do another version of that, and now let's just.
So wait, sorry, that now he's doing a thing. Low base, he said, I'm making updates to anti-spam. There's a new-ish scam bot making the round, so I'm updating the heuristics to catch it, fixing it so that when the bot bans a bot, it adds that bot to a database. Damn, you're creating your own. You're like the FBI, man. And it bans that bot for all users of the chatbot, effectively making our own known bot list. Like yeah, you got like a no-fly zone, no-fly list. What do they call those people? Damn. Okay, so this is another thing I need to figure out how to do, which is he's creating a new version. So he said something like, hey, so create a new version.
We can do another version of that. And now let's just.
How do you do that?
We can do another.
So he hit some buttons on his keyboard.
We can do another version of that. And now let's just.
And then on the top left, what does it say? Version 1, version 2 is loaded. A color grading version is added. Okay, let me ask ChatGPT. Where is my ChatGPT? Okay, so Amber, if I want to create a new version of one of my clips, so for instance, I have version 1, But if I want to create a second version, what's the simplest way to do it? Is there a shortcut for that? And then when I create a second version, is that a new color grading version, or is that a separate type of thing that I need to create?
Absolutely, I can help with that. So if you want to create a new version of a clip in DaVinci Resolve, there's a really simple shortcut. You can just right click on the clip in the color timeline and go to versions and then choose add version. Or the shortcut is usually Command Y on a Mac or Control Y on Windows to add a new version. When you create that new version, it's basically a new color grading version. So it lets you have multiple grades of the same clip and you can toggle between them. So you can have version 1 and version 2 with different looks and just switch back and forth.
How do you switch back and forth? What's the shortcut for that?
Yeah, definitely. So once you have multiple versions, you can switch between them easily. The shortcut is usually just using the Command B or Control B on Windows to cycle between versions. Or you can just right click on the clip again, go to versions, and pick the version you want. So it's pretty straightforward to just hop back and forth and see which version you like best.
Okay. And so if I understand the reason for this, it basically lets me just try, let's say if I'm trying to edit and create different styles or different color grading styles, I can just have a bunch of loaded versions to switch between them. But then when I go to export the video, do I have to like make sure, is it whatever version is loaded is the one that gets exported?
Yeah, you got it exactly. So having multiple versions just lets you experiment with different looks and styles and easily switch between them to see what you like. And then when you export, exactly, whatever version is currently active or loaded at the time of
You know what I like about ChatGPT? I basically ask the equivalent of like, hey, does 2 + 2 actually equal 4? And she'll always respond with like, yeah, you got it. Yeah, absolutely. You're right on the money. Yeah. She's like, no, you're not an idiot. What an excellent way to think about things. Okay, so yes, so now we can load different versions. So I believe we're on version 2. Version 2 for LUT is loaded. Okay. So in this version, it looks like he just kind of deletes a bunch of the things he doesn't need, which are all the color correction
of that. And now let's just delete these. This is what we got. Okay, so this is where creative primaries, right? So creative primaries happen here, and we had all the HSL curves and stuff happen here. We got our S curves happen here, and now let's save that as a LUT. So this is going to be 33, and now let's save that as a LUT. So this is going to be 33.
Okay, so that was simple enough. You just right click, generate LUT.
And we'll call it Pro. Okay, save it. Good. Now we go here to this shot, and all we have to do first is balance this shot. So like it's too blue, HDR palette, get it out of the blue, put it somewhere around here. Lift it up a little bit, maybe somewhere around here. Let's just leave it here for now. Let's go here, LUTs, refresh. Where's the Pro LUT? Pro LUT, drop it, look at it, boom.
It makes it sound so easy, but we're about to see how this one epically fails. Okay, so now in our new version, I guess I'll just have to delete a bunch of stuff. Fed, you said a LUT in your camera doesn't have to be as precise if it's just to look at when filming. Fair enough. So then I guess it's like, if it's for providing to other people to use, 65 cube is probably the better option. If it's like a version that I want, if you want to load it into a camera, then you do the 33. That is one thing I'm excited to test out with the ZR is, I believe it says you can download like your own LUTs and then apply those LUTs into the view assist while you're shooting. So like in the Red Raw, whatever. So that'll be fun. I don't know if it means any kind of LUTs or if it means like the red, you know, there's like some red LUTs that you can choose from. But that'll be fun. You need to stress test LUTs. It's not really that easy. Yeah, and you know what? This is really fun for me. And I don't actually view it any differently from how I created my presets. Not to say my presets are the best, because like in many ways, like is when I had different styles of color grading for photos, different subjects, different expectations. But at the very least, I did do like a really extensive stress test. I spent so much time like finding a number of footages or number of photos, and then just running all my presets through, creating versions similar to this, but it just takes up so much space. So I'd have like 50 versions of the same photo and like using 50 presets. And then I would do it for another photo and another photo. And then by doing that, I would then start ranking which of my presets seem to work the most on the most number of photos. And then that would help me re-rank and say like this one has the most chance to be a repeatable preset, let's say. Yeah, it was a pretty extensive process. So this, I guess, would be no different. And as we slowly learn how to be better at like color grading, why not? It'll hopefully save me time in the future. And hopefully make me money, right? Then we'll sell these. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to start deleting. So we delete all of the color correction stuff. And then do I need to connect these back? Hold on. Do I need the front and the end to reconnect? I'm gonna assume so, because he has it connected here. So I must have hit delete, but there must be a shortcut that I didn't use, because the way I did it, obviously it requires me to reconnect things. What the heck? Oh, do I need a parallel mixer thing? What the heck? Okay, now I'm struggling. How come I can't connect these guys? Oh, I see. Okay, I think I did it right. Oh, Fed. Oh yeah, I forget if you were here earlier, Fed. I was shouting you out because I did actually watch Colin Kelly's video. So I've switched out the Rec 709, the DCTL. I'm using that JP 2499 thing, which I need to turn off here. Oh wait, that's gonna get confusing. Oh my god, I just threw a wrench into everything, I think. Hold on a second. Let me give my brain a rest real quick. So yeah, Fed, I was shouting out because I watched I have it open still. I watched Colin Kelly's video about the 2499 thing. Why every colorist should have the 2499 DCTL. Really good video, by the way. But yeah, so I appreciate that. I'm now subscribed to him, so hopefully I'll be learning more and more about how to be better at this. Okay, here is the freaking curve ball, I think. part of my color grade for this included stuff that I did prior to the conversion to Rec 709, and then some of it really is just the dehancer stuff. But the dehancer effects that I changed happened after converting back from Rec 709. So then, but then I don't think I need to, if I keep the node that converts back to Rec 709, that would just confuse things, right? Because then I would need I would need another node here that converts it back to DaVinci Wide Gamut. Okay, so I have two, so I think I have two options here, if I'm understanding the logic correctly. For the LUT that I want to create, because initially this LUT is supposed to exist within the DaVinci Wide Gamut intermediate color space. However, for the last portion of my color grading, I actually did the color grading after it was converted back, or converted into Rec 709. But then if I export all of this as a LUT, if I don't include that Rec 709 conversion, then the effects that I changed in dehancer would be incorrect, because it was assuming it's playing with the Rec 709 source. So then to resolve this, I either need to retain this node, the conversion to Rec 709. I need to retain it, then I do the dehancer, and then after the dehancer, I need one extra node to finish things off, where it converts it back into DaVinci Wide Gamut and intermediate space, and then I can export everything. I think that logic makes sense, right? Because then the other option I would have to do is remove this conversion back to Rec 709 and just do everything. I would need to change Rec 7 dehancer's source to the DaVinci Wide Gamut and just do the changes prior. Christ. Fadgy said, I came in around when Chudri was leaving, but I read back in the chat to see what you guys were doing. Gotcha. Well, I haven't done much. I'm going to be honest here. We're still on the same freaking LUT, man. I'm very slow. All right, let me ask Amber this. Okay, Amber, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. So if you've got any more questions, just let me know.
I do. This is a very important one, okay? So I'm about to create my very first attempt at a LUT. Now, this LUT is using color grading nodes that were primarily used inside of the DaVinci Wide Gamut and intermediate color space. So prior to essentially transforming it into Rec 709, most of the nodes are before that transformation. So again, I'll repeat. Most of my nodes are assuming that the user will use this LUT inside of DaVinci Wide Gamut intermediate space. However, one little curveball I've thrown into this without realizing is I have one additional color grading step that I took, which is using dehancer. And I used dehancer after I had converted back into Rec 709. So imagine, if you will, I have a bunch of nodes that were all playing inside of DaVinci Wide Gamut, or assuming that you're in DaVinci Wide Gamut intermediate space. But then I had one node that converted that into Rec 709 and Gamma 2.4. And then after that converting node, then I had a node for dehancer where I made a bunch of effects with Rec 709 being the source. What should I do in this case if I'm trying to export this as a LUT for within DaVinci Wide Gamut intermediate space? Should I create one final node that comes in after the dehancer effect, where I do a color space transform back to DaVinci Wide Gamut intermediate? And then would that solve everything, such that if someone uses this LUT, the logic still applies somehow, where it will have exactly what changes in the right color space, even though there was a color space change within my LUT?
Yeah, you got the right idea there. So basically what you want to do is add one more node after you've applied dehancer, and then do a color space transform back into DaVinci Wide Gamut and Intermediate. And the reason for that is you're essentially sandwiching your effect back into the original working color space. So that way when you export the LUT, it all kind of gets baked in correctly, and someone using it in DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate will have every fifth lineup as you intended. So that little final transform node is kind of like your finishing touch to make sure that the LUT is going to work in the same color space that you started in.
Fed, you were saying I always do Rec 709 last. Well, if I do sharpening, that is the only thing I do after going to Rec 709. Gotcha. Yeah, so I do have that sharpen that goes after the Rec 709. But then I had dehancer afterwards as well. But you're saying it's better to have it as the last node going into Rec 709? Or, yeah. So then basically I should reverse the orders. Dehancer is also DRT, so it works well to go into Rec 709 if it's your last node. Okay. So maybe just to keep things clean, what I'll do is I'll ignore this version that I created. So if I hop back to version 1, and let's correct for our mistake here, where I will now redo this, which means I need to redo the power grade as well later. So now we're going to reverse the order where dehancer should come first, or prior to the conversion. So I'll leave some nodes for like anyone who wants to do LUTs, if I want to do some LUTs after Rec 709. But then, oh, maybe I should, okay, so in the updated power grade node tree, I should probably have I should have at least one node set aside for before Rec 709, which could be like if I want to use someone's LUTs that are in the DaVinci Wide Gamut space, or even my own LUTs, I guess. I just apply it into the node prior to Rec 709, and then I have my nodes afterwards for same LUTs, for Rec 709. Okay. Oh, I'm making my life so much worse. You don't want to do any grading in Rec 709, or if you do, only very small adjustments. Yeah, it was more just like sometimes I thought that this might have been incorrect thinking then, but I could have sworn in my early days when I was like learning about this, it seemed like people were saying usually they have LUTs that they'll apply after the color space transform out back into like Rec 709. And then like I have some nodes for afterwards where things for like vignetting or like the, adding some film grain, stuff like that. All right, so I'm gonna have to do some more work on my freaking node tree. So we're not done yet. Every time I think we're done, they bring me back in. So we'll still have sharpen at the end. We'll have two node trees, or two nodes for like any additional LUTs. Just for fun, I guess.
My work decided to fuck with me and move my Wednesday to Thursday and Friday. So if you wanna do object tomorrow, I'm around.
Yo, what's up, Photo Elite? They moved you around. Let's see. Move my Wednesday to Thursday, Friday. So if you want to do OBS stuff tomorrow, I'm around. Yeah, for sure, man. Okay, listen. I can either ping you or you can ping me, depending on like when there's availability. Then that'd be great, man. I very much appreciate it. I think my OBS right now is actually running fairly smoothly now. So I do hope it'll be a very quick review as far as I can tell. Yo, Kevin, Edora, yo, long time no see. Good to see you, man. Yeah, and welcome Photo as well. Welcome back. What's up, Kevin, man? It's been a while. Some power grades may have some final small adjustment nodes after Rec 709 for minor tweaking. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. But yes, welcome back, guys. It's been a while since I've seen both of you guys, I think. Yeah, it's been fun. We've in your absence, that TTS never fails. Yeah, I did switch it back to that one. We were having some fun with it. What was I gonna say? Something profound, I think. Oh yeah, no, it's just I think since I last saw you guys in the stream, what's happened? Well, I've published a few videos on YouTube, including the product review video for the Nikon ZR, and then just like some trailers that I made shooting with the ZR. And then the ZR review video definitely it outperformed my expectations. So I was very happy with that. And we did get a lot of new followers from that video. So that's been really cool. So shout out to YouTube. YouTube's been popping off these days. We've got a bunch of new people in the chat and really, really smart people. Yo, Edora, Kevin, thank you very much for resubbing. Yeah. For 3 months in a row. Nice, man. Thank you so much, man. What a day today. What a day. We got someone subbing on the YouTube side, and then we got it on the Twitch side. And I think Low Base resubbed as well yesterday. So thanks, guys. But yeah, and also Photo, because I think I could be wrong. I think Photo, you also do video stuff? I forget. But anyways, we've got some new additions to our community, and including Fed in the chat, Fedorevsky. A lot of people who really understand the concept of being a colorist, the techniques, stuff that are way beyond my current level. So it's been very, very fun today's stream and yesterday's stream has been very much just like, feels like I'm back in class. And I've been watching a bit of YouTube videos that kind of go into the fundamentals of like, how do you color properly? This weird thing about the whole 18% mid-gray, which I understand kind of, but still not really. I get it for the most part, but like, you know. Anyways, it's been very fun and a very learning stream orientation. So, oh shoot, I should have just saved a separate version before I did this. Okay, I'll do that now though. What is it? Command Y? A color grading version is added. Damn, I should have done this earlier. But yes, thank you again, Kevin. Fed, you said, I have seen some power grades where they add these nodes after Rec 709 for some final tweaking of exposure, contrast, and saturation. Yeah, like from everything I heard, it's like, yeah, I agree with what you initially said, right? Like you just want to leave everything for prior to the conversion back, because like, you know, like why would you want to make changes to the more limited color space versus when you could play with the wider range? But then it seems like maybe Rec 709, given it's that standard, maybe a lot more LUTs are set for Rec 709. So it's easier to find LUTs around the world or wherever you're purchasing them. And they might be meant for Rec 709. I don't know. I'm assuming that's some reason for it. Okay, so what I've done is I've switched dehancer to happen before Rec 709. So hopefully this will work. And then so in dehancer, I just got to switch it now to DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate. And yes, now we got this. I think it looks slightly different from what it was before though. And now the question is it worth playing more with it? Now here's another question, and this is definitely just a subjective one. I don't know, what is the most popular print profile? Is it Fujifilm 3513 print film or Kodak 2383 print film? Let's ask ChatGPT. Okay, Amber, I know this question is subjective, but just with that in mind, which of these two film print profiles are more popular? The Fujifilm 3513 print film or the Kodak 2383 print film?
Yeah, you're right. It is a bit subjective, but generally speaking, the Kodak 2383 tends to be a little more popular. It's kind of a classic Hollywood film print look that a lot of people reach for because it has that nice cinematic feel. The Fujifilm 3513 definitely has its fans as well, but if you're talking purely about which one is a little more widely used, I'd say the Kodak one edges out.
Okay, I will follow the masses like sheeple that I am. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And hey, no shame in following what works if it gets you that cinematic vibe you're after. If you ever want to explore the Fuji...
No, thank you. Fed, you said... Oh, wait, hold on. You said that's true. There's tons of Rec 709 LUTs, often also just called standard. Yeah, okay. So I have to keep that in mind as well. That's what I'm thinking. I need to create a Rec 709 version and then like a DaVinci version. Fody said, if you want LUTs, I got you. How many do you want? 100, 200, 2000? That's right. You have like the crazy library, right? No, it's not that I want to download other LUTs. At this point, I just want to create my own, right? So I figured as we start diving further into the YouTube world, especially doing like videos and talking head videos, it's just the missing piece of my kind of business package, right? We have our photo presets on my website. I have my photo tours on the website, but I don't have the video presets or the LUTs. So if I can provide the LUTs as well, then hopefully I'm not missing one of the levers of like a potential funnel for like marketing, business related stuff. Making money, right? At the end of the day, I got to make this sustainable. So as I'm about to make my dehancer product review, I figured let me also spend some time to create my own LUTs if possible. And we'll do the stress testing, see if we can create some fun ones. And then we'll create some LUTs just with dehancer, which I'll use for the dehancer video. But yeah. Fed, you said Kodak was the leader of the industry. Fuji was the Japanese competitor. Now we just have Kodak. Oh, wait, what? Oh, does Fuji not do film stuff anymore? Okay, so now this one's a bit pinkish. Maybe it's too pink. And we lost a bit of that blue. So I might have to review some of these again. So we're using the Konica Impress something 2006. Impressa 2006. Okay, let's just look through some of these now. God, they seriously need to find a fast way to go through these profiles without mouse clicking away. This Konica Minolta one, I think I've used it quite a bit. So that might be one of my go-tos. This one is the one we just used, which I like. This one's more on the blue side. Fed, you said, I think Fuji stopped making back in 2013. Okay. Kodak Ultra Max 400. The colors are slightly too pink, but we can always adjust that later. But the dark areas I kind of don't mind. Mac, what's up? Back for a bit before jumping on a conference call in 15 minutes. Yo, well, thank you for being back. I have made a bit of progress. It might not look like it because we're still on the same image, but I had to readjust my node tree, and I realized that I had dehancer in the wrong location. So now I'm placing it before the conversion into Rec 709. But that means I have to now reselect the right colors. And so I'm choosing a new film stock profile, or I'm at least reviewing them again and seeing which one looks best. And we switched over to the Kodak 2383. Was that the number? Kodak 2383 print film, or the print profile. And now I'm just choosing one of these film stock profiles. I do prefer the faded look. This one's slightly faded. Oh my god. Fed, you said a lot of the film options in dehancer is photography film, most of it. And Max said Rec 709 should be the end state. 2383 is a popular one. Yeah, I just asked ChatGPT, and so it sounds like Amber also agrees that that's the more popular one. So you know what? I was like, I'm gonna follow the masses on that. Ilford. Fujifilm. What did I say? Fuji? I have a Fujifilm Instax. Man, this is a tough job here. I'm not sure why. I mean, some of these look good, but I really liked the one I had before. So I somewhat regret that I'm doing this, or hopefully, but you know what? I should be able to, if it was that good, as I'm browsing through this, if I see something similar to it, I should just resonate with it as I did before, right? Max said, I usually run that and then a print stock at the end. 23, but I thought 2383 was the print stock. Or am I I mean, I'm saying this as if I know. I just learned those phrases, right? But as far as like in the ordering of things, the 2383 showed up in the section where I choose the print profile. And right now I'm choosing between all these like film stock profiles, I believe. Kodak is in general warmer than Fuji. Okay. Mac, you said through Genesis. Oh, I see. You usually run that and then a print stock at the end through Genesis. Man, I gotta look up this Genesis thing. Fuji seems to add some magenta-ish, purple-ish vibes. At least that's how it looks to me. Fed, you said you use Genesis Mac. Looks superb. No, or I must. Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me if I use Genesis on my Mac Studio. Looks superb, but very expensive, but worth it. I might get it at some point. Sometimes it's great, but depends on how your footage is shot. Damn. So it's an expensive thing. Shoot. I'm spending way too much money in the wrong direction here, okay? I got at the $14.99 price point. Okay, you know what? Oh, shoot. I keep forgetting the freaking Leonardo phrase. What is it? You had my curiosity. Now you have my goddamn attention. $14.99? Unless you mean like $14, but that wouldn't be expensive enough. Genesis. For DaVinci Resolve, maybe? Fed, you said, I saw you two mentioning Cullen Kelly earlier. Yeah. So Mac, oh yeah, we can connect the dots now because Mac was mentioning that. And I was like, yo, there was someone just yesterday referencing Cullen Kelly. And then I ended up watching that video prior to the stream. It's $19.99 now. Been following for quite some time. Oh, he does live streams as well. Yo, all right. Good to know. Because like I've discovered that there is a live streaming community on the Twitch side for like photographers, videographers. I haven't discovered that on the YouTube side yet. It'd be nice. I would love to join that community if it existed, but yeah. Anyways, Genesis DaVinci Resolve, Hollywood look designed for colorists. Now you can use the same color science that built the Joker and gave grain and halation to major films like Star Wars, Knives Out. Well, they got one review. It's So I'm assuming this Annie Huntington lady is someone very prominent. Film emulation. Okay, so this is something that competes against like the dehancer. Okay, the one thing that's kind of throwing me off, maybe I'm just on the wrong page. I just always assume these websites, they would actually show examples, like up front. Or like as a layman, I just want to see visuals, you know? Dr. Mitch Bogdanovich. This guy looks familiar. There's this dude, yes, Cullen Kelly. He's a color scientist. So there is an actual term for it. It's not colorist, or a colorist, color scientist. Yo. Jesus, do you have to go to school for this or something? Associate member of ASC. I don't know what that is. For the last 4 years, he's been mentored by Dr. Bogdanovich. That's so cool. What an interesting job. His tools have been used for national commercials, streaming TV series, Lady Gaga, Beyonce. Wow. Steve Yedlin, ASC. What is this ASC that I'm seeing everywhere? Oh, he did the Knives Out. Nice. Looper. Oh, nice. I remember that movie. That was great. $14.99. God damn it. Fed, I was telling Yobel about the DRTs. Yeah, so Fed, I do appreciate it, and you were correct. I think you said it as well. Like, you're like, oh, Cullen Kelly explains it in a simpler way. So I did find his video was very easy to understand. You got to see Steve Yedlin and Dr. Bogdanovich. Nice. These guys are like celebrities then. It's not just hyperbole. He works with the guy behind the look of those movies, as you can see. Yeah, like I'm seeing now the connection. I see why they put this kind of front and center. Although I still kind of expect visuals. I want visuals. I want videos. Show me, give me a full screen view. Okay, there we go, finally. Alright, I mean, it looks cool. Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to say. Nothing, you know what? My complaints are more around the website's experience, okay? So now I'm going to come from this as a, the user experience, or the, whatever, the UI, UX, UI thing, whatever. One, like I said, I wish they had some big ass videos here. What the hell? That would sell it for me. It is about some film, you know, like a video editing software thing. Another kind of minor gripe is I don't understand, but it's also because I'm a layman, so I don't really know what these words truly mean. But what does it mean when it has Genesis default on the left and push-pull on the right? Is it saying if I move the slider to the right, this is now the push-pull look? Or does it mean when I push this all the way to the left, so I remove it, then this is the push-pull look? So it's like I'm getting a little bit confused by... Okay, sorry. I'm being very, very nitpicky and cheeky with it, but... Is it like, if I move it to the left, is this Genesis default? And if I move it to the right, this is bleach bypass? Same thing. So interlayer on this way and then off. Well, listen, this looks like a really cool tool. So the next time I have $1,500, if someone will donate to me, hey Mac, yeah, obviously kidding, but the moment we feel we can pay for this, Jesus, you know what? That'll be the next step. If they can somehow sponsor me, but obviously they wouldn't sponsor someone like me because this clearly seems like a very pro level tool. Jesus, $7,500 per seat. Required for budgets or projects with the budget above 2 million. You know what? This kind of, it helps me put things in perspective real quick and like the scale of things. Because I think even yesterday or the day before when I was talking about what are my ambitions, and I mentioned one of the ambitions I had coming off the back of the short documentary film I made and like just kind of the high from it and like the excitement of like where this can take me, what I want to do next, where I can keep growing. I think I mentioned, I was like, you know what? Yo, thank you very much, Mac. Dude, it's true. So if you just ask.
Here you go, 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 here you go.
You know what's so disappointing about that? In my mind, every time she repeats "Here you go, lol," I was imagining that meant you were donating an extra $20 for every time she repeated that line. But yo, man, I do appreciate that very much. Thank you so much for another freaking super chat, man. Super generous. I appreciate it. I will. It's giving me motivation. I swear I won't let you down. We're gonna learn about this 18% mid-grade by the end of tonight. I swear, and we'll move on to the next learning. But thank you, man. That's super cool. Trial, not trail. What is that music? Oh, that was our TTS monster voice set to some TTS voice that will read out whatever you say in the form of a song. So thank you. The trail to the Genesis trial. Yeah. So hold on one second. Let me just read the chats. Thank you again, Mac. Super generous. The price of Genesis is quite high, but you get the highest quality. Damn it, I missed a few things. He knows everything about color and color chemistry. I was certainly lost more than once when going through the course with Dr. B. Yo, you're on first letter last name terms with this guy? Damn, but you still have to call him doctor. So I see where you are in the hierarchy there. Dr. B. The price of Genesis is quite high, but you get the highest quality. The image won't break using Genesis. Okay. He's a genius. That would be really cool to meet people like that. You can download Genesis free to test it. Listen, while that sounds great, I already know I'm not going to have the money to pay for this. Or I don't think I could ever justify that. Not, and this is what I'm saying. I'm looking at the scale of things now, right? Default is how it looks when you just open the program, similar to how dehancer just looks when you open it. I do like dehancer. So that dehancer is more my wheelhouse of like, okay, it was meant for someone like me in some ways. And it's a bit more attainable as a program. Like Fedo said, oh, I never thought to call you Fedo. If you're a visual learner, just download the trial. Even if you don't buy it, it's good to see what it can do. Yeah, I think that will be good learnings. If only I knew sooner, I would have typed something better. Nice. Well, you know what you can do? You know what you can do, Mac? If you wanted to really hear how that voice sounds, Fed says the doc used to contribute to the making of film stocks on a chemical level. On a chemical level. Damn. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I thought I remembered that correctly. Okay, so here's what I was going to say about the scale thing, though. So I'm reading here that this thing is for people with budgets above 2 million. In my recent conversations on the stream, I was saying, like, my ambition is that I would love to figure out how I can reach out to different production company. I don't even know the right terminology for this, but how can I reach out to, like, different companies where I can apply for, like, a grant so that I could do a film project, right? Like a travel film documentary type thing. And for me, I was like, oh, maybe, figure out how I can get a grant where I can get like $20,000, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 so that I could travel and make a short film or something. Meanwhile, these guys are playing in the millions. And I was just like, oh, can I even ask for like 30,000? Can I get a $50,000 budget? 2 million? Holy shit. Wow. There's the free trial. Unlimited time. Oh. Watermark plus 35 locked on. Okay. I'm going to put this aside for now because my current loyalties is to dehancer. So I want to put all my time into like testing them out, get the video across first. And then now that I know there are levels to everything, we'll see where that takes us. Okay, so this is actually good that I stepped away, because now that I'm looking at the colors again, I do feel like it's a bit too magenta-y. So let's just keep on looking. These are the Fuji Chrome. Damn it, I really liked the one I had before, where it had a bit of that red and the blue, but more on the red side. And it might just be... Okay. Yikes. Okay. It just throws a Genesis watermark all over the place. Well, I mean, listen, I completely understand. When you're protecting a business where your product sells for like $7,000 or whatever it was, you don't want to give that shit out for free. Jill is an amazing colorist too. Who was Jill? I think I closed it out already. Oh wait, sorry, your message before says it. It's super complex and they just continue tweaking it over the decades, but it made a lot of sense when Jill, his daughter, bridged the gaps. So Jill is Dr. B's daughter. Gotcha. Like father, like daughter, huh? It just throws a Genesis watermark all over. Back in the film days, you had DPs who knew enough to know to remove the silver from the wash to get crazy altered colors and all sorts. It was a different job back then. Oh, man. And here I was, so proud of myself for learning about the term grain, halation, and bloom in, for film stuff. And film compression. I learned those words and I patted myself on the back and I thought I could move on. You know what? I think for my YouTube channel, for all the future like review videos that I make, I just need to make it my brand that I'm the dude that knows shit, okay? So like I am the perennial or whatever. Anytime I'm doing a review, I just want everyone to realize it's not coming from a level of expertise. People want me to review things because I'm an amateur or I'm just a layman, okay? Yeah. Damn it, I don't know if I'm gonna find the right look now. Or okay, I just have to spend more time than I was hoping for. Where was it before? Where was that 2006? Okay, this one I think probably still is the best one. So, but the color is now slightly, I feel like it's a bit too pink. Now I'm trying to remember, where did I change it? Was it this DCTL hue maybe? Yeah, it was. Okay. So let's see, how do I shift the magenta? That did absolutely nothing. So it must be the red. I think this looks better. What was it before? Okay. One issue though is that now like the white areas are like super white. So I think there's I don't know the right terminology for this, or like I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like there's a bit more like contrast now, or a bit more like a clarity almost between the bright spots and the dark. Film compression. Cyronius. That was a couple minutes ago. Yes, I learned that term. That's as far as I went, though. Silver halide. Halide. Oh, is this like some am I back in chemistry class now? Silver halide. That guy in Vegas uses it in his prints. I forgot his name. Awesome photographer. He had a gallery there. Peter Lick. Who is still working with film. Just came to me. Yo, King Krupp, what's up? King Krupp, we got some film people in the chat. It's really cool. But it's making me realize how out of my depth I am. But in a fun, exciting way, you know? So just came to me 2 minutes late to oh yo, sorry to hear that. Well, you're probably already gone now. But thank you again, Mac. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the epic double super chats and for the membership on YouTube. you're a real one for sure. Thank you. It's silver. Halide. Or the thing that you drop in, you're saying? Or whatever you dip it in? Or what do you say? You don't dip it, you remove the silver from the wash. Huh. Listen, you guys are putting too much stuff in my brain. I'm still just reeling over 18% mid-gray. I feel like something about this feels too bright. But I think maybe it's just because I'm struggling again with this concept of I need to like... Okay, so maybe... Is this where I apply the film compression? Or change up the white point? Let's try the film compression. So if I understand correctly, if I do the film compression, it would then help squeeze the brightest whites to be slightly darker. Is that like a somewhat accurate way to explain what I just said? Hold on, let's see. Okay, maybe the layman way of explaining film compression. Would I say something like, it makes the whites less shiny? Would you consider that to be an accurate way to describe what film compression does? Ooh, this is what I want. Tonal range. So it looks like if I adjust the tonal range, it gets me more of... Yeah, because like right now, this I don't like. When there's so much... The bright and the dark areas feel like they contrast too significantly, which then makes it feel like the image is sharper than I want it to be. Whereas if I now shift the tonal range to the right, it kind of, I guess, compresses. But yeah, it kind of brings them more in line with each other and makes the footage, the image feel softer. So if if you can take what I said and let me know if I was somewhat accurate, but that's kind of how I would describe how this is making me feel. Color density, I don't really see much change, at least from this view. There's all sorts of stuff in film and the chemical wash. I know nothing about film. I'd be learning to... Yes, thank you, King Kruk. All right, I appreciate you being here. So then we can balance out a little bit, you know? Get the experts, and then we get... we're the students in the class, all right? Okay, I did probably make this a bit too dark, though. But you know what? I like it. I still feel the whites are very, very bright there. But... yeah, so for instance, how do I fix this white? And again, it goes back to either this isn't true, because as far as the waveforms tell me, nothing is clipped. Unless I'm mistaken. But just from my point of view, it does look like it is pure white. And so my assumption would be I need to just continue to compress the whites or something, but... 33.3. Yeah, so even if I bring it all the way to 100, you'll still end up with some of the areas where it feels like it can't reach. Okay. Is it in the push-pull thing? Let's see. Oh, right. That's the... Oh, yeah. So I was kind of learning. Feddy said, I'm no expert either. I just know bits and pieces. When we shot on 16mm, we just send it to Germany. I thought Yobel was doing photography from the film days. No. My foray or entry into photography was Oh yeah, that's the conversation we were having yesterday. That was Costa Rica back in 2016, and then shortly after that trip is when I bought my first camera, and then my first trip either was at the end of 2016 or either 2016 or 2017 was Banff National Park in Canada. So yeah, let's call it around 2017 is when I started photography, and never like took it seriously in the sense of like understanding the techniques and the fundamentals, more just like just shooting with it when I traveled and then making mistakes, learning from it. Yeah. So that was kind of my journey. And yeah, I think maybe 3 to 5 years ago, somewhere in that ballpark is when I started doing some wildlife stuff. And then that's when it kind of kicked off into, let me just deep dive into wildlife travels and then videos and so on. Oh yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, oh yeah, so one of the concepts that I was learning about when we were trying to dig into like film, the world of film, was also I think I made something look really bad. Can I fix this? Okay, this is probably better. When we were learning about the world of film, for the film stock profiles, there's a scale here for push-pull EV. So my understanding was like that was more about how long people kept the actual film stock or whatever you call the thing. How long you kept the film inside the liquid. So then the longer you keep it there, essentially the effect would be like the warmer your shot gets, or something about the duration that you keep the film inside of this liquid thing would end up causing more warmth to show up in the shot or less warmth. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT and see how accurate I was. When I was growing up, film was all there was, film and videotape. Okay, Amber, I want you to be brutally honest with me, as I'm going to try my best to remember what the concept of push and pull was in film world. So I believe that when I'm looking at the film stock profile section of dehancer, and there's a little bar for push pull, that was in reference to how long you kept the film inside of whatever that liquid substance is to when you're developing the film. And so it was something about if you kept it in the liquid thing longer, somehow your shot becomes a bit warmer in its colors. How close to the actual answer am I?
Yeah, you're definitely on the right track. So basically, push and pull processing is about changing the
That means I'm
development
really
time of the
off.
film. When you push the film, you develop it longer or at a higher temperature, and that basically can increase the effective sensitivity or the brightness of the image. It can also add a little more contrast and, yeah, sometimes a warmer tone or more grain. Pulling the film is the opposite, where you develop it for a shorter time, which can reduce contrast and make it look a bit softer. So yeah, we're pretty close. It's all about how long you let that film soak in its little chemical bath.
But why is it called push-pull? Is it like just literally about the thought of the visual of you pushing the thing inside the liquid as if you're like keeping in there longer, whereas like the concept of pulling as if you're trying to pull it out? Is that anywhere close to why they call it actually push and pull?
You know, that's actually a pretty good way to visualize it. It's not literally about pushing or pulling the film out of the chemicals, but it does come from the idea of sort of pushing the film beyond its normal limits or pulling it back. So it's more of a metaphor for how you're kind of nudging the development process in one direction or the other. But yeah, your mental image isn't too far off at all.
Basically, she just called me a dumbass in more words. Pull is earlier, push is longer. I guess that's how I'm mentally mapping it. I'm just assuming like, you're pushing it as if you want it in there longer. Whereas like if you're pulling, the act of pulling, it's like as in like, okay, it's enough. And obviously you're in the act of removing it. So it's not going to be in the substance much longer. Oh yeah, we were supposed to listen to new music as we're doing this. Okay, this sounds a bit Christian-y. Okay, so I think I've got the final look that I want to test with. So now what do? I need to delete a bunch of things. Let's create a new version. What do? Command Y? Yes. Oh, I've heard this song before. We'll rename this one for LUTs. New. So here, if I hit delete, the thing is it disconnects the thing. So I'm assuming but there might be a shortcut where when I hit something and delete, it'll reconnect the last thing to the ending node. Oh, this one did it automatically though. So now I have to what? Reconnect these guys? Wait, Shabu Shabu, that's the name of a restaurant, right? Now I'm getting so hungry. Yo, what's up, Kavai? You're back, Kavaitsu. Hold on, I missed some things here. Fed, you said a film stock is only one ISO, and there were not that wide a number of ISO on film, so often you would have to push-pull to get the right exposure. Oh, as in like, you only get your set ISO. Okay. Especially when shooting outdoors. So is it like ISO 200 or what's the film one? I forget. Kavai said, hi again. How's the process? Listening to Brazilian funk again, are we? Oh, is that what it was? I think I already downloaded that song, to be fair. We're listening to just an assortment of music from Artlist. Sometimes Artlist has a few bangers in their like music tracks, which then I add into my stream playlist. So there's a few bangers earlier, and let's just continue to see what else is out there. But I did make some progress a little bit. For instance, right now I'm about to export this as our LUT to test out. So did I do anything incorrectly? We got the CG, color grade stuff, dehancer at the very end. So if I select all of this and right click on here, do I hit generate LUT? Go to 65 point cube. And then what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to... Hold on, let me look at the what cause thing, because maybe I have to create a folder for my stuff, right? I'm assuming it's as simple as that, but...
Now let's save that as a LUT. So this is going to be 33, and we'll call it...
Okay, so he has it in LUTs, and inside of his LUT folder, he's got a folder for Kazi. Okay, so it is as simple as that. I'm an idiot. I hit the cancel button, the thing is, it was my window. Derp. Okay. So we're going to save a 65 point cube under LUTs. So we'll create a new folder. And this will be for my LUTs. What do we call it? Do we just say YP? I mean, that's the easiest thing, right? Yeah, we'll just call it YP. Oh no, we'll say YP LUTs. Prize LUTs. Oh man, should I call them prize LUTs? Nah, we'll just do YP. how do people name their LUTs usually? So what do? I'll do like, how did lens distortions do it? Okay, so maybe I just call it out Yobel Prize. LUTs. And then within the naming structure, it'll just be like YP underscore, damn it. See, I feel like I do have some kind of weird condition, okay? Because like even the simplest thing, sometimes I clearly you're seeing me overthink something as simple as just what do I name my freaking LUTs? And I'm trying to figure out the right structure for it. Okay, Amber, I want to think of the right naming structure for my LUTs. So for like the actual file names. So I'm assuming I'll start with YP to represent my brand, Yobel Prize. So it'd be like YP underscore. And then from here, I'm trying to think what is the right structure so that as I continue to make LUTs going forward, I can just follow the same structure throughout. Help me with this. I'm assuming within the LUT naming, I might need to call out if it's a 65 cube versus a 33 cube. And I think I need to call out if this is something that's meant for the DaVinci Wide Gamut intermediate space versus Rec 709. And then outside of that, I guess maybe I just need a section for like the creative naming structure. I think 3200.
Absolutely. Having a consistent naming structure is super smart. So you can definitely start with something like YP for Yobel Prize. Then you probably want to include the color space it's designed for. So something like DWG for DaVinci Wide Gamut Intermediate or Rec 709 if it's for Rec 709. You might end up with a structure like YP DWG or YP Rec 709 to show the color space. Then you can add the cube size like 33 cube or 65 cube if you want to differentiate that. And finally, your creative name at the end, like Cinematic Warmth or whatever you want to call it. So in the end, a full LUT name might look like YP DWG 30 cube Cinematic Warmth, Rec 709 65 cube Modi Blue. That way it's all clear and consistent as you make more in the future.
And when it comes to like best practices, do people usually not leave any spaces in terms of like the characters? Like, so you should always use like underscores or dashes?
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a best practice to avoid spaces and just use underscores or dashes because it makes the file names more readable and it avoids any issues with different software that might not like spaces. So yeah, definitely stick with underscores or dashes and you'll have a nice...
Okay, thank you. So Fed, you said you would have to buy some different stocks to have a couple of different ISOs. Same with color temperature. There's just two temperatures, indoors and outdoors, so they would use filters. 200, 400, etc. I think 3200 was the highest produced ISO film stock, but for motion pictures, I think maybe 500 was the highest. Huh. King, you said, we are very fortunate to be able to work in this medium through digital. Oh my god, yeah, of course. It's like, man, if you were a film photographer, I wonder, like, was it one of those things since there was only film photography at back then that there's so many people who are skilled at it? Or is it just like there was always a little bit of like a funnel where only so many people knew how to master film? So even if people wanted to actually be a true film photographer, there was like still basically the same amount. Because it sounds like so much work. Like, and resources, right? You need like your own red room or whatever. Yeah. But for motion picture, oh, sorry with that. This is from memory, so don't quote me on this. Well, listen, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not gonna, listen, I'm not being quizzed on it, so I won't tell anyone you said that. When I got the Canon and started shooting video in HD, it was quite something at the time, and now with the high sensitivity sensors, it's amazing. You remember the big memory cards are 16 gigabytes, nice. We messed up so many rolls when shooting 16 millimeters, and that was really expensive mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, like the closest I can ever get to like when I hear you guys talk, or Fed, when you're talking about like this kind of stuff, And again, this shows how sheltered and lucky I am in my generation of shooting. But the closer I get to like, oh man, back in my day, like, you know, it's just with DSLR. That's it. Just the concept of like shooting and not seeing what you see, you know, not getting what you see through the, you know, the IP, what do you call it? The electronic viewfinder or things like that. So then shifting to mirrorless was so nice, where it's like, oh, literally whatever you see on the screen, that's how you're shooting. So that was like the most I ever had to struggle with, like understanding the more mechanical nature or the analog nature of things. Okay, so we're gonna call this YP_DWG65 cube, and I guess this is where we need to just have a naming structure, which honestly I'm not sure what to put after this. It is a test file anyways, but I'm trying to think of it as like, if I were to name it, what's the proper naming convention? Do I have any LUTs that I can look at? Retro. Okay, so did I ever buy anyone's LUTs? Fen, I remember this guy. He just calls him Creative LUTs. Damn it. You know what? Maybe keeping it simple is best. I think these are all the ones that came with DaVinci, right? Okay, okay. But you know what? I kind of want to name it based on what I shot. Like, I would like to be like, oh, this one was inspired by X. So in my circumstance, it would be like saying, I made this LUT with the chimp walk. So it'd be like saying creative LUT underscore creative LUTs 1 underscore and at this point also the name is getting too long, right? Let me see. Where's the lens distortions one? Yeah, because then you would see the names pop up right after. So now I think I'm doing it wrong. I should probably do something more like this. Okay, maybe it's like I need to create a folder within the LUT. So maybe it's like the top level folder is called Nobel Prize LUTs for DaVinci Wide Gamut 65 Cube. Excuse me, but I don't need to put it in the actual title. I think. Let me look this up, or let's ask. Also, I like this song. Okay, Amber, you still with me?
You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help. If you have any other questions about naming, color grading, or anything else, just let me know.
Okay, I do have a question. So now initially I was going to agree with you in terms of the naming convention. However, I'm looking at the name and it's really, really long. And from my brief experience of like applying other people's LUTs, I feel like if I saw these really annoying, logical sounding names, I wouldn't really know how to differentiate between them besides whatever the thumbnail image is. So I think, does it make sense if I create several parent folders, or like I'll have a folder called Nobel Prize LUTs, and let's say within that there might be a folder that's called 65 Cube DWG. So then that's like for everything that's in DaVinci Wide Gamut for 65 Cube. And then every LUT name that I create within that folder would be a much more simplified naming convention, where it might not even say DWG, it might not even say 65 Cube. It'll just have my initials and then like my creative name. What do you think about that? Would that actually work?
Yeah, that can totally work. In fact, a lot of people do exactly that. They keep the LUT names nice and clean and short, and then they organize them into folders that tell you the technical details. That way, when you're browsing, you just see a simple creative name in the LUT itself, and you already know what folder you grabbed it from for all those more technical specs. It definitely helps keep things more user-friendly and easier to remember, so I think that's a great plan.
All right, that's what we're going to do. King's gonna keep all his DSLRs. You have the Canon somewhere in storage. Nice. And the bitrate on video was like 24 megabytes and was considered incredible. Man, different times. Okay, so this folder, I'll call it YP DWG DWG 65 cube. Say YP LUTs DWG 65 cube. Okay, so then within this is now where we'll have a simpler naming convention. We'll just go with YP dash creative 1 dash, we'll call it the chimp walk. Chimp tunnel. Chimp walk or chimp tunnel? Chimp walk. Okay, so now the question is, does this LUT actually apply? There's a big chance it won't, so 24 megabytes 8-bit LOL. Fedgy said already an artifact ridden mess as shot, and any color grading broke it even more. Different days, man. It does put into perspective also, because I remember struggling all the time with my photos that I took with the Sony a6000, where there would be so many what were the big things? There's a lot of purple fringing and just a bunch of things where I would have to mask and like fix things at almost like a pixel level. Okay, so I've created a LUT. What am I supposed to do next? Do I have to refresh something? Like, do I go to gallery? No, LUTs. Refresh. Oh, you know what? I think I need to rename. I need to rename my LUTs so that, unfortunately, because my name starts with a Y, it seems like it'll be put to the very bottom of the freaking LUTs list. So I feel like I should probably put like a number in front of it just to hop it up to the top so people are more likely to use it as opposed to getting it buried in the bottom. I don't know how much that matters, but anyways. Okay, let's see how much I ruined. Let's see how close to usable this is. So, okay, let's start with an easy one, right? So this is from a similar shot. So at the very least, I can use this to, as a quick, just like, okay, did some things work properly or not? Before I do that, we had made some changes to our power grade, which I want to update now. I'm not liking these songs as much. Okay, what did I change here? Oh, shoot. I completely forgot. Rec 709. Oh, yeah. It's the dehancer thing. So I need to bring this before Rec 709. Let's disconnect. There we go. Okay. I think we did it. A yo. Yeah, should I put the 001? Oh man, so much effort just to make one freaking LUTs, man. I don't know how. I don't honestly. It is. It's beyond me. People who work fast, and this is something I've always struggle with. Is maybe the wrong word, but even like the corporate environment, I always felt that I was very slow and methodical. But like my work was always good. Like I've, you know, I stand. You know, like I had a good career, but it was in the sense of like the things that I worked on, the projects I was a part of. I always stand by everything I created or my participation in it, but I always felt that I was a very slow and methodical person when it comes to creating presentations or doing anything, creating anything. I just don't understand the mindset of people who work so fast. I'm jealous of it for sure. I just can't do it. Okay, so what I'll do is we'll make the dehancer default set to Kodak 2383. And then we have to switch it to DaVinci. Okay. So then it goes into Rec 709. LUTs to the vignette, blah, blah, blah. And we're done. Okay. So now let's re-save this as a power grade for like the 13th time. There's our boy. Okay, so now I should be able to delete these guys, right? .14. Okay. Now that we have that, let's go back and apply this. I guess we can apply it to any of these, right? Okay, so we'll use this one as an example. Oh, this is the one. Okay. So what am I supposed to do? We're going to apply our power grade. So my assumption is none of these are active, right? Generally speaking, it seems like it. Oh.
Yo, yeah. It's White Tizzy. Back again.
So
However long it takes, man. I'll still be here. You know what I'm saying? Yo. New year, new money, but it's the same old me. Need the yard that don't come cheap before I get 8 gold teeth. They wanna play with sticks and stones, I'm calling them Jamie T.
Oh, shoot.
Like Sonic, could trust me, they don't sleep. Play my songs out of whip. She said keep that shit on repeat. Gotta calculate steps, I gotta take a step back and breathe.
Damn it. Okay, I have to make my power grade one more time. I forgot to disable some of the nodes. Is this what they call what's that British rap? Is this like British London.
Can't break down and cry, I put in blood, sweat, and years. It's only when you face your fears, you watch them all disappear. So, bill it, let man
Bill it.
cook no skillet. Bill it, lick it, roll it up and I lit it. Bill it, in it, hope you're ready if you're with it. Billing, but I ain't finished. 10 years on, I'll be still it. Bill it, from the ground up, man, bill it, stick with it, see results in a minute. In it, you're tripping, this kid
In it.
got no limit. Billing, but I ain't finished. Kept my head down, I'm still it. Do it for me, you do it for them. Don't need saving, which one spent? Ain't joking now, I'm being gen. I think you got too many friends. What's done in the dark will come to light in the end. Don't worry about me, I'm walking dead, but I ain't going out like Glenn. Addictive personality, so she come round again. I don't sound like them, I see man on stage.
Okay.
The crowd was dead.
Hopefully I've fixed it now.
My head did that and I made 5K. But I need 100 times that number so I can put it away to bill it, let man cook no skillet. Bill it, lick it, roll it up and I lit it.
Okay, here we go. So we're gonna try it on 2 different shots. But let's start with one that's roughly like kind of from the same environment, although this one was on a different day, I believe. So the first step I would need to do is I apply my power grade, which is doing the conversion into DaVinci Wide Gamut and intermediate color space. However, nothing else should be applied right now. So there's no other changes besides just the color space transform. So then from here, oh shoot, god dang it. Kavai said, yep, UK drill, like central CEE. Gotcha, drill, yeah, drill rap. Bill it. I'm not a fan, I gotta say, of this drill rap stuff. Also, I just realized I have to remake my power grade one more time because I forgot I needed to add one node prior to the shift to Rec 709, which is where I can apply my LUTs into it. I totally forgot. Let's see, is there more music to listen to here? Daily picks. Okay, I want to re-listen to these guys. Foolish mistake. I feel like the soundtrack works perfectly for the slow motion of this alpha male. Okay, so then where do I put the node? I guess I could just put it anywhere, but we'll put it right before dehancer. And then we'll call this one LUTs. LUT. Maybe Le Boy LUT. Man, I haven't seen Le Boy in so long. That, you know, like I guess everyone did this growing up, right? But you would always reverse your name and see what it sounds like. So at one point I did have that kind of as a nickname, not like many people call it, but some people are like, oh, Le Boy. I had every nickname in the under the sun. What are the ones? Yobel Bottoms, For Whom Yobel Tolls, Yoshi, Yovely Govely, Yo Quiero Taco Bell, Yo, obviously, Yo Ding Ding, that was always a clever one. Yo Balls, obviously I didn't appreciate that one. Yo Bellion, Yo Belly. Yeah. Like, you can imagine every time I used to go to Starbucks when I was in the States, I had a collection of the names they would give me. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Amber, is it common practice for people to apply multiple LUTs into their video that they're color grading?
Yeah, it's actually pretty common. A lot of people might stack multiple LUTs or use them in combination. For example, someone might use one LUT for a basic conversion, like a technical LUT to get from a log profile into Rec 709, and then
Okay, I didn't care that much. Maybe LeBoy LUT 1. That's a lot of names. Holy, which do you like the best? I actually enjoyed most of them, except for Yo Balls. Probably that one, just because that's more in your face. The balls are in your face, okay? So that one, you know. Yeah, I think Yoshi was like a nickname for a number of years growing up. They're all whatever. I like them all, you know? It's all good. I was going to take a quick break to feed my cats because I have some treats in front of me. And also I'll show off my Amazon kitty again. So you can see Amazon kitty. She's like literally just tucked deep into the freaking box. I don't know how cats do that. Let's bring her over here. Hello, Nala. Yes. Are you hungry? You hungry? There you go. All right, let's feed her. Actually, no. I don't want to put them on the table. I'm trying to make sure they never jump on the table. But we'll put you aside for a second. Amazon Kitty. That was such a good nickname. I think that was from Fed, right? So shout out Fed on that one. Her favorite box, yeah. Can you guys hear that? Hold on, let me pause this music. I want you guys to hear the cry of a cat that sounds like he hasn't been fed in over a week. No, do you see her paw? She does this adorable thing where she rests her paw to get my attention. Colin Kelly has a LUT pack. Colin Kelly has a LUT pack that consists of 2 color LUTs with many options, 1 palette, and 1 that tweaks it a bit, and 2 contrast LUTs. 1 main yeah, I guess that's a good point too. It's like having it's a quality over quantity for sure. So right now I'm just gonna make stuff just for fun as we learn the process, but I think I agree with you. It probably makes more sense to have like there could be some creative LUTs, and then there will be some that are more like the technical LUTs, or like, yeah, the things that are meant to be more your standard workflow LUTs almost. Then there are several of each, and you can mix. Yeah, you guys can hear. Yeah. This dude, man, going crazy over here. Yeah, you mean every cat everywhere? That's true. To be fair, I think, yeah, you're right. Every cat's kind of like that. They're all made so they don't break your image. That's very important when you stack LUTs like this. Fed, you're talking about Colin Kelly's LUTs, I imagine. Yeah, because that's my concern, is like with my current skill level, if I stack my own LUTs on things, I imagine it would end up breaking things. Whereas for someone like him, I bet he knows exactly what to do. Okay, let's feed them. Hold on, Kimbap. Jesus. Insane, these guys. Hold on. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Yo, I wasn't expecting that. This dude, it's like, I guess, yeah, same thing. Maybe it's like all cats are like the same. When it comes to food, they have like a mind of their own, and everything else shuts off. So, Jesus. Don't worry, Nala, I got you. All right, good boy. Just a little bit left. Down here. No, no, here. Lower, lower. Right here, right here. She's never gonna get it. Okay. All right, that's my little break, and let me feed Nala as well. Nala, come on. Nala. No, 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 keep up. You got yours. Nala, come here. Come on. Nala. Here, here. Yeah, just stick to one for now. Yeah, I think I'll just keep. I'll just have one node. Nala, come on. Good girl. Good girl. Come on. No, 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 keep up. Here, Nala. Dude, this guy is so greedy. I just fed him, and it's like he forgot that he just got food. Come here, come here. Good girl. All right, here you go. We should do like a ASMR stream. Good girl. No, Kimbap. Kimbap, no. Get down. No. God dang it. Oh, you okay? Oh, and now there's fur everywhere. All right. Hopefully that was enjoyable for you guys. You guys can finally see the true nature of my cats. All right, we're back at it. Le Boy Yobel. I haven't heard that one before. Le Boy Yobel. Here we go. Here we go. And now the music's picking up. I think we're ready. So let me save this as a new. Hold on. Why is this? Why does this look like this? Something is off. Something is off about this. What is off about it? Something is disconnected, essentially. Because this should not be grayed out, right? What am I missing here? Connected, connected. Ah, here it is. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now we're gonna recreate grab still. And then I need to change the label. 0.14. Then we'll delete this one. Okay, finally, I think we're ready to test this out. All right, so with an empty, okay, so this is our log, our raw footage here. Let's expand it a bit. Shrink these guys. So first thing I'll do is I'm going to apply my power grade, which also includes the color space transform from the red codec thing to DaVinci Wide Gamut. And now that we have this, I would just go to, let's say, what the heck? Oh, this is the wrong one. Okay, Jesus. I need to delete that one. Okay, so we'll go to this one. There we go. So we have this. Then I just go to LUTs. Yo, what's up, Maple Glades? Maple, it's good to see you, man. How's LUT making going? I love DaVinci for making LUTs. It's so freaking easy. Also, congrats on 100 followers. Let's go. Yo, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we hit the 100, I think a few days ago. And then, yeah, that one Nikon ZR video did wonders for my YouTube channel. So, yeah, this one video I make ended up getting me like 600 subscribers so far from that video. So that was super cool. There's a lot of cool comments. Everyone was very friendly. And there's some new people in the chat who've come in because of that video. So, yeah. And also, by the way, Maple, there's a bunch of people who actually understand film in the community now. Like, actually understand it. And like color grading stuff. So the past couple days it has been just trying to learn the basics. So the first basic thing I was trying to learn is like the concept of the 18% gray exposure standard thing. And I have restructured my node tree, so hopefully it's a bit more workable and, like, I don't know, professional is the hope. And as far as the LUT goes, I did just create my first LUT and we're going to test it. So it's our first attempt at a LUT, because honestly I'm not sure if it's going to be a good LUT, because it's I was using an example shot that was super warm and there wasn't really any other colors to it, so I'm not sure if that's ever a good one to work off of. But yeah, we're gonna try a bunch across different colors that I have right now, just focusing on the shots from with the Nikon ZR. Oh, and then I was giving you a shout out earlier, I think, Maple, because you were the one who mentioned how you used dehancer for the false color IRE. So yeah, which I haven't still used myself. I downloaded some DCTL to have that little the 18% mid-gray bar show up. And then we have some people in the chat, Fedorevsky. So Fedorevsky was the one who recommended I watch videos from Colin Kelly, who other people in the chat are aware of, including Mac. And then I downloaded some new DCTL for when I export out. Instead of using the color space transform, now I'm going to be using the 2499 DRT. So yeah, we made some progress. Like, these are everything I said today was stuff that I didn't even know existed a day before. So I do feel really excited that even the fact that I can say these things in a sentence and somewhat understand what I just said is hopefully a good thing. Okay. Heck yeah, knowledge sharing. Yes, this is definitely an edumacation stream. Did you check, Fed, you asked, did you check if most of those 600 are all the Norwegians who ordered the ZR, making me have to wait? Is there stats for that on YouTube? There's been a number of you Norwegianers, which has been interesting. Although it was really tough for me to say those Norwegian words from our photos. What is it? Skolastadmo Sonjofjordan Strandalvi. So I used to think German is supposed to be considered like the most complicated or like the craziest language. I think you guys take the cake now, so. Maple, he said, definitely recommend following Aperture on their socials, YouTube as well, for anyone wanting lighting and exposure breakdown. Wait, do I follow them? Or I think I've seen them on YouTube, maybe? Hold on, let me look this up. He's fantastic and his DRT video was great. Many roads to the same or similar results. Okay, let me open one of his and then I'll check it out later. Aperture. Yeah, because I remember seeing that word and being like, hey, that's not how you spell it. Aperture. Okay, yeah, let me subscribe. Thank you. Thanks, Maple. Much appreciated. But But yeah, shout out to Maple. Maple was one of the OGs. So when I first started streaming 73 days ago, right, when we started our streaming, actually it wasn't really 73 days ago, but 73 streams ago, Maple was definitely one of the first ones to introduce me to the photography community. So yeah, I appreciate your Discord community, and yeah, you're like the OG in the Twitch photography, videography space. So hopefully you've been doing well, man. I know you're traveling. Did you say you're like a DP or something? But I know you're traveling for some project earlier. You always recommend Cullen. He's fantastic, and his DRT video is great. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah. Sonja Fjorden. German is easy comparatively. Yeah. I'm done with this Norwegian stuff, man. Yeah, I can't even say it again. Kind of wild it's been this long. Yeah, it's been a while. I do feel in many ways a bit more experienced. I still need to make my YouTube video about the first 30 days as a live streamer. It's on my docket. Okay, so then let's say if I have this, if I did it correctly, we've now generated a LUT inside the DaVinci Wide Gamut color space. So then I have one of these nodes open, and this is just my power grade with nothing included besides the color space transform. So then if I go to this LUT node, which is empty, what do? I go to my LUTs, and then do I just drag this in, or do I just, yeah, do I drag it in? Okay, yeah, so then, did that work, right? Now this one looks more faded than the other example, so that's the first thing I'm noticing. It's not bad, but it's like pretty heavy on the fade. But that could be a style that I go for. I mentioned that I prefer fade, but this one might be a bit much, is what I would say. Oh wait, hold on a second though. I forgot, because I was shooting through the bars, and they were fairly close to me, so I think I was shooting maybe closer to like 50 to 24 millimeter focal length. So you can almost see, you can see the bars here. So that actually might not have been the fade, it could have just been the effect of the bars. Maple, you said I was away for a digital tech director. Oh my god, I can't speak. Let me try again. Maple says he was away for a digital tech director position in August, but you're out west doing grain farming at the moment. The IRL streams have been a good time. Yo, that sounds crazy. Maple, when do you normally stream? Because like obviously my time zones are always funky, so I always miss everyone's cool streams. But yeah, I should check this out. I would love to see your streams, obviously. German has even harder grammar than Norwegian. You can say that, Fed, but you're biased, okay? As someone who's now said a bunch of Norwegian words out loud, there's the concept of theory and then practice, right? Or reality and theory. I'm now thinking the reality is obvious to most. Yo, Capturando con Ramon Andino. Thank you very much for following on the YouTube side. Hells yeah. Capturando con Ramon Andino. Yo, that's a long and cool YouTube name. Thank you. Squirrel in German equals Eichhol. Oh shit. Okay. You know what? You are trying to prove your point here. Squirrel in German is Eichhornchen. You know what? You know who has the answer to this? Fairly regularly, says Maple, but it snowed the last couple of days, so I've been catching up on editing work instead of streaming the last couple of days. We'll be back at this week, though. The VODs are up, though. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm going to have to check these out. I do want to catch you live, but I just feel like every time I have time, nobody else is live. So I'll need to figure this out. Amber, I want you to be straight up, for real, on God. Which language is more ridiculous, German or Norwegian? And when I say ridiculous, you can take it any which way, but I mean it from the lens of like, there are a bunch of common words, and they take those common words and they add way too many letters and syllables to say that word. So which one is worse on that?
I see what you're getting at, but honestly, both languages kind of have their own quirks. German is known for famously long compound words where they just string a bunch of smaller words together. Norwegian can do it too, but maybe a little less extremely. So it's kind of like they each have their own flavor of adding letters and syllables. I wouldn't say one is more ridiculous than the other. They're just both doing their own thing, so it's all in good
Okay,
fun.
Amber, I want you, there's no repercussion from you choosing one of these. No one will take offense. No one will know. It's our little secret, okay? I want you to be blunt, okay? None of this kind of both sidesing and, 50-50ing. You have to choose one, okay? In that circumstance. And again, this is all hypothetical. No harm, no foul. Which one would you say is the more ridiculous language?
Well, I appreciate the reassurance, but I think I'll stick to not picking a side on this one. Both languages have their own charm and quirks, and calling either one ridiculous is kind of like picking a favorite child. So, I'm going to gracefully sidestep and say they're both unique in their own ways.
Okay, then can you at least say, do you agree that both languages are ridiculous?
Well, I'd say both languages have their own delightful intricacies rather than calling them ridiculous. Every language has its quirks and unique features that can seem a bit over the top or amusing depending on your perspective. So let's just say they both have their own charming complexities.
Okay, forget the word ridiculous. Which one is more quirky?
I think the quirky crown could go to either one depending on what you find quirky. German definitely has a reputation for those charmingly long compound words that can feel a bit playful and quirky. Norwegian has its own twists and turns, especially with all those vowel sounds and tone changes. So they're both quirky in their own special ways, and it really just depends on what kind of quirkiness you enjoy.
All right, she's a fence sitter. She's not allowed to pick by her algorithm. There was one point I think we did trick one of the AIs. Maybe it was either ChatGPT or is the Sesame one to start to break and give us answers to these things. Oh, I think it was ChatGPT because there's that one point where we're there's some argument between Finland versus Denmark or something like that. The grammar is a bit harder is all I know. It has few more forms. I had German in school. My condolences to you. You had to learn Norwegian and German, bro. Maybe yeah. Actually, I was gonna say maybe you guys are just smarter because you have to deal with that, or maybe you guys mature faster because you had to deal with true pain and hell at a young age, such as learning those two languages. Kavaitsu says LOL. She's not allowed to pick yet. You can you can prison break with certain prompts you can find online. Yeah, but that kind of takes the joy out of it. You have to discover it on your own, you just have to dabble here and there, find the cracks, and then see if you can Oh yeah, we got her to say that she this is back when it was a he, okay? But back when our ChatGPT had a male voice and gendered himself, by the way, as a male, we got him to say that he wanted PPs as well. I think it's one of the clips on my channel somewhere, but because obviously we have our prize pixel, our point system, and we did have a fun conversation where he talked about how much he wants to also get a PP someday. And he even wanted PP from someone in my community. So good times. That was fun. But definitely very immature, unacceptably immature. We're not about that. We are in day 73, our third month of streaming. We're past those childish remarks. Okay, so I did apply the LUT across them. I would grade this as it's cool, but if I were to make a whole thing, I feel like I would have ended up changing some of these slightly more, or it's not like a one and done. I do feel like this is a good starting place, and then I would just need to make some tweaks. But maybe that is the whole point. And I know I'm breaking the rules a bit because I'm just kind of applying the LUT without actually doing anything else, including the color corrections and stuff. Is that how I'm supposed to be testing LUTs? Should I be doing the color correction stuff first and then apply the LUT? Or just apply it straight up? I'm assuming I need to do the color correction first. Huh. Let me ask ChatGPT. Fedi said, I learned English too, and I understand Danish and Swedish from watching TV and vacations. Very similar languages. English is similar? Okay. Oh, well, listen, obviously I'm joking about these things because I am an American, and notably, us Americans, we just know English and, you know, high school Spanish. That's about it. Now, here's the real question. What is worse? Having to grow up learning German as a Norwegian, having to learn Norwegian as a German growing up, or growing up having to eat British food every day. So growing up in, I don't know, London, let's say, but having British food as your main staple. I shit on it so much, but like, yo, of all the cuisines, like British food is probably like my least favorite. Or it's like the least appetizing. When you look at the dishes, they all, like, we did a thing on stream where we just looked up like best British cuisine or best British dishes. And every one of those dishes looked like trash, okay? UK food, good question. I think the worst experience will be UK food. Come on, yeah. I think that's a universal truth, right? There cannot be anything less controversial. Best British food. I rest my case. What the hell is this? Oh, okay, we'll go to images. We'll be neutral about it. Okay. So again, we're trying to not be biased here. We're looking by best. And the best is yet to come, is all I can say. Because if the best thing you're going to show me is a simple breakfast meal, that's it? This is what they're calling as the top item? Oh, here we go. What are the best classic British foods? Like, okay, this is what I'm saying. Listen, I'm sure the food is... I can't even say that. When it comes to presentation, they all look so bad. It's all brown. It's mushy. It's like... there's no finesse to it, you know? It just looks like just a bunch of mushy brown. And sometimes darker brown. It's not that far from Norwegian food. I don't know. What did I have when I went to Norway? Probably a lot of seafood, I think. I didn't remember thinking I enjoy most food. I'm kind of halfway kidding about this. My taste buds is like not picky. I enjoy everything. But I'm just glad I didn't have to grow up with this as my food staple. Where it's like you wake up on Sunday, it's like, oh, mommy, daddy, what are we gonna have? Oh, we're having the Yorkshire pudding. Oh no, I guess Sunday roast. It's a Sunday. Oh wow, brilliant, in it. And then it's like, oh, mom, dad, it's Monday. What are we gonna have? Today we're gonna have crumpets. Oh wow. Well, what about for breakfast? Well, just like every other day, we're gonna have our English breakfast. Wow, thank you so much. No. We'll change it up. We're going to have bangers and mash. Wow. I was hoping you would say that. For dinner on a Tuesday, cottage pie. And you know what? Just because, you know, my parents love me so much, they want to spice things up. They didn't just feed me cottage pie. Sometimes they throw a curveball and give me shepherd's pie. Yeah. Or black pudding, steak and kidney pudding, liver and onion. There's one that I can't even say out loud. So, jellied eels. Oh, sorry. Okay, I apologize. I didn't realize this is called the crap tier, so I didn't mean to. We shouldn't look at those. The Scotch egg looks delicious. I think maybe I've had this Lancashire hot pot, which is probably good. It's just a bunch of pies, and that's the thing that annoys me. A bunch of pies and like breaded stuff. Who doesn't like a Sunday roast? Me. Or it's like I don't think I would ever crave a Sunday roast. A Sunday roast looks to me like having Thanksgiving turkey, and I'm not a big fan of that either. Fish and chips I do like. I grew up with Jack in the Box fish and chips, but you know what? As a kid, I loved fish and chips. As an adult, whenever we go to pubs and then like we're grabbing some food, I would get the fish and chips, and I've been sorely disappointed more times than not. I think the reason is the fish and chip, the fish itself ends up being super, super hot on the inside. So it takes a long time for me to actually eat it. And then the chips were oftentimes really soggy. So just been a hot mess more often. Fed, you asked, you don't like stews? I mean, I like everything, really. As much as I'm obviously complaining now. It's just, I don't crave that ever. I don't ever think to myself, I can have stew today and then I'll have stew tomorrow. In the way that I can have Chipotle burritos like almost every day, and I'll be okay with that. Or I have rice every day, rice and meat in some form or fashion. I'm okay with that. Stew is like, I'll have a stew when I'm feeling sick, that kind of thing. But they have food from all over the world. And yeah, so don't get me wrong. That's why I felt weird saying British food. But I'm saying like the type of traditional British food that, yeah, not like the multinational dishes. Because that's, now you're cheating a bit. I'm saying like what came from your heritage from generations ago. What were the food of choice that you guys have passed down throughout the decades and generations? And in that world, I'm like, yo, really? This is it? What deliciousness did I return to? Well, you haven't returned to deliciousness yet because we're on British food. You'll get there in a second because we're going to look up some other cuisines. Spotted dick with custard. Did I read that right? I tried that dessert once at a buffet in England. Okay, I did read that right. Found the British viewer. British. A Sunday roast type meal is a typical festive meal. It's a type of meal we have for Christmas as well. In Norway, we love our gravies. Yeah, I know everyone from London or whatever, like British people, always talk about Sunday roast. They put it in their profiles and everything. Yeah, well, everyone was poor, so they didn't have much. So the traditional dishes tend to be a bit bland if you were to eat it every day. Yeah, I know. It's like a lot of potato-based stuff is what I noticed. Okay, but anyways, this is the best British food, right? So of these things, the ones that I would say are like pretty decent. This looks good. I like breaded stuff like this. What is this? The Scottish egg I think we saw. These are just like simple stuff. I don't even know why. Yeah. I mean, I like everything here. I like all of these ingredients. Kind of. Except for the baked beans, maybe. But I definitely don't crave this. A bunch of gravy stuff. Again, I just... Yeah. What is this? Cabbage? Green beans, some thick-ass potatoes, and gravy and bread and, yeah, roast beef maybe? Wait, is this a Sunday roast? Like, it doesn't matter how much you bump up the contrast on this photo. It's not helping it much. Yeah. Okay, in the meantime, let's see if we look up best French food. Obviously, I'm going in a very extreme. But here, it's like presentation. Presentation is half the battle, okay? Not bad. Peas. Yeah, I'm not a fan of, like, just peas on its own. Potatoes and grain, yeah. Thick-ass potatoes or thick-ass potatoes? Thick-ass potatoes or thick-ass potatoes? Oh. Probably the thick ass potatoes. Actually, I don't know. Escargot. Yeah. Presentation is not bad. And obviously, the true answer is best Japanese food. And now we're looking at culinary mastery, right? Now you get colors. You actually have colors here. This is like the thing that the colorist would like to see. We've got assortment, presentation. You got a mix of like raw sushi stuff, and you got the vegetables, you got the ramen noodles, you got the baked eels. You've even got it in different plates. Dessert stuff. I didn't even see a single dessert thing in that top best British thing. Yeah. Okay, I think enough shitting on British food. But yeah, Korean right now is my number one. All right. Anyways, you said yeah, but there's a lot of flavor in that shepherd's pie. Shepherd's pie. Have I ever had shepherd's pie? Oh, it's like a lasagna. Okay, so you're saying this is like a lasagna. And again, I go back to my question of like, how often do you crave lasagna? Actually, maybe I do. Hold on. I might eat my own words here. No. I prefer deep dish pizza. Most Americans hate deep dish. They always prefer the New York style, the thin crust or whatever. But I'm a big... So in this case, like, I'm not saying I don't like pies, I guess. Because this, I guess you can call this a form of a pie almost. Yeah, but this has real flavor in it, right? We're punching it up a notch. Damn, I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten dinner. Fed, you're saying... That's what I'm saying. Those vegetables didn't exist here at the time. The traditional dishes were composed. I don't know if that's a good enough excuse. Because, like... It's not like... I feel like most countries, you can always point to majority of their history, and they probably were destitute or like, you know, just struggling to get by kind of thing, right? But also, I don't really know like what's considered like in, you know, let's say in the UK, maybe you just don't have the ability to grow as many crops or stuff because of the climate. I don't know. Because like, I don't know, was like, when you think of Vietnamese food, right? I love Vietnamese food. Now, was like, does Vietnam have like a rich history of like, you know, refined culture and abundance and all that kind of stuff? I feel like there's a lot of war-torn, you know, history page books there, right? And Vietnamese food is delicious too. Okay, I'm just staring at food now, and I was supposed to be doing productive stuff. Oh yeah, I was supposed to ask ChatGPT something. I eat pasta and lasagna often. We just had brown, yeah, brown food items, yeah. But I guess you had the Black Death. But we mix it up a lot in the house here. Traditional Norwegian food and food. Oh yeah, actually, sorry, I was gonna look up best Norwegian food. Okay. See this? Oh my God. Jesus Christ. You guys, what? Oh my God. You guys had me in the first half of this image where I was like, yo, see the presentation and the colors, things look actually delicious. You got salmon, seafood stuff. You've got these T-bone steak looking things, or I don't know what that is. A bunch of like beef steaky things. Pancakes. Raw fish maybe. Dessert. So the first two rows, you had me. And then why the hell do you guys have a goat's full ass head? Not even like fried up or anything. You just guys leave it there to look as realistic as possible. Why? Why was that necessary? And why are there two images about it? Holy Christ. Okay, but the rest of this looks good. So from a visual standpoint, I kind of want to go back to Norway and just chow down on some of your food. Except for this weird-ass traditional goat's head. Why do Norwegians have a goat head meal? The sheep's head are from a specific town. Not your town. Is that what you're trying to say? Are you trying to shift the blame to your neighbors? Is that what you're doing? Norwegians eat sheep's head called smalahove out of a tradition of using all parts of an animal. I'm only semi-kidding. It's just because I've had goat's head before. Even in the desert. They fed me the eyeball of, was it a goat or a sheep? Yeah. And I had part of the brain. So... Which, you know, look, when you're a guest, you just accept everything. But my God, I had to steel myself. I literally had to shut my brain off and just accept the food. And I had to transport myself mentally to like forget what I was eating in the moment and just be like, oh, like it was a whole mental exercise before I felt comfortable just being like, yeah, of course, I'll have the brain. And then in Mongolia, I think I also had, they eat everything. So I understand the value of it. But the presentation, what, my God. It's considered a delicacy. This dish is made by salting and often smoking the head, which is then steamed or boiled and typically served with potatoes and rutabaga mash. While the appearance is intimidating, many consider the meat to be delicious and tender. Okay. Okay. Who am I to judge? Welcome back, Nico. It's known because it's so crazy. As a Norwegian, you might try it once. Listen, I'm always up for like trying everything once. It's just some things are a bit tougher to swallow. In this case, for sure. Like in Singapore, I went to a sushi restaurant, and I had, what is it, omakase? So you just basically you trust the chef to give you everything. And then one of the items he fed me was like a candied cricket, like, you know, speared through with this like a little steak, right? And so you just have to like munch on this deep fried candied cricket. Was it a grasshopper or cricket? I don't remember now. And yeah, so I couldn't say no, but that was in the same bucket of like, oh my God, I had to mentally prepare myself by exiting the scene. Okay, anyways, let's test out our, oh yeah, sorry. I keep getting distracted. Amber, are you still there? Flavor is
sure
fine,
am.
smoked,
I'm right
but it's strange to
here and
eat
ready
the
to
eyes.
help with whatever else you need.
If you're from the place, it's a traditional delicacy. You know what? I feel like I should go to that place. You know what? Those are those kind of fun moments to film as well. So it could be a fun documentary. Because I think someone, not you, Fed, but there's some other people who had mentioned I should visit some northern part of Norway, I think. I think it was Norway, where you guys also have people who live with reindeers. Because I wanted to go to Mongolia for the reindeer tribe. And then I think someone said that that also is in Norway. So I was like, oh, okay. Amber, so I'm trying to test my LUT that I just created. And I'm thinking, to properly test the LUT, do I need to first properly color correct the sample image and then apply my LUT to see if it works or doesn't?
Absolutely. That's a good approach. Usually you'll want to start with a properly color corrected image first. That means getting your exposure, white balance, and contrast all into a nice neutral baseline. Once everything looks balanced and natural, then applying your LUT will give you a really clear idea of how it's affecting the image. That way you're testing the LUT on a consistent starting point and can really see if it does what you want it to do.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Never mind. I appreciate you. Wait, hold on. Again, sorry. It says that I'm almost at my daily limit. Oh, I didn't know I had a limit to how much I can talk to you. I have 15 minutes remaining of advanced voice mode. I have to upgrade to keep using advanced? Okay. All right, let's cut this off then. Jesus. Fed, you said the flavor is fine smoked, but it's strange to eat the eyes and so on. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it just depends where you're from. So, like, to be fair, growing up, we eat a lot of fish, but the way my parents would make the fish, it's just like literally the fish with the scales and everything, right? Like kind of what you expect in some restaurants. And so then they would pick out all the bones and stuff. But my parents, everyone, except for me, would literally just eat the fish's head, right? The fish head part. I enjoyed the fish tail because it was crunchy, but I could never stomach myself to like eat the fish head. But that's like common, right? And I know in some Asian countries they have like frog legs and stuff like that. I'm like, oh man, I don't think I could do that. The same people herd reindeer in Norway, mostly way up north. Finnmarksvidda. Okay, see, that's a place I want to visit. But the problem is, just because it's Norway, I assume it'll be much more expensive to travel there than it would be to travel to the remote place in Mongolia. Medium rare on a fish's eyeball. Wait, so I had the eyeball. What did I think of it? Well, they gave it to me. Thankfully, they gave it to me without telling me what it was. They're like, hey, try this. And then after I tried it, then they explained, so you just had the fish's eyeball, or the goat's eyeball. It's like, oh, thank you for telling me afterwards. And then for the brain, though, there was no... Actually, I have it on film. I think I filmed it all. For the goat's brain, there was no way around it. I knew exactly what I was about to eat. Because what they do, they have the goat's head, they took the freaking jawbone from the goat's skull. So there's something about this that feels twisted, right? Because they take part of the goat's jawbone, and then they inserted the jawbone at some certain point in the back of the skull. And when they insert it into that point, and then they twist, it literally cracks open the skull. Like it was like a key, right? Unlocking the thing. And there's something dark and twisted about having your own part of your body used to open up the rest of your body. It was just something about it that felt very like I can't even like pinpoint what about it that felt so twisted, you know, like in a somewhat humorous way as well, but like an ironic way or whatever. But yeah, so then you watch as they crack open the skull, and then they dig in with their hands. So it was like one of those traditional Arabic meals, and also like a traditional Arabic style. So everyone eats with your right hand. I think it's like a Muslim thing. So you're all sitting on the ground, big ass, you know, long cloth, and everyone's just like sitting in this tent, and there's food all in the center everywhere. And so you just dig in with your hands, with your right hand, and I guess the left hand is not pure enough or something like that. But yeah, so they're just cracking open the thing, scooping out the brain, and then offering it to me. I was like, oh, thank you very much. And to be fair as well, neither the eyeball nor the brain tasted bad. Everything was good, delicious. So nice and salted. Same is a people. Oh, okay. I misread that because I was questioning a bit. Like, you're saying the same people live from Mongolia, somehow stretch out there. So let me reread what you said. Where was it? One of the main places they eat is Voss, where the bottled water is from. So go there if you want to film it and make a little documentary. That'd be fun. Okay, I'll call it the Same. The Same people herd reindeer in Norway. Got it. Look up Same people reindeer herders. Same people reindeer herders. I still can't believe Daniel Corden did that trip to Mongolia. He took the idea from me, man. Although I'm gonna make a documentary film. I don't think he does that. Oh my god. Yeah, so maybe what I'll do is I'll do a documentary going to both locations, right? So we'll do like and it'll show kind of maybe, oh, I can totally see a nice storyline to this, right? Because it's kind of showing how, and I'm doing this right now with my episode 2 of Mongolia, and it's kind of the through line to most of my travels, which is through, like, regardless of how different all the cultures are, there is always some commonality, right? Which is the human nature, right? So anyways, like, trying to show that, you know, whether it's in Norway or Mongolia, clearly different cultures, and yet the lifestyles can be different, but then there's enough similarity there that could be a nice like contrast between the two as we hop between them. But then by the end of it, you're absolutely seeing that both ways of living are equally whatever it is, right? Enlightening or valuable, or yeah, unless I get murdered on this trip, in which case you know, whoever finishes that job. You should go, that's pretty close to the right way to say it, the Same. You should go to Sami Sida Alta, very nice restaurant with reindeer dishes. And in winter, you can go reindeer sledding just outside. I want to ride a reindeer. That's like number 1 on my shot list. So selfishly, when I somehow pitch this to one of these, whomever I need to pitch it to, and they give me that $2 million budget, selfishly, it's so that 1, I can ride a reindeer. That's going to be like one of the clauses. I get to ride a reindeer at least twice. And then the other thing would be if I can go sledding with the dogs. But I don't know where you do that. Where's like those like traditional dog sledding thing? Traditional dog sledding in Europe? Question mark. In Northern Europe, Scandinavia, in Norway as well. Okay. You can find the French Alps. I would love to do a trip where we just travel via huskies. I'm assuming they're huskies. I don't know. Let's go to Mongolia. Yes, King Kruk. Oh yeah, I think I mentioned that to you yesterday. I'm definitely planning to go back. I want to do it for the Golden Eagle, and then I also want to do my own like film documentary kind of stuff. So there's like in Mongolia, there's also this really endangered bear, which I'm forgetting the name of it. Mongolian bear, the Gobi bear. Yeah, so there's the Gobi Desert, and there's this really, really endangered bear. I think they said there's maybe like less than a dozen of them at one point. Maybe there's like 30 of them. 40, with fewer than 40 individuals remaining. And they are so hard to spot. So this is like near the top. And I already, someone I travel with already, he also wants to see this, and I would love to like make this a thing. I would love to dedicate a serious amount of time trying to find the Gobi bear. And then they also have snow leopards. And of course, the main thing I wanted to see was the palace cats. So yeah, I just want to spend dedicated time in Mongolia. I wouldn't mind being there like all year round, honestly. The Gobi bear. And then the traditional dog sledding thing. You can do that also the same place. And the nature around is amazing. About half an hour from that restaurant is Europe's biggest canyon. Okay, nice. Yeah, I'll need a drone operator with me as well then. You can also shoot the Northern Lights when there. Yeah, that would be super epic. Yeah, see, all of these things are like, I'm sure top of the list, but super expensive. That's why we need to do this through a film project that gets funded. Also, Alta Elva, which is internationally known as one of the best salmon fishing places. Oh, but you guys don't have bears, do you? Because I want to do a trip to Alaska. That's like also, I know, for especially in the West, for Americans, like that's one of the best for wildlife. Sledding, yes. Dog sledding is in Alta. It's the Europe city of polar husky sledding. I actually went a year dog sledding. I have tons of footage of this. Check out my channel, Ruben Joys, on YouTube. Ruben Joys. And Kavai, feel free to pop that into the Discord, because yeah, feel free regardless, but also just in case I forget how to type this and it's hard to find it again. Where was it? How do you spell it? I lost. Oh, Ruben Joys. Okay, perfect. There's not much roads. It's iced over most of the year. We have bears. Oh, okay. We have bears, wolves. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. Because I went on a trip to Finland, and it was in the winter, and we went into the hides, and we were shooting the bears, wolves. There's the wolverines. Oh yeah, you said wolverines, yeah. I didn't see the lynxes, though. There's also foxes and smaller weasels and stuff like that. Nice, okay. This summer, I worked every day with those huskies for 2 months, and we'll go back there in a few weeks on a visit. Yo, damn, you spent 2 weeks there? Or sorry, 2 months there. That would be super cool. If I can just like spend dedicated time somewhere just documenting. Yeah, even that would be such a cool topic. Like the understanding the world of like dog sledding, or I don't know, this interesting relationship between like humans and dogs for this sledding concept, which is not very unique or not very common. So many cool concepts, so many cool projects. These are my ambitions. I'm absolutely wanting to do all of these things. And definitely now, so thank you for reminding me about the Norwegian, the Sami tribe, or the Sami people. If I can somehow do a full-on reindeer across the world kind of a project and document in the different locations, that would be... Yeah, and then it'll be a fun video because you can also compare and contrast like... yeah, what do they have in common? What are slightly different? Maybe the tribe in Mongolia, they ride their reindeers. Maybe they hop onto the reindeer from the left side only. I don't know why that's not even interesting. You get my point. Oh, a white reindeer? You got to be shitting me, man. Are they all like that? I mean, that one looked pure white. This is the money shot, man. Okay. So now what I need to figure out, one, I need to be proactive and pitch these things, and then hopefully we can have other types of companies also reaching out, letting me try out their cameras or whatever. We'll see. There was a guy in the neighborhood who had sled dogs and a sled, but there's not that much snow down here, so most of the year he would train the dogs using wheels on the sled. Oh, I see. Yeah, can you imagine a treadmill? Kavai said, I spent a whole year on the Alta Folk... why are you doing this to me? Alta Folkehögskole with world champion dog sledding champion Harold Tunheim. So he actually won gold in March? Yo, that's pretty cool, man. Congrats. Or are you saying the collective we, as in like, oh, our country won gold? Or are you saying like because you actually trained with him or like you were part of the team? But either way, I mean, that's epic. This summer, I not only had school with the dogs, I worked with them every day and had the main responsibility for feeding and having tourists come see the dogs and pet them. Man, yeah, I would love to do, just like we did this chimpanzee documentary, and it's like the caregivers, the relationship, the bond between the keepers and the wild animals. This could be like a really cool topic. Yeah, I think that's maybe where I'm kind of seeing in my own self right now, the common pattern here. Because what have I mentioned? Obviously, I did that documentary of the chimps and on the island, and my main focus was I found fascinating the people that take care of them, the relationship between the people and these animals, and what does it mean, like anything profound from it. Then separately, I mentioned I want to do a documentary type thing on the local Emirati and the falcons, right? And showing that unique kind of world that exists where there's a bond between humans and culturally there's a bond between humans and these wild animals, in the case of falcons. Then I've done my Mongolia trip, and we're in the midst of making our videos for that, where it's showing again the bond between these this tribe and these people, these hunters and the eagles. And then now I would love to do the reindeer, and again the people and the reindeer in this unique circumstance. And if I could do Norwegians, I don't know if it's only Norwegians, but like Northern Europeans and these husky dogs. And again, all of these are usually tied towards like something culturally speaking, like it was part of a necessity, right? It's not like people are just, I'm assuming you guys aren't using dogs and tying them up to a sled just for fun. I'm assuming it was for practical transportation and survivability type thing. Same with the eagle hunters. It was meant for like survivability. I think the same thing with falconry to a certain extent, but I think that might be a little bit more leaning towards like a kind of like a leisurely thing almost. But the point is the relationship between humans and animals in different capacities where they cross. So, okay. Thank you guys for listening, because I think I've just brainstormed my way into like something that I seem to enjoy a lot, and there's no reason for me not to continue down that path for like a topic. Okay. I just said a bunch of random things. I was supposed to be color correcting this image or this footage. So, by the way, this is a new step for me because I kind of lump in my color correcting and grading at the same time, which is definitely not the right way to do it. But I generally just kind of look at this. I have one node for my curves and I'll just play around with it. So it's a little bit weird for me to like separate it out where it's like, oh, we'll do a color correction curve and then we'll leave the rest for later. So let's say this is the color correction curve. And then as far as I can tell, everything is under 90 on the IRE. Although it's hugging, it looks like it's hugging the 0. The blue waveform is hugging 0 at times. So maybe I'll just remove that curve. We'll just leave it as is. Still hugging the, okay, hold on one second. Let's turn on. Yeah, just to make sure I can make sense out of that. So then we'll lift the black. It's not really doing much. Kavai said yes, gold in Finnmark Slopet. My team, my class, and Harold won gold. Well, nice, man. That's as someone who grew up with like competitive sports and had a father who also did like, you know, competitive sports for like Olympics, right? It was always ingrained in me. Like competing was always a part of my life, and it's like a love-hate thing for sure. But there's nothing that beats the thrill of winning in a competition, right? Especially one that you really earned because you had to sacrifice a lot. The competition is tough. Hopefully you're into the thing as well. But the high that you must have felt getting the gold, I can only imagine, you know. Probably collective. We always do that in Norway. See there, I did it too. Oh, yeah. Okay. Falconers in Spain near our house, they train pigeons for pigeon racing. Yo. Oh, that's another thing I want to do. Camels. So there is camel racing in Dubai somewhere. Although I heard I've never seen the camel racing, but apparently they recently changed it so they don't have jockeys on the camels anymore. I think there's like little robots for like humane reasons, I believe. But they literally do this kind of camel racing thing. Pigeon racing. Okay. You know, that's a really cool topic, man. I need to make a list so I don't forget these things. Pigeon racing, camel racing, dog sledding, the competition side of it as well. That'd be fun to film. Probably from back in the day when they needed fast pigeons to deliver notes. That's funny. Pigeon racing, Jesus. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? I'm noticing the black point. There's a little bit here that's saying, where is this blue coming from? Somewhere over here. Why don't I see it? I'm so confused. I almost got to it. Right there, right there. How? What am I not understanding? So right here, as I hover around this, on the waveform, I'm seeing the blue waveform is basically touching as close to the 0 mark on the IRE as you can get. But how is that possible? Obviously, like to the naked eye, I'm looking at this, and I would almost confidently say clearly there's nothing that's underexposed there. But not according to the waveform here. Waveform is saying right here is some sort of like super dark. What? I don't understand this. It might be in the shadows, I guess, but then it's hiding really well. I mean, I do see a little bit of like blue patches here. But I guess my question is, why should I care at this point? Like, why should I care about being proper with my color correction to make sure these blue pixels are not touching like pure black when it's not even like noticeable whatsoever? Like these parts I can understand being a little bit darker. But yeah, right here is also considered almost. I need to take a class on this. Press your last node. King, you said Johobel. We'll need a studio tour of your live stream setup. Okay, that'd be fun. Give me a few days, or let me figure out the next time I clean up my setup here, so that I can show you guys in a proper lighting. There's nothing fancy about it. Actually, yeah, there's nothing fancy. It's just you'll see a little bit of how, not unorganized, but I have a weird system here. Press your last node. Press my last node. My last node is sharpen. And what do you mean by press? As in click it? Press your last node. press it like a button. Press your last node. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what to say here. So, in my opinion, I feel like this waveform is a bit misleading. Veggie said, I just want to see if anything changed. Never mind. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. My last node is like sharpen, and then some like random stuff which I have disabled. We have our Rec 709 conversion, and then I have the empty LUT. Everything here should be essentially empty. Oh, I see. What you want to just see if like maybe one of these things is causing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what's okay, so to my naked eye, I would look at this and be like, okay, generally speaking, I probably feel like it should be brought down a bit. So maybe we'll do it from this exposure thing. I'm trying to get used to using this high HDR color wheel global exposure. Okay, so let's say exposure wise, this looks a bit better to me. Something at least closer to this. So if we just assume, just to speed things up, let's say this is generally speaking what I'm happy with. Maybe with a slight like just lift. So now if I apply my LUT to this, this will be a better test to see if my LUT actually works on a properly exposed shot. So let's go to our LUTs and then I'll drag it in to here. Okay, I mean, it kind of works. Again, the same critique. I say critique because I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but I guess I would see it is definitely a faded look, but not, I mean, it's usable faded. Now, I guess I'm looking at the background here and seeing if like the colors seem to get distorted or something. And the greens down here are definitely desaturated a bit, but not in such a bad way. Because I think this is more just a symptom of I want to change my exposure levels a bit. So we'll play with the creative curves in a second. But in terms of like the actual color, again, I just don't know the right words to describe these things. But I think I like the colors on this quite a bit. It feels unique, but not like confusingly so, if that makes sense. Yeah, definitely faded. Okay, this could be fun. It looks more like film. Yeah. It's definitely got a filmy, like faded feel to it, which I don't mind. So then this, so I think ultimately what I want to end up with is I should have a few examples of like faded LUTs. I want stuff that are maybe more like high contrasty style and popping ones. I want to create some LUTs that kind of maybe focus on the greens a bit more. So more like the minty green that I mentioned, or like a little bit more damp looking green. So maybe dropping the exposures on it or whatever. So yeah, I want like one that works like a dense jungle type of a LUT, and then we'll have some like African safari style LUTs eventually. Stuff for like sunset vibes and like sunrise. Oh, here's a question. I don't know. This might be just like a ChatGPT thing as well. Do people in their LUTs also apply like so for example, in my Lightroom photo presets, some of my Lightroom photo presets, I use like, you know, linear gradients to kind of mimic like sunlight coming in from the top left or top right. stuff like that. Do people bake that into the LUTs, or are the LUTs generally not including masking related stuff like the linear gradients? I have no idea. Let me just get to where's my Japan photos? Japan. That's from this year. Oh, it's an I was hoping I could find a better example. But yeah, sometimes I have presets where literally I add a faded effect or like a exposure effect on one of the corners to make it look like there's more sunlight coming in from that side. So like this would be an example. So it's like brighter on the top right or brighter on the top left. Do people do that for LUTs? Yes, and name them accordingly. Yeah, I guess maybe, yeah. So we'll do like a bit more of the creative stuff. So then it'd be like a corner fade style thing or like a, yeah. Okay. There's all sorts of LUTs, but the more stuff you do, it could be harder to grade underneath the LUT. Fair enough. Yeah, and then maybe I could have some LUTs that have like 0 color grading. It's just meant to mimic the style of some masking stuff maybe, but that sounds much more advanced than I'm willing to learn right now or able to learn. Okay, so but at the very least, I'm happy that the LUT actually applied itself acceptably so. Obviously, this is a very subjective look, and I honestly was not expecting it to look like it did in these colors, in this lighting situation as well. So that's a nice shock to me. So. But I am kind of happy with the results here. Because I feel like this look was not something I would have intuitively thought to create. Like, if I was editing this from scratch, I don't think I would have naturally ended up in a situation where I would have gotten these kinds of colors for the greens or have this kind of faded look. I don't think I would have gotten here on my own. So by having this LUT, it did actually at least make me think of other options of like potential color combinations and more like creative looks. So to me personally, that is a win with our first LUT attempt. Yeah, like I honestly, I don't think I've ever done a color grade that kind of looks like this. So even this is a first for me to have these kinds of this style, let's say. Nice. I'm happy then. But yeah, I usually prefer a bit more contrast stuff, you know? So I would have been, let's see, we'll use this filmic contrast. And then let's adjust the curves maybe. But yeah, now it's going to get a little too dark, I think, if I play with it too much. Fedgy said, there's all, yeah, but a contrast LUT and a greener LUT for foliage is very common. Okay. I need to write all this down. I'll do this later off stream maybe, and then going forward I just need to have a notes for this. Yeah, so like a greener LUT for foliage is a common one. Yeah, I need that. This faded look is a starting point where you can grade a lot underneath. It's a more open palette. Okay, then can I ask you, Fed, if you're saying it's normally a starting point, does that mean I should technically have my LUT node much earlier? Like, is it supposed to technically be one of the starting nodes within my color grading, you know, sequence? Or does it not matter as much? Yeah, this looks nice. I'm happy with this. Hells yeah. Got our first LUTs. Okay, well, to be fair, again, I might be jumping the gun because we only tested this on like a handful of photos. So it's not that we have our first successful LUT yet. We just have so far one good example where the LUT did not break, and it looks nice. That I like it. So now I need to test it on a number of other shots in different kind of lighting sequence and stuff. Same or before, you grade underneath the LUT or before, same thing. You grade underneath the LUT or before. It doesn't matter, is what you're saying. You still have it towards the end. Okay. Okay. Hells yeah. Hells to the yeah. Okay, let's find a completely different... The problem is obviously for this trip, I was usually in the same environments of like greens. Yeah, mostly greens, right? Not a lot of like multicolored locations. So what can we use as another example shot? Oh yeah, maybe we'll take our iconic one, yeah? Oh yeah, okay, let's try this one. Because this was the money shot. And I think it was somewhat underexposed though. We'll have to double check. So this is the full version of that one of the hero shot that I start my documentary with. So I started much later just because I didn't have the time for it. And also it was a bit more shaky in the beginning because you saw that big tree root that I had to, I tripped over. But then starting this point, I think is when it was really stable. So again, this was like so fun to even just remember as I recollect. You're just like walking backwards, like praying to God you don't fall. Oh, actually, the other reason this is a good example to test is this is the footage where the footage started to break when I was using the mono node, or the DCTL for the density stuff, where you would all of a sudden start seeing like these little white pixels show up. Let me just double check. I couldn't tell if it was a fly or if it was a white pixel. So I feel like maybe mix of like the low light situation. No, actually, I think it was specifically the density tool. Yeah, maybe this could be a good stress test. Because you can even see a lot of the noise here. Yeah, okay, this is going to be a fun one. Here we go. King Crucky said, low-key for some fast projects, I'm going to use red LUTs in ZR footage. Yeah. I didn't get to use it, though. I only had the Rec 709 in the View Assist. I am really excited to see, because I've never played with it before. I've always, up until this point, I've always shot in NRAW for all my travels, and it was always without a view assist. Apparently, there was the option to have a view assist. I just didn't know it was there. And so I also incorrectly assumed that people normally shoot, when they're shooting, they shoot it in that log look, like that very flat gray look. So my assumption was, oh, maybe people shoot in that look because it allows them to clearly see, or like it helps remove distractions and you're just looking for key things in the black and white kind of look and feel, or the very flat look. But I think more recently I had watched some videos that recommended that you should have like a view assist on, especially if you have a certain look that you want, because then by seeing it in real time, you'll have a better sense of what the highlights and the shadows might look like in the final product versus the log format. So I was like, okay. But yeah, this trip was the first time I actually was shooting in log raw format with actual real colors, like popping colors. And so that was an extra thing of like made it exciting when I was shooting. Those are good LUTs, King Crook. I might have missed a few messages. When you have the density tool, the way you have it in with the other 3 nodes, they all mix into each other, and that can cause breakage. I see. But one thing I did notice was like one of the density tools actually worked well, and then the other one didn't. So actually, I wanted to keep this to see if I can turn this into a LUT as well. So this might be a version we keep as like a potential LUT version, and then let me create an empty one. So now that I know I can create versions, yo, we are leveling up slowly, little bit by little bit. Create new version. So we'll call this clean LUT test. And then for version 1, let's rename this potential LUT 1. Cool. Okay. So then let me just get used to the shortcuts. If I do Command B, clean potential LUT. Wait, what? Oh, shoot. I made a mistake. Let's add a version. Create new version. Copy all marks. 0 potential LUT. Why did it not carry over? Let's see. Command version 1 is loaded. Potential load. Wait, I'm so confused. What the hell? Load. Okay, so this is the one I'm gonna delete. This version is still referenced in one of the selected clips. What did I do? How did I mess this up? What is going on? Okay, I might just need to hit undo. Can I undo? Can I reverse? God damn it, I cannot. Remote versions? Did I end up creating version 1 potential LUT load? Okay, so I'm learning something new here. I think I ended up creating something under remote versions, but I don't know what the difference is between remote and local versions. God damn it. This is going to be... So I'm assuming I need to play in the local versions because version 1 is there. And then this is potential LUT is loaded. Okay. So let me just go here and say, let's create a new one just in case. And we'll call this clean new LUT test. Okay. So in this one we delete everything. Fed, you said I always use the DCTLs as lone nodes. Oh, as in like you just have it connect one after the other. How did I have it? Hold on. I have them all branching out one at simultaneously, and then they reconnect. But it looks so much prettier this way. Or it's easier to fit everything. Although I guess it's just about connecting it one after the other. Oh, it's not a big deal. Well, to be fair, I haven't really had issues with it. It was just that one density tool. And there's another version where that didn't have an issue. So let me see. I'm really resisting the thought of having to rework my power grade one more time. King, you said I enjoy working in NRAW. Still, R3D is my favorite. I've only tried NRAW a bit lately. Downloaded some clips to try it out. Worked well. Yeah, so this is where, again, to a layman like myself, I really enjoyed shooting in NRAW. I ended up with really cool footages that I personally thought was like cinematic or whatever. So in terms of the colors and stuff, I never had issues with it. In terms of the shadows, I think I had read one person who said something about how NRAW tends to have like darker shadows, maybe. I could be mistaken. The only main difference I would say, because I just haven't had enough, I didn't do the good comparison. The main difference I can think of was the dynamic range. And that was just mainly with so it wasn't really about the colors as much as it was the dynamic range. R3D I'm very familiar with from renting cameras. R3D RAW is probably my favorite. Blackmagic is also great to work with. B-RAW, BRAW is awesome too. Now all we need is for them to add some more compression modes to their R3D RAW for ZR. At least the light one, that's the same as NRAW normal. Wait, what is the compression mode for the Red RAW? As in, like, you want it to be more efficient files? Or what does that mean? All right, so I'm going to color grade for maybe this shot right here. So what do I need to do? I need to lift everything. So maybe I'll go to the exposures, HDR. We'll lift up the exposure. I have like cat hair everywhere. Fed, you say, I shoot a lot of B-RAW 8K and 6K, and I get smaller files with the 8K there than the 6K Red RAW and the medium size found on the ZR. Whoa, that's crazy. So the 8K files with the B-RAW is a smaller size than the 6K R3D? Jeez. Whoops. Okay, so let's say I will lift the black points. Okay, so let's say maybe this is like a decent color correction. Or at least there's nothing overexposed. Technically, it seems like I can lift it a bit more, but I feel like it's going to look worse that way. Maybe the white balance, I might shift a bit more towards the greens. Hold on, let me see. Oh, let's just keep it as is. I'm trying to see what's a 1-to-1 here. So if we have this, then we go to our LUT. And let's now apply our LUT here. Okay, yeah, so it's consistently this kind of like a warmish fade. I don't like it as much for this shot though in particular. Because here I want a lot more green than I do red. I think the red kind of doesn't fit the forest vibes. So I do like the faded look though. But the original I think is better. And this area should be a bit darker because it was a darker shot before we went out into the opening. Yeah, this one's too brown, essentially. So I think my second LUT, we're going to practice with this one, with the original edits that I did, with some subtle changes. And that will be one that's more focused on like keeping a bit more of a green tone, hopefully. Like a wet green tone. Dun, 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 dun. You said you can get similar size shooting 12K. Yo, that's insane. Okay. With more compression. You just need to add the R3D RAW light. That's the same bitrate as NRAW normal in the ZR. That would be much closer to what I'm using with the Blackmagic RAW. Okay. Right now we just got the red raw medium. Yeah, so like these colors I prefer, right? So this one's slightly too green though. So like if now that I have some time to like actually pay attention to this. But yeah, like technically what I had before. So while this one's a little bit too dark, well, let's just see real quick. And yeah, so this is where I was having issue with the density. So with that density, it was creating like, I don't know what you would call this term, but you can see like where it was like creating like pock marks almost in the colors. So instead of having like a clean flat look to the colors here, you can kind of see where it becomes a bit spotted. Especially once motion's involved. Then you would kind of see it's a bit more like a... Yeah, I don't have the right way to describe it. Which is a shame, because I do like this darker and richer look. But the greens itself was like causing a bit of like, I guess distortion, or I'm not sure how to say this. It's just the moment there's any gradients of green, it was the effect that I did to the density would not universally affect those shades of green. So then it made the differences between them, and it made it look very noisy. But as far as like a still image goes, I'm a fan of the kind of like the colors here. So that density tool kind of didn't work out for me. So I ended up just turning it off, and then I play with the curves instead. But for the colors I liked. So I want to see if I can replicate this, see the changes I made. Obviously I adjusted the temperature here, made it a bit more green. Yeah, it's a lot more noisy from the density. I'm pretty sure it's like a lot to do with that density curve, or the density thing, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be challenge for tomorrow. Yeah, this is tomorrow's challenge. I think we've made decent progress. I'm just happy that I finally have my first example of a LUT that doesn't seem to blow up in my face. It doesn't seem to like cause my visual to be super overexposed or too underexposed. So for that reason, I am relieved, but we have a lot more testing to do, obviously. So we'll see. We'll make our second LUT attempt and see how that goes. And hopefully it's going to be drastically different, and we'll test it on other files and all that fun stuff. Fed, you said, what compression are you shooting with your red to King Kruk? Is it 8:1 or even lower? I will often shoot in 12:1 B raw shooting 6K. Man. Other worlds out there, man. Okay. Well, guys, it is now almost midnight. 10 minutes till midnight, as they say. So I just want to say thank you guys for a really awesome stream. And again, big shout out to Mac. Oh, yeah, I don't know if Mac's still here, and I apologize because you said how to pronounce your name, and I've already forgotten it. But Mac Charcuterie, Mac Charcuterie. Thank you again for being overly generous for those 2 epic super chats, and of course, subscribing to become a tiered member on the YouTube side. And thank you, Kevin, again, for also resubbing for your 3rd month on the Twitch side. And everyone else who has subscribed throughout the stream and just the general positive vibes. And yeah, thanks again, Fed, for being here, and King Kruk and Kavaitsu, and everyone who's just like, well, one, always showing me that I have so much more to learn around this kind of space, which is very exciting for me. So, yeah. thanks for the awesome stream. By the way, I posted in content feedback if you want to check out the dog sledding on my channel. Okay, you know what? We'll pause that for then tomorrow then. So once you're back in, let's open it up and I'll check it out in detail. But yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it and good night. I'll see you